Today on Monkey Life, Alison steps up again to offer a tiny rescued marmoset a home and a family.
Hey, little one. Oh, tiny. 6 months less, maybe only 5 months.
The care team get a workout.
That's just textbook, that is.
Challenging Hananya's chimps to do the same. And newcomer Capuchins Matty and Louie meet dominant female phoenix. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Hi! Look at that. Oh, he's fantastic.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. It's early morning at the park, and Alison is preparing for a rescue mission following a call from the RSPCA in Essex yesterday. They intervened after discovering marmoset Tik Tok had been purchased to promote the owner as an influencer, and after discussions, the tiny primate was signed over.
I've been told it's a boy. I'm prepared to get a girl or a boy. You know, who knows what it's going to be. But I've seen the photographs, and indeed, it's a tiny infant marmoset. The only reason that I can even jump in the car early doors and go and collect this marmoset is because it's so young. I can probably give it to one of our rehabilitated pairs, and they'll adopt it. So, upside, downside, tragic orphan baby for no reason being sold into the pet trade, we might be able to fix it. We'll have to keep our fingers crossed and hope little Tik Tok is a strong character who wants to live, because he's very vulnerable right now.
It's been several months since the UK government announced a bill to end the trade in primates as pets in England. But this is still going through Parliament, and for now, the trade continues, pushing the park to its limits. Alison is constantly being asked to rehome unwanted or neglected monkeys, some by owners who simply don't know how to look after them. The park already houses 37 marmosets, and there are more than 80 on the waiting list. Youngster Tik Tok is another example of why the change in the law can't come soon enough.
Fingers crossed. Until we get there and look at the marmoset, I really don't know a whole lot about it. It would appear to be in, generally speaking, good health, but it's been removed from its parents prematurely. It still should be nursing from its mother, so that's a shame, and it will be at high risk for metabolic bone disease or rickets.
We've given her a cuddly toy overnight, and it's fallen in love with a unicorn.
The marmoset has been looked after overnight by local vet Robert Lees.
Hey, little one. Oh, tiny. 6 months less, maybe only 5 months.
Wow. The vet is well aware of the problems caused by unscrupulous dealers in the pet trade.
I think it's all about money, really, at the end of the day, the pet trade. So this one, what we were told, went for £2,000. So that's probably £1,000 more than the actual price of them in the pet trade.
Look at what I've got.
Alison tries a bit of bribery to gain the marmoset's trust.
Oh, should we come down a little bit? Come down here. Look. Look. It's going to be good. Oh, you want it.
It seems to work. Excellent. Tik Tok has a taste for waxworms.
Is there anything else that you can tell us about him? What did you feed him overnight?
He had a choice of celery, apple. He had some pepper, and he had a little bit of pork.
Oh, yes. So you've had a good breakfast full of sugar and protein. Nice one, little one, huh?
Alison isn't 100% sure about Tik Tok's sex.
Are you a girl or a boy, hey? I think it might be a boy.
But her biggest concern right now is how they're going to get the tiny but agile monkey from its temporary cage into the travel box.
Yeah, this cage. I don't know how well behaved you're gonna be.
The emergency cage, which has been Tik Tok's home for the last 12 hours, doesn't have a hatch that can marry up to the travel box.
I might be able to get him to go in the box by showing him waxworms. Are you watching what I'm doing? It's all going in the bowl. Okay?
Alison is concerned Tik Tok could make a run for it once the cage door is ajar.
Come this way, come this way, come this way. Okay, down, 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 down. Good.
Almost professional.
What are you saying?
Job done. The lure of waxworms proves too much. The marmoset is safe and secure inside the travel box.
I think it's a good thing that we came early doors, got here as quick as we could to sort him out, but mainly for him, we'll get him back to the park ASAP and alongside of those adults who will hopefully adopt him. I'm very hopeful. He's cute as a button and young. Hopefully for Tik Tok, this will be the start of a new life for him, a new chapter.
With the marmoset now settled and tucking into some treats, Alison is keen to get him to the park. It's a 3.5-hour drive to Dorset, where the Small Monkeys team are waiting to welcome the new arrival. In recent months, there's been quite an influx of newcomers to the park. Capuchins Matty and Louis arrived from Borth Zoo in Wales. They're now permanent residents of the lodge, home to Erico's group of 11. Over the last couple of weeks, they've been getting to know a few of the less dominant females there. The introductions have been going well, so today the pair are going to come face to face with head female Phoenix. First meetings can be unpredictable, and the primate care team are well prepared.
So introductions in any group can be quite stressful, particularly for the animals that are involved and also the rest of the group that are potentially shut away in a different area. So we like to try and keep things really low key, so we have absolutely minimal staff and people in the house, enough that we can keep an eye. Try and keep it nice and calm. Initially those introductions won't be on public view, and then we can introduce gradually all of those things as time goes on and things are starting to improve.
The design of the Capuchin house means introductions are easy to monitor.
In this house, we've got their large playroom at the front, which is what the public can see through the window. And then we've got a horseshoe of bedrooms, which are divided up. So for the initial introductions, we use the bedrooms because we have a little bit more control. So if something negative did happen, we are easily able to separate the animals. As it progresses, we can give them more space, such as the playroom, and they also have the cage enclosure as well, and the large forest enclosure. So Matty and Louis have actually been out into the cage enclosure with some of the females, and they've actually really liked it out there. And they spent a couple of days in the playroom as well. So they have actually seen all areas of the house, just not the forest enclosure yet.
Phoenix has been waiting patiently in an adjoining bedroom. She's a respected leader, but like most dominant Capuchins, can be pretty feisty. She'll probably have plenty to say to the newcomers. Donna opens up the slides and the trio come face to face. As expected, there's a bit of posturing from Phoenix, but Matty seems nonplussed by the attention. He gives the dominant female plenty of space, busying himself foraging and exploring the bedrooms. Louis is also relaxed about the introduction. As a result, it doesn't take long for Phoenix to settle down, and with the meeting going so well, Donna contemplates adding another individual to the mix.
So we're just considering putting Scarlet in. Scarlet has been in before a couple of times and she's been really good. We're just thinking it might be quite nice for Phoenix to have a friend as well.
Scarlet has reacted well each time she's met Matty and Louis. She's an independent Capuchin who was wild-caught before her time in a laboratory and prefers climbing trees and foraging to group politics. Matty and Louis appear to be following her example.
So Matty and Louis have lived together for quite a while before arriving to us at Monkey World. And we have actually noticed that although they're not super close in terms of they don't really groom or spend a lot of time foraging together, if one of them's a little bit unsure, then they will actually seek out the other one for a little bit of reassurance. So there definitely is a bond there, but we just don't see them spending heaps of time together.
With all 4 Capuchins behaving themselves, Donna decides to allow them into the large indoor playroom. This will give them more space to move around freely and follow their natural instinct to forage. The newcomers make use of the extra space, but remain deferential to head girl Phoenix when she reminds them who's in charge, so the signs are positive. Next stop for the Borth Capuchins will be access to the wonderful outside forest enclosure. There's an exciting morning ahead at Hanania's enclosure. The 18-strong troop are in for a super fruity breakfast. And anticipation is building.
It's going to be very loud this morning, just a warning.
The park has received a large donation of fresh mangoes, melons and pineapples. Sean and the Primate care team are stuffing them into old socks and pillowcases ready to disperse around the enclosure.
We do still give them that sort of thing as part of their diets, but we do chop and change their fruit every single day just so it doesn't get too boring. But they don't usually get it in such a big quantity. It's fine every now and again just to give them a nice big treat. Just in the wild, they are gorge feeders. If they find a load of trees with figs on, they'll just spend all day eating and making themselves nice and big and fat, and then the day after, they might do it again until there's no more figs.
And just like in the wild, the chimps are going to have to search for the bounty.
Oh, it'd be good if I could get it up there. Go on. Oh.
It's meant to be a workout for the chimps, but distributing the treats in hard-to-reach areas is taxing the keepers too. They're giving it plenty of welly.
Overshot that one.
But the next one's a belter.
I'm well happy with that.
Meaning the chimps will work that little bit harder for their meal.
That's just textbook, that is.
Encouraging them up high and keeping their bodies and brains active.
That'll do. It just helps them spread it about a bit more as well, otherwise you're going to have the likes of Johnny just sat on a pile of mangoes and no one else getting any, so yeah, we need to spread it out a bit.
Mission complete, and the slides are opened. The highly excited group rush out en masse, eager to see what's on the breakfast menu. It doesn't take them long to realise that pillowcases and socks contain fruity treasure. They're soon tearing at the cloth to reach the prize inside. True to form, dominant female Johnny collects and hoards as many as she can. Cookie and Trudy want to hang on to theirs too, so head off to eat in a quiet spot. In the wild, chimps will gorge on plentiful food discoveries, coming together as a community. Boss Hanania and a large number of his troop demonstrate the behaviour, eating contentedly in a communal setting. The chimps tear into the fruit easily with their strong teeth. Shamak made short work of a juicy mango. The chimp's long canines are perfect for piercing the tougher outer skin to reach the juicy flesh. The fruit-fueled breakfast is not a regular occurrence. The Primate care team have to pay close attention to the chimps' diets in order to avoid health problems. It means regulating the amount of commercial fruit they're given.
We had quite a lot of, not obese, but slightly overweight chimps. It is something you do want to keep an eye on. It's always treading that fine line between, like, you know, giving them nice things, but also keeping them healthy. But the major reason we did start cutting down the fruit was because of Bart's diabetes. And we thought, yeah, we are going a bit overboard, so maybe let's pull it back a little bit. But at the end of the day, they are still rescues, and we do still need to spoil them sometimes. So every now and again, grabbing a mountain of melons and pineapples and mangoes, throwing them in there and just letting them have a wonderful morning, you know, it's got to be done.
There's plenty to go round, meaning even the low rankers get their share of the fruity feast. Trudy's enjoying it so much she's even climbed up high to eat. She does love her food, but isn't the most active of chimps, and often goes for the easier pickings at ground level, so it's good to see her using the climbing frame. Alpha male Hananya's getting a lot of attention today, something he doesn't always appreciate.
I think out of all of our top boys here, he has the toughest time. We've got a lot of big characters, particularly with the girls in this group, and they are very much in his face all the time and just constantly being niggled at by him. But yeah, I think he definitely appreciates just a little bit of quiet time. Just sit back and eat a melon without anyone asking him for anything.
Sneaking off lower down the climbing frame may give him the moment's peace he craves. Today's enrichment has been a success. The whole troop have come together, their usual squabbles replaced by hugs and greetings.
It's just been quite nice seeing everyone just getting along for a change, particularly when we have had that little bit of tension between Hananya, Simon and Johnny recently. It's been nice to just see everyone just pile in there and just stuff their faces and choose to be nice to each other instead.
And after a hearty meal, there's usually two options. Sleep it off, or burn it off with a bit of play, like Thelma and Arthur. It's been a busy day at the Marmoset complex as they prepare for Alison's return from a rescue mission, with yet another small primate from the pet trade. Primate care team member Charlie has been arranging a bedroom for the new arrival, a baby called Tik Tok. Alison thinks the marmoset is between 5 and 6 months old, so he'll need a foster parent to help him settle in and learn natural marmoset behaviours.
The initial plan will be to mix him with Clyde, because Clyde has actually adopted babies in the past, including Amy and Caesar. So the first thing we're going to do is get him in, get him settled. I set up a room next to Clyde and Ronnie, which will be hopefully his new parents. And I'm just baby-proofing the room at the minute. So because he is very tiny, he won't be able to make the leaps that the adult monkeys can. So I'm just going to put more branching in, some more perching, and just make everything a bit more accessible.
Clyde has been at the park for 8 years and was rescued from appalling conditions. She was found living with a male marmoset in a filthy birdcage, had a tight collar round her neck and was used for breeding. Clyde's rehabilitation has been remarkable, and she's become an excellent foster mum to young rescued marmosets.
She kind of has that innate kind of behaviour already installed in her that she sees a baby and she thinks she should pick it up and look after it. So that's a much better way for this monkey to kind of learn to be an actual marmoset rather than us having to look after him and rear him. If we can get an actual marmoset to do it for us, it'll be so much better for him in the long term.
Hello, Charlie.
After a 200-mile return journey, Alison arrives back at the park with Tik Tok.
Hi, sweet pea. Hi, you.
It's okay. He's been ravenous. I think he hasn't eaten well in the last few days, if not longer, so I'm really pleased to try and get some good nutrition and fluids into him.
The bedroom is ready, and Alison is keen to get the young marmoset settled in. Then she and the team can observe him fully in suitable surroundings. First, Charlie takes the opportunity to weigh him.
2.25.
Subtracting the weight of the box, Tik Tok weighs just 110 grams, suggesting his age is indeed around 6 months. Alison places the travel box into the bedroom and Charlie slowly lifts the slide to let Tik Tok into his new home.
Hi, you. Good boy. And I know, it's an awful big room. Look behind you.
He soon begins exploring, and the other marmoset residents start to take an interest, particularly Clyde.
He moves well. He's calling and clearly is interested in everybody. The belly's looking sort of full right now. Oop, there's another plop. And the feces are now moving, so that's good.
Well, he's eating, he can't be that worried.
Alison and Charlie are pleased the young marmoset doesn't appear overstressed by his new surroundings. He's making all the right vocalizations, but what he really needs is a companion, and ideally a foster parent.
I don't know, Tik Tok's just looking sort of tiny and sad on his own. And Clyde's sitting here like looking at us like I'm ready to go. So if Charlie can get Ronnie to step outside, we'll shut him off and let Clyde through to see where we are. If they are obviously good together and bed down together, then that would be a nice thing for him, and then we could bring Ronnie in tomorrow.
Charlie opens the slide between the two bedrooms and potential foster mum Clyde rushes through. There are lots of vocalizations as Tik Tok gradually approaches the adult. As he gets closer, the youngster makes baby calls.
There you go. That's the baby call.
Clyde is definitely interested in the little marmoset, but she's being calm and patient. It pays off. Within minutes, Tik Tok summons up the courage to climb aboard his surrogate mum. Clyde's soon carrying him everywhere.
I think we've got a good adoption, but we're only partway there now, so they have to settle down and be happy together. He's really calm and they're face to face. She's still a little bit like, her hands are full. And then tomorrow get Ronnie in so that the family group's complete.
It's early days, but the signs are positive. Tik Tok may well have a family and a bright future to look forward to. Next time on Monkey Life. Life and death decisions for the team when woolly monkey Oriana and her unborn baby are on the operating table.
I think we should go for it. I think we should go for it. I think so. But it's very, very risky.
Okay.
And a bumper crop of grapes on the vine for the golden-cheeked gibbons. Today on Monkey Life. Life and death decisions for the team when woolly monkey Oriana and her unborn baby are on the operating table.
I think we should go for it. I think we should go for it. I think so. But it's very, very risky.
Okay.
Newly arrived baby marmoset Tik Tok meets his potential foster dad.
Hey, stop that.
But will they bond?
Baby keeps trying to, doesn't know what that means. No.
And a bumper crop of grapes on the vine for the golden-cheeked gibbons. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
You just never know how it's going to work.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. It's a fraught time for the primate care team who look after Enzo's woolly monkey troop. 6-year-old Oriana is in distress. The team are fairly certain she's pregnant and close to full term. But over the last few days, they've become increasingly concerned.
She's had some very strange swelling to her vulva, which is quite a cause for concern and could be an indication of either hypertension or preeclampsia, which is obviously very serious. So the plan for this morning is we're going to bring her up to the hospital in one of the crates from the pond woolly enclosure, and once she's on the table and asleep, we're going to have a really good thorough once over, give her an ultrasound, check her blood pressure, take some blood, and potentially look at doing a caesarean, depending whether that is indicated at the moment.
The team feel they have to intervene because both Oriana and her unborn infant's life are in danger. This is her first baby, and with Monkey World being the only place with a healthy captive woolly population, every individual is precious. Local vet Dave Harding has been called in to examine the expectant mum.
We don't know for certain that she's definitely pregnant at this stage. We suspect she is. And the obvious thing is if she's not, we'll scan her, and if she's not pregnant, then we might want to be having a look at her heart or for any other signs of any problems there.
Oriana is anaesthetised in the back room to keep her stress levels down, while Saffron explains the seriousness of the situation to the worried woolly monkey team.
If there's any indication that we're looking at like preeclampsia or anything that's potentially life-threatening to her and baby, we're going to need to take it out. But we might scan her heart as well, just to make sure there's nothing going on that front.
Preeclampsia is a condition that causes high blood pressure during pregnancy. It also affects the arteries carrying blood to the placenta and is dangerous for the mother and baby. The condition has proved fatal for woolly monkeys in captivity around the globe.
Right, okay.
Once Dave is satisfied Oriana is stable, he begins his examination and confirms her pregnancy.
Yeah, it's quite a large fetus there.
Large fetus, okay.
Yeah.
She sounds a little bit gurgly as well.
The woolly monkey's breathing is giving the vet team cause for concern. They dim the lights so Dave can carry out an ultrasound to see what's going on internally.
Yeah, it's still a heartbeat there, 4.1. So, I mean, it's quite a decent size. Mm-hmm. It's well formed. Yeah, I mean, the head is right down there.
Yeah.
The baby appears healthy, but Dave spots something wrong with mum Oriana.
She's got pleural effusion.
Which explains the breathing that we started seeing over the past 2 days.
She's got some abdominal fluid as well.
Abdominal fluid as well?
Yeah.
It's not good. Pleural effusion is water on the lungs. And there's worse to come.
She looks like she's got some heart disease here.
She has heart disease,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
So maybe pre-existing prior to baby?
I think so.
Later, the vet team have a tough decision to make and need to make it quickly before Oriana's condition gets worse. Primates are generally social animals, often living in large groups or families. Companionship is important and can help keep them happy, busy, and motivated. The primate care team are constantly looking for ways to engage the various groups and keep them mentally and physically stimulated. The park's 4 red-bellied Gwenons need little encouragement to try something new. They're always on the go.
We try and make their lives as complex and as interesting, if you like, as possible. So we use enrichment for that. And enrichment can be anything. So we use a rota and we use different types of enrichment, whether they're food-based, sensory, things just to manipulate. So yesterday we were having a ball pit session, so there was some seeds in the bottom of a big box filled with these play ball pits. And a lot of it's based on food. So, you know, we'll use sort of really high value foods like honey or insects and other things that they particularly like. And we can put those into objects and devices that they have to manipulate, and then they have to sort of spend a bit longer looking for their food. So there's a massive variety of enrichment that we do here at the park.
The Gwynons are one of the groups that keep Nick and the team on their toes. They're some of the park's most active primates, with Benny and Nia's two young daughters, Nala and Biff, usually leading the charge.
Poor Dad particularly, he's really looking for a bit of a break a lot of the time. And it's interesting to watch how they use the enrichment and the other things that we do for them. It's often the younger ones who will go and explore it first because they're more inquisitive. Mum and Dad are a bit more standoffish and they might sit back and keep sentry duty and make sure that everything's safe. But the kids have no such worries and they just go and run in and get involved straight away. So you can see that where you'd expect it to be the dominant male or female that would go first into something, it often isn't the case in this family.
Today, the group are getting a seasonal form of enrichment. Whole sunflowers, stalk, seeds and all.
My favourite, and I think the best thing, enrichment that we can give them is natural things. A pile of leaves gives them more to do than anything convoluted that we might dream up and make ourselves. So we do like to use natural things like seed heads that they would find in the wild and extract the seeds from. It's a much more natural way of being able to give them enrichment.
The Gwynons have sunflower seeds as part of their normal diet, but this is the first time they've had to work out how to manipulate them free from the flower head. It doesn't take long for Mum Nia to suss it out. Their heads are laden with seeds, which are packed with energy and full of vital minerals and nutrients, essential for the Gwynons' diet. The youngest member of the group, Nala, soon copies Mum and tucks in. Dad Benny takes a back seat for now, keeping watch to make sure there are no threats to his family.
Benny's much more watchful and he's actually quite a good dad, but he just keeps himself to himself and out of the way, but he's doing a job. He looks like he's not, but he's doing a job.
But eldest daughter Biff, who's 2.5, is carefree and self-assured.
She has no fear of anything, and she's more confident than the adults, and she's teaching Nala how to be confident as well. So it's a really good big sister for Nala to be confident and brave. But she does give her dad and her mum a hard time because Biff always has to be first at the food. She has to be first outside. She has to be first everything, particularly with enrichment. And so sometimes the others have to just wait for Biff to finish before they get a look in.
Gwynons are an arboreal species and completely at home in the trees. They can reach and prise open the seed heads from the flimsiest of high branches.
I'm very pleased that they're doing natural things, but at the same time, Alan and Lee, the gardeners, are not so happy because they've killed off every big tree in their enclosure. They eat all of the leaves in the spring. As soon as they start to come out, as soon as the buds start to come out, they're gone. And they really do love their browse. They eat a lot of foliage. And they also strip the bark. It keeps their teeth healthy and it keeps them occupied. They're doing what they should be doing.
Once they've had their fill of sunflowers, it's time to relax and enjoy some family grooming. But not for long. 2 minutes later, fun's back on the menu, with a full-on play fight for the sisters. It's been less than 24 hours since the park welcomed its smallest resident, common marmoset Tik Tok, who was rescued by the RSPCA from a home in Essex. Soon after arriving, the 6-month-old youngster was introduced to Clyde in the hope that the adult female would take to him and become his foster mum. The team's decision to let the pair spend the night together paid off.
It was really lovely to see. Clyde was in her basket and the baby was on her, and I can just hear a little happy, quiet twittering between the pair of them. She wasn't interested in me at all. She was just far too busy grooming her baby and lip smacking at him and just basically mothering him.
But the family won't be complete until Tik Tok meets Clyde's partner Ronnie. As far as the team are aware, he hasn't lived with infants before, so they're not sure how the adult male will react when coming face to face with Tik Tok. The slide to Ronnie's bedroom is opened, and Clyde comes through with Tik Tok on board. At first, everything is relatively calm. Then Tik Tok bravely comes off Clyde and starts exploring. Ronnie follows. There's lots of calling as the three marmosets move around the bedroom. But when Tik Tok gets too close to Ronnie, the introduction gets a little heated.
Hey, stop that.
Ronnie starts some angry chuntering, a vocalization that little Tik Tok doesn't seem to understand.
Baby keeps trying to, doesn't know what that means. No. Come on, Clyde. Get in there.
He doesn't realise Ronnie isn't being friendly.
Ronnie, tell him, Clyde. I'm not sure he's even ever seen a baby before.
Slowly, Ronnie starts to relax. Clyde reassures the youngster, and things begin to settle down.
That's nice. Nice and calm. Just starts to slowly calm down. Everyone's just chilled out a little bit, and I think Ronnie's realised the baby isn't a threat and that he's actually a little baby. We would have preferred him maybe to stick a bit closer to Clyde to start with, but he was straight in there interested in Ronnie, which I think maybe threw Ronnie off a little bit, made him a little bit overwhelmed with the situation at first.
In marmoset society, both parents carry their infants around and share the heavy lifting duties. The team are delighted when Ronnie allows Tik Tok to briefly climb on board.
Good boy, Ronnie. Ah, lovely.
It's a big moment in this new family's development. Alison and Charlie don't want to push it too far for now.
It's just best to take a break, let everyone just calm down. The break will also give Clyde and the baby a chance just to reconnect and rebond, and just to kind of get in the baby's head that if he's ever worried, he should be returning to Clyde, not chasing after Ronnie.
In just 24 hours, Tik Tok has gone from living in totally inappropriate conditions to potentially having a loving family of his own, with a wonderful future ahead. There are 24 different species at the park, all with differing dietary requirements. Keeping the primates busy and active at feeding time is a priority for the primate care teams. Today, golden-cheeked gibbons Peanut and Pungyo are benefiting from a donation which fits the bill. Luscious grapes still on the vine.
It's definitely new and interesting to them. When we normally feed them grapes for a treat, they would just get individual ones that we can buy from the stores, so they wouldn't come with all the lovely foliage. So I definitely think they'll go for the fruit first. That's the tastiest bit. But you might see them after picking at all of the leaves, because naturally in the wild they would eat a lot of foliage as well.
To replicate the gibbon's natural wild environment, Sean is wrapping the vines around the ropes in the enclosure and suspending them in hard-to-reach places.
But naturally in the wild, their food wouldn't be served to them nice and easy. They would have to go out and forage for it and find it themselves. So we have these pulley feeders that will get them up in the trees. They are arboreal primates, so it just replicates what they would naturally find. So yeah, it just makes them work that little bit harder for their food this morning. So you can see it covers the grapes nice and well.
Grapes do form part of the gibbon's diet, but this smaller variety, still on the vine, will be an interesting and stimulating change. The pair are straight out and immediately tuck into the easier-to-reach grapes. Peanut loves her food, and her mate Pungyo usually has to wait his turn. But with today's bumper crop, there's more than enough to go round. And Pungyo keeps Peanut at arm's length by heading high to secure his own supply. In the wild, gibbons occasionally come across a tree laden with ripe fruit and gorge themselves. But the produce available in the UK is very different to the natural fruits found in the forests of Vietnam, Laos and Cambodia.
We do restrict the fruits here, and it's mainly because the fruits that we have in the UK are a lot higher sugar content than the wild counterparts. So we do reduce it. But then also the gibbons, other parts of their diet consists of different foliage, insects, so we need to create a balanced diet. So reducing the fruit, our vegetables and root vegetables are more of an equivalent to the wild fruit counterparts.
Peanut never misses a trick where food's concerned, and she spotted plenty in the suspended feeder high up in the trees. She reaches in to prize them free, one by one. The manoeuvre is accomplished by hanging from one arm, demonstrating how well adapted gibbons are to life in the trees. Pungyo and Peanut have both come a long way since being smuggled from the wild for the illegal pet trade. They've been together for nearly 20 years and raised 3 children, and their bond is as strong now as it's ever been. At the park's hospital, the lives of woolly monkey mum Oriana and her unborn baby hang in the balance.
The blood pressure has as well.
Blood pressure's dropped.
50.
Okay, thank you.
Oriana has fluid around her lungs and heart, probably caused by preeclampsia, a dangerous condition in expectant mums. Vet Dave Harding has some tough decisions to make.
I don't know whether we wake her up and give her furosemide, because I think she might die if we just...
Open her up.
If we open her up.
Dave has 2 options. Wake Oriana up to give her the drugs she needs to get rid of the fluid and allow her to give birth naturally, or remove the baby via caesarean section and then try to deal with the woolly mum's other medical problems.
Do you think she's strong enough to give birth? She's got all of these issues.
I don't know whether she's... I think we're sort of damned either way, but
yeah.
I'm only talking out aloud at the minute.
No, I understand.
Sort of, yeah.
It's a huge decision to make.
I'm happy with your judgment.
Yeah. I think we should go for it. I think we should go for it. I think so. I think we have to, because what if this is all preeclampsia? We've got to get it.
Yeah.
I think so. I think but it's very, very risky.
Okay.
The decision is made. Dave is going to deliver the baby via an emergency C-section. While he scrubs up in readiness, the vet team prepare Oriana for the operation.
Try and keep her on her front as much as possible.
Okay.
Because just help her breathing. And then we'll literally, at the last minute, we'll flip her.
Dave gets to work. A caesarean is normally straightforward, but this is no ordinary procedure.
Heart rate's up to about 130, Dave.
Okay.
The team are reassured by the sound of Oriana's heartbeat on the monitor. Minutes later, Dave lifts the tiny infant out.
Okay, who's going to take the fetus? Okay, you got. Okay.
Ruth from the Primate care team wraps the baby in a blanket, massaging it to try and stimulate its breathing.
Baby breathing? Is he taking breaths? Yeah. Give him a rub. If you put your finger in to just try and clear the airway.
There is a heartbeat, but the infant is struggling to breathe.
Hayden, is there any chance you could take over just trying to revive baby?
That's fine.
Thank you.
One of the vet team takes over.
Are you getting anything from baby at all? Anything?
Yeah, the heart rate's definitely increasing. So.
Great, thank you.
Dave sews Oriana up as quickly as he can. Her breathing still isn't right.
Oh, I am getting a bit of jaw tone now, Dave.
Okay, yeah, fine. Turn her up a little bit. That's fine. I mean, I'm nearly done. That's
yeah, I'll just turn her up for a couple of seconds so she's
That's fine.
But as Dave finishes sewing up Oriana, it becomes obvious there's a problem with her baby.
It's not getting anything. I've not had any sort of response for her.
No.
I think we call it now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
It's unsurprising given how poor your mum is.
Yeah.
She looks, I mean, it's not surprising. But...
It's heartbreaking for everyone. but attention must now turn to saving Oriana.
I just hope she's all right.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
that's
we've got her this
my
far.
worry.
Thankfully, the woolly monkey's condition stabilises. Another ultrasound reveals that the pericardial effusion has all but disappeared.
If the fluid that she's got all relates to the pregnancy, then the hope is that the prognosis for recovery will be pretty good. It's whether there's anything more going on. So we have taken some blood tests. The blood looks quite thin, so we think she might be a little bit anemic. But we're going to get those back to the surgery ASAP and get some bloods running and see what they show.
In the meantime, Oriana will be given drugs to clear the rest of the fluid and be under close observation to monitor her progress. The team can only hope she makes it through today's ordeal. Next time on Monkey Life. Botox for slow loris Bruce.
I just want it to go into the tissue that we want it to affect rather than a muscle and cause paralysis to the side of his face, for example.
And a sad goodbye to a much-loved Stumpy. Today on Monkey Life, new Capuchin Louis plays hide and seek with Donna.
Can you see her? I'm waiting for her to pounce out on me.
A very unique treatment for an unusual primate. Slow loris Bruce gets Botox.
I just want it to go into the tissue that we want it to affect rather than a muscle and cause paralysis to the side of his face, for example.
And a sad goodbye to a much-loved Stumpy. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I can't keep her in, get in. Okay.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. It's a big day for Capuchins Matty and Louis. For the first time since they arrived 5 weeks ago, they're going to be let into the forest enclosure. The beautiful tree-filled area forms part of their new home. It's probably the biggest space either has ever experienced, so the primate care team are busy checking all is secure and putting out food to encourage them.
The forest enclosure at the lodge is absolutely amazing. It's so different to anything they would have had before. Everything moves in there, all of the branches, all of the ropes and hosing that we've put up. Obviously they've got massive trees. It's also an open-topped enclosure, so they're not used to that before. They haven't got a roof. There's loads of things for them to investigate. It's really, really wild. We've also got the pulley feeders up in there as well, so that should encourage them up off of the ground and up into the trees.
Matty and Louis won't be alone. 3 of the group's dominant females, Phoenix, Zoe and Scarlet, will be there to show them the ropes. They've all met before in the smaller, more controlled environments of the house and caged enclosure, with Matty and Louis taking everything in their stride.
Since moving to the lodge, they seem super chilled, much happier than when they first arrived, which is really great. Both of them are also put on weight, which is really good. Both of them were underweight on their vet day when they had their health check. So hopefully we'll keep continuing as we are and things should progress really well. Come on guys, let's go! Matty, Louis! Hello.
Donna opens up the house, with dominant female Phoenix and Scarlet leading the way out. Followed by Zoe.
Oh, good boy, Matty. Good boy.
Matty is the first of the newbies to venture out and is greeted with lots of excited, feisty vocalizations from the three ladies. He's understandably cautious in the new, large open space. First, he tests out one of the low hoses. It proves a little unsteady. He's going to need some practice. But there's little time for that. Females Phoenix and Zoe decide to assert their authority, taking advantage of the newcomer's vulnerability. They noisily give chase, and Matty's forced to take evasive action. On the other side of the enclosure, Louie has also emerged.
Oh, good girl, Louie. Good girl.
Within minutes, she sets off to explore. She's confident on the hoses and soon scaling the heights without any trouble. She seems very at home.
Our two dominant females, Zoe and Phoenix, just had a little bit of go at Matty. So he's just gone off into the bushes at the moment, but everything's calmed down. Louie's come out. She seems totally relaxed, as Louie always does. So we'll be keeping an eye on it for a little bit, make sure they settle and make sure everybody's happy using the space in the enclosure.
Calm rules for a while.
Well, you can't be that upset if you're eating. Gathering it all up.
The dominant females forage and feed while Matty and Louie explore. Matty begins to get to grips with the hoses, while for Louie, the sky's the limit. But every now and again, the peace is disturbed. With Phoenix and Zoe reminding Matty who's in charge.
To be honest, it's quite good for Matty to be put in his place a bit. Meanwhile, Scarlett and Louie are just off enjoying themselves.
Matty soon works out how to avoid a scolding from the girls. With his confidence growing, he climbs up into the tree canopy, allowing himself plenty of space away from Phoenix and Zoe. With so much going on, Donna's lost sight of Louie and checks in with her colleague.
Fiona, have you seen Louie recently?
Not since I moved around the back.
OK, I'll have a look. She was over the Gibbon side, but I'll keep an eye out for her.
The enclosure is 3/4 of an acre, with lots of natural foliage.
Oh, there's Matty. I think she's probably fine. She's probably off foraging somewhere, but I'm just going to have a wander around and see if I can find her, make sure she's OK.
There are plenty of places to hide. Louie could be foraging in the thick bushes or up in the high trees, but Donna is growing concerned.
We still haven't seen Louie, and it's been a little while now, so we just really want to check and make sure that she is OK.
The best way to do that is to enter the enclosure.
We're just in the process of getting everybody in, and then we'll go from there.
With the other 4 Capuchins enticed back indoors, Donna can go in and search for elusive Louie.
OK, everybody keep an eye out.
Finding a small monkey among the lush vegetation is a challenging task.
I'm waiting for her to, like, pounce out on me.
Louie? Where are you?
Louie isn't making it easy.
Can you see her?
But 20 minutes later...
Louie? Where are you?
Donna spots Louie under a bush. But not for long, the adventurous Capuchin immediately heads high up into the trees.
At least she's moving around OK. To be honest, she seems really happy and relaxed. She's using the trees, she's gone right to the tops of the trees, which we very rarely do our guys doing, really. She's been foraging. She's also spent quite a lot of time peeling all of the bark off of the trees and finding all the insects in that, which is really, really good. Some of the other Capuchins in here do that, especially the ones that were born in the wild. So it's really nice actually to see her showing all of those natural behaviours, using all of the things in the enclosure, the high branches, the hosing, and also the pulley feeders that we've used in there as well.
The team will keep a watchful eye on Louie for the rest of the day and entice her back to the safety of the caged enclosure for a nighttime meal. Across the park at the hospital, wildlife vet Nick Masters and the vet team are hard at work. They have a long list ahead of them, starting with Bruce the loris. He has a large mass on his face, which first appeared 3 years ago. Since then, he's had numerous tests and biopsies, but the lump keeps getting bigger.
You'd think if you didn't know better that was an abscess, wouldn't you?
The location of the mass means surgery isn't really an option, but Nick thinks he may have a very different solution: Botox.
It's not experimental, you'll be pleased to hear. I wouldn't be doing it if it was, but we've got a small primate, a loris, with an enlarged salivary gland. And we know from histology, we've looked at the tissues people have previously, that this doesn't appear to be anything nasty. It just seems to be overactive and enlarged. So we're gonna find the sort of centre of this enlarged salivary gland in Bruce, and I'm gonna very carefully inject a small dose of Botox into it, and we're gonna see over the subsequent days what happens.
Nick has previously used the treatment successfully on a spider monkey with a blocked salivary gland. The idea is to paralyse part of the gland to stop it constantly filling with fluid. But the procedure isn't without risk.
I just want it to go into the tissue that we want it to affect, rather than a muscle and cause paralysis to the side of his face, for example.
Nick uses a portable ultrasound to find the safest location to insert the needle.
That's good, that's great. And I'm just going to clean below that, and then I can inject using that as a guide.
Because loris are so small, only a tiny amount of Botox is needed.
Tough skin.
The procedure is quick, but seeing if it brings any beneficial effect will be a waiting game.
So I think at the moment it looks like he's completely in control. He's got no kind of central neurological problems, so he knows exactly where he is. But yeah, the physical bulk of that will be pulling his head over slightly, which he'll have to be compensating for all the time. So hopefully what we've managed to do today is, get it to contract back down a little bit, but we'll see over the coming weeks, I think.
With Bruce on his way back to the loris complex to recover, another primate is en route to the hospital. Charlie is one of the park's much-loved stump-tailed macaques. She arrived along with 9 others from a medical research laboratory in Scotland 11 years ago. The majority had a variety of health issues. Charlie's was a displaced hip, causing her serious mobility issues. In recent weeks, her condition has deteriorated, and Nick wants to find out why. He goes straight to the root of the problem.
Oh, so she's got amazing crepitus in this knee. That sort of scrunches away when you move it. And she's got very limited range of movement in the hip. She can't abduct at all. Okay. Shall we get the X-ray? Let's put her back in lateral where she's more comfortable. We'll get the plate set up and then we'll move her into it just at the last minute. I'll deal with her, you sort the X-ray out.
An X-ray of Charlie's joints is the only way to reveal how serious her condition is. The results are shocking.
My main concern is not the hips, it's the knees. So, all of this is new bone growth. It's messing up the space. You can see it's horrible, absolutely horrible. I mean, we can't see what's going on with the cartilage, but I think probably those surfaces are completely shot as well. So I think we've got to the point where we're, it's palliative care really. So probably time to make a decision, I think.
Charlie is already on pain relief. Nick isn't convinced her pain can be managed any further to give her the quality of life she deserves.
I think it's time to call it a day. Yeah.
It's a devastating but not unexpected blow for the team.
Decide
But
not
this
to
is
put
never
the
going
stick
to
today.
get better
No, it's
or
not.
whatever. And
No, definitely not.
oh, such a shame. She's the second youngest, but
Definitely the right thing to do, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm not gonna fix that.
Everyone's agreed. It's time to let Charlie go. It's a sad end to a long day for the vet team and primate care staff. As autumn approaches, the park's maintenance crew have been busy tidying up the vegetation across the 65-acre site. The result is a bumper crop of freshly cut pampas grass, which will provide a treat for some of the primates. With less fresh browse available at this time of year, nothing goes to waste, and it's Tuan's group of 6 orangutans who will benefit today. Although the care team aren't sure what they'll make of it.
You'll probably have all of this grass being chucked on the floor, I imagine, for most of the morning with them foraging as much as they can. They'll probably start off going through the lot of it because we're going to scatter lots of sweet corn and various other things within the piles. Lots of fun for the youngsters, and also I'm sure the adults will get their little bit of turn as well.
The team distribute lots of chopped up carrot as well as sweet corn. Along with the vegetables, the grass is a good source of roughage, if the orangutans choose to eat it. But with these clever primates, no one can be sure what they'll decide to do with something new in their enclosure.
Come in, Owie!
9-year-old Awan is first out to investigate, with the older females not far behind. In recent months, the frictions of the past between Roro and Lucky have calmed down, allowing the group a more harmonious existence, although the pair still keep their distance. The youngest member is 5-year-old Hujan, who's soon rummaging around to find breakfast. The group show no interest in eating the fresh-cut grass, but it serves a purpose, encouraging them off the ground to forage for their food. Everyone but Tuan, that is. The alpha male takes the easy option, breakfast at ground level, picking up scraps that have fallen to the floor or been dropped by his housemates. Autumn and winter are not his favourite times of year. The cold and damp weather can cause issues with his breathing. Something the primate care team keep a watchful eye on.
We have been treating that with medications for the last few years or so, but we have got the vet coming in next week to hopefully have a really good look at him, check him over and see if we can work out what's going on with Tuan there. But the cold weather certainly does seem to set him off with these wheezing issues that he does have. So we do have to keep a very close eye on Tuan during the winter months. He's not as young as he used to be anymore.
James is keen to have a look at Tuan close up and opens the slide to let him back indoors. The large male is thought to be in his mid to late 30s, and he's been suffering with congestion on and off for the last 5 years.
Tuan! Meow!
The primate care staff at Monkey World work hard encouraging the animals to carry out important behaviours, which assist in their day-to-day care and management. Tuan has been trained to present his chest so James can listen to it with a stethoscope.
He's managed to hold it for 15 seconds so far, which is quite a long time for a big male to do that with. So yeah, hopefully these processes will help us work out what's wrong with Tuan, and we'll get to the bottom of it and hopefully make him a little bit more comfortable with his breathing.
While Tuan's been having his checkup, Hujan has opted to enjoy some fresh browse up high. And below, someone's worked out a method of overcoming the cold, damp morning to forage for leftovers on the ground. Underneath the blanket is Awan, with a clever technique to keep warm and cosy. It's quiet and peaceful at Hananya's outdoor enclosure, and the group of 18 chimps are in a relaxed mood. Some, like Jess, are foraging for any little tidbit they can find, while others are taking it easy, enjoying personal grooming sessions. Cherry is making the most of Arthur's meticulous attention. But the group's laid-back, carefree afternoon is about to change. The primate care team have arranged a treat for them before bedtime. A large amount of cut browse is being distributed around their house. The group love to eat the fresh leaves and use the branches to build nests, just like they would in the wild.
Could he reach?
But the Brows isn't the only pre-bedtime surprise planned for Hananya and his troop. Primate care member Jess is at work on the group's replica termite mound. She's attaching tubes of warm porridge to the holes at the back. She's hoping they'll use the Brows branches as tools to extract the sticky food, something wild chimps are often seen doing.
Chimps, they're so intelligent. Most enrichment that we try and think of, they could do, instantly. So things like this with termite mounds, and when we try and freeze things for them, it's just harder and it makes it longer, which is so much better for them. Because once they've done something once, they often remember and they're like, oh, I can do that in seconds. Whereas with this, because it's such a natural behaviour, they could do it all day. And sometimes we'll come in the morning and they're still doing it, which is really nice to see. It's really rewarding for us to see them behaving naturally, and it's fun for us as well, coming up with different kind of food combinations for them, getting the Brows ready, putting it all in, because we know that they enjoy it so much and it's so worthwhile doing for them.
Jess opens the slide to let the excited group into the bedrooms. But it's the evening meal of root vegetables that takes priority with the chimps. They ignore the Brows for now, hoovering up the scattered veg. Shamak is the first to check out the termite mound while collecting food, but he hasn't noticed it's full of goodies. However, as most of the chimps tuck into the veg, someone's worked out there's something tempting in the termite mound. Honey, who's at the bottom of the group hierarchy, is making the most of the opportunity to have first go at the mound, using a stick to reach the porridge. Realising she's onto something, other chimps are soon swarming over the mound. They use different techniques to fish out the treat. Hananya's is the messiest. His Brows goes in leaf end first to mop up the porridge. Dominant female Johnny and some of the others trim their sticks first. But whichever technique they prefer, they all seem to work.
We're definitely seeing the higher rankers getting the good spots, and Zainab keeps getting pushed out of the way, but it's nice to see that she's trying and she hasn't backed away, so it is really important for the social cohesion for them to all do it together.
To make sure all the chimps take part in the enrichment and enjoy their fair share of porridge, the team also filled dip trays and put them in the corridor. This calls for a tweaking of technique. Thelma and some of the others line up at the mesh to use their stripped Brows like fishing rods. End in, porridge hooked, catch of the day. It's been a real success, with all the chimps getting involved, and they can keep coming back for more whenever they like. But now, with stomachs full, it's time to hit the hay. And chimps are excellent at making their own beds.
Hananya's group in particular are expert nest makers. All of them make fantastic nests. And in the wild, yeah, chimps do make nests. They get branches, leaves, and they arrange them all. These guys remake their nests every day, and it's a really good natural behaviour, again, for them to make their nests.
Once they're comfy and cosy, it's time to settle down for the night. Next time on Monkey Life. Alison receives footage of an abandoned pet tamarin monkey rescued by the RSPCA and in need of a home.
That's just very sad and tragic.
And golden-cheeked gibbons Kim and Tien cuddle up in a new hideaway. Today on Monkey Life. Alison receives footage of an abandoned pet tamarin monkey rescued by the RSPCA and in need of a home.
That's just very sad and tragic.
Bruce the loris is ready for his close-up as the team check for positive results from his recent Botox session.
So we have managed to get a fairly good shot, I think, so we'll have a look at it and review it and see if it's good enough.
And golden-cheeked gibbons Kim and Tien cuddle up in a new hideaway. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Hopefully she'll walk in as well as he did, so this would be fantastic. Fingers crossed.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. It's Friday afternoon, and Alison's just finishing up a phone call with an RSPCA officer from Wales who she's worked with before.
We'll go from there. All right, I hope it goes well. Thank you. Whew, okay.
It's disturbing news. The animal welfare officer has been alerted by a local landlord whose tenant has moved out, leaving behind what he thinks is a red-bellied tamarin. The tenant has left no instructions and has effectively abandoned the tiny primate.
If that's the case, of course, this is a big concern. You know, the tamarin requires specialist care, companionship, an indoor and outdoor enclosure, and it sounds like everything is wrong with this individual, so I'm quite concerned, but I can have a look at some of the images now just to see.
The RSPCA officer has sent Alison photographs and some phone video of the monkey.
And it is a red-bellied or white-lipped tamarin in what appears to be a cage inside of a bedroom. So that's just crazy. There's an empty, filthy food bowl, a water bottle that's almost empty, and then one that's completely empty. And that's just very sad and tragic.
Alison can't ignore a primate in such desperate need. She's agreed to take the tamarin until the authorities come to a decision about its future.
We've got marmosets racked and stacked here at the park from the British pet trade, and even throughout the last year and lockdowns and so on, I still have emergency rescues coming in. We'll definitely find some place to put him or her. At least we can get the tamarin here to the park, feed it properly, look after it and assess it and get the vets in to do a health check on it. But it's awful.
The small monkey team has been alerted, and it's all hands on deck to prepare a temporary home for the tamarin.
We've got the end bedrooms at the domestic marmoset house, which have served as a bit of a welcome rooms for quite a few newbies over the last sort of few months. We've had Capuchins in here, you know, we've had Lima in here, we've had a lot of different bits and pieces, so we're currently, refurbing them and making them tamarin friendly.
The red-bellied tamarin, a native of the Amazon rainforest, will be an unfamiliar addition to the small monkeys already at the park.
So the tamarin we're getting in is actually a species we don't currently have at the park. We've got the pair of cotton tops is what we have at the moment, Uncas and Mo. We rarely get pet trade tamarins. So it'll be interesting to see if we can dig into where exactly she's come from, who's sold her, who's breeding them, and try and find out a bit more about her.
The team have a very tight window to get everything ready. Alison has just received confirmation from the RSPCA. The tamarin will arrive tomorrow. Over the last few months, a new house for Enzo's group of woolly monkeys has been taking shape. It's now nearing completion. With the troop outside enjoying breakfast and a little early morning fun, Alison and the woolly monkey team are going over some last-minute details. They want to ensure everything is just right.
I'm happy with those dangling down because people can then jump and grab.
Yeah.
The park has cared for woolly monkeys for almost 30 years.
Enzo, come up here.
Honing and developing their care and understanding of this complex species. The new house is a result of all that experience and a great improvement on their current residence.
The house that they have is one of the original houses at the park when we first opened 34 years ago. So, I mean, it's been refurbished over the years, but the fact is that it's small. And what we know about our woolly monkeys, and perhaps why we're the sole survivors keeping woolly monkeys in the zoological world in captivity, is that they suffer really badly from hypertension or high blood pressure. And that's a result of stress and social stress. So trying to get 4 feisty ladies all living together in quite a confined area, and one young but adult male who's not the most experienced leader. We've been having problems with them with high stress, and I'm hoping that this will resolve the majority of the social stress and issues when the ladies start swinging their handbags. And it's just beautiful. It feels really nice in here.
The new house won't just be a boost for the residents, but for the care team too. They've had a fraught few weeks following a medical emergency when 6-year-old woolly Oriana underwent a high-risk caesarean section to deliver her baby. The infant didn't survive, and Oriana's life also hung in the balance. But now, thanks to the dedication of her carers and the vet team, she's on the road to a full recovery.
We obviously are very relieved. No one ever wants to lose one of the animals that they care for. We were worried for Oriana because this was her first pregnancy and she is a young female. So, we were very concerned that, of losing her. We did have the very sad outcome that we weren't able to save her baby. But thankfully, she's been on the up and up since her surgery, and she's doing really well, which, she's a very strong little monkey, and we're very lucky to still have her because we were very worried about her.
And there could be some additional news about another of the group's females, Isla.
We have our suspicions that she could be pregnant. We're seeing a few things like her belly's getting a little bit larger, she's looking a little bit greasy, and we are noticing that she's starting to drink a little bit more, which is a sign that they're, especially towards the later stages of pregnancy, their water intake does increase. And so because of these, we're just keeping a close eye on her, making sure that she is comfortable and everything's okay, and how she's doing in the group, and making sure she's getting enough food if she does have, a baby on board as well. And here she is here, wondering what's going on.
Isla's given birth twice before, but rejected both of the babies. Although not 100% convinced she's pregnant, the team will keep a very close eye on her in the coming weeks. As for the rest of the group, especially the younger members, they love life in the large outdoor enclosure. And in a few days' time, they'll be able to experience their spacious new indoor enclosure too, when they move into their new home. It's been a week since Bruce, the slow loris, underwent an unusual surgical procedure. He was given a Botox injection to try to reduce a large swelling on the side of his face, caused by an enlarged salivary gland. The hope was it would paralyse part of the gland and stop it filling with fluid. The team are anxious to see if it's had any effect.
The vets reckoned that it would take a few days before we saw any difference, if indeed we would. And, it's sort of over a few days when you see it every day. Is it smaller? Is it better? You're not sure. So what we want to do is actually take a good photograph so that we can compare it to the photographs that we took last week, so that we can have a really objective look at it and say, yes, it's bigger, yes, it's smaller, or no, it's the same. So that's what we're trying to do, is to try and get a really good look at it, a proper image that we can compare.
There's just one problem. Lorises are nocturnal.
Of all the primates in the park, these guys are the only ones that live completely at night, and that's where their activity peaks. So we have to replicate that by working in the dark, which is fine. We use red lights, which the loris can't see. But it makes other things that we do with the other primates, like taking photographs, examining them, that much harder when you're doing it in the dark. Asking them to wake up in the daylight is you know, sometimes they'll wake up early, but it's unusual. So that makes things just harder.
It means Nick and Saffron have to wait until 10 o'clock in the morning, when the red lights come on in the Loris house, a signal for Bruce to wake up. But Lorises like to do things in their own time.
We're just waiting for Bruce to come down to the forage basket where we've put some insects. Like everything with the Loris, it is a waiting game. They can be pretty quick when they want to be, but more often than not, they live up to their name and they do everything very slowly.
To get a decent picture, Nick and Saffron need to get close up. Nick has an additional headlamp to help.
Yeah, I'm happy with the photos that I got.
So we have managed to get a fairly good shot, I think. So we'll have a look and review it and see if it's good enough. If not, we'll try again later.
Saffron has also shot a short video on her phone, giving a clear view of the lump.
But no, I'm not convinced we've got any real difference.
Not yet.
Not yet, unfortunately. That's the picture of him on the table.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, you
see
can
that
see
quite
there was
clearly,
the scab just here. But on our images that we've just taken, I do feel that we're potentially a little bit better.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a more of a gap there or something, isn't there?
No, it does look like it. Maybe more Botox, so we'll send that over to the vet to review and see what they decide.
OK, great.
Not the results they were hoping for just yet.
We haven't quite seen the such a excessive reduction that we were hoping with regards to the swelling. It is still very prominent, it is still very much there, but we are maybe seeing just a very gradual decrease.
Bruce may need a second Botox procedure. The team will keep monitoring him for any changes before deciding whether to continue with the treatment. Insects and grubs play a really important part in the diet of many of the park's residents. In the wild, most primates hunt out termites, ants, and other insects. Today, two troops are in for a creepy, crawly bonanza. Alison has received a donation of hissing cockroaches.
Lots of little tiny runners, lots of huge ones that when you touch them, they hiss at you, they cling to you. They're just awful. I think it might be interesting to see all of our big tough guys like Gordon and Amy and the bachelor chimps, all of them that are so full of bravado. Let's see how tough they are when they confront Madagascan cockroach, because these guys, look at that. It's just gnarly.
The three orangutans in Gordon's group will get theirs in a sealed tub in their playroom, courtesy of Jeremy.
Come here, you. Get on there. It's enrichment. Behavioural enrichment. For me and you lot, they couldn't give a damn.
While over at the Bachelor Chimps, Primate Care Team member Sean has a similar plan.
I think seeing this, they are going to be absolute crybabies over it, but then you'll have some of the little tougher guys like Seamus and Sammy. I think they'll love these, to be honest, but we'll see how it goes.
Jeremy opens up the playroom for the orangutans. First to investigate is the park's largest primate, 100-kilogram Gordon. He takes a good long look from a distance. A quick display to demonstrate how big and strong he is, and he skedaddles. He's not going anywhere near the cockroaches. At the Bachelors, the excited group have been let back into their playroom. They quickly gather around the tub of cockroaches. But before anyone can examine it further, Gypsy takes command and carries it off back to the bedrooms, leaving the others scratching their heads. At the orangutans, with alpha male Gordon keeping well clear of the cockroaches, his mum Amy shows she's braver and a whole lot more curious. She lifts the lid and takes a good look, but that's as far as she goes. Perhaps the hissing puts her off. She's not inclined to reach inside and grab one of the cockroaches. Back at the Bachelors, Pandora's box has been opened and the cockroaches are on the loose. Keeper Sean attempts to demonstrate the bugs are harmless, but the chimps aren't convinced. Sammy puts himself in charge of pest control, opting to play with the critter rather than eat it. It's not quite what Alison had in mind. And with none of the primates keen on the creepy Crawly menu, it's left to the primate care team to catch them. The variety of species and group dynamics at the park makes a one-size-fits-all approach impossible. This means each enclosure has to be adapted to work for the individuals living there. It's an important part of the primates' general health and well-being. And it certainly keeps the maintenance team and the care staff on the go, as they constantly change things round to ensure life is interesting and fun for all the residents.
For all of the primates here, life in the wild is varied, and there's a never-ending stream of things that are keeping them on their toes, keeping them not necessarily amused. It can be things that are negative as well. It can be things that are happening to them that they have to react to, and that's all part of a natural lifestyle. In their outside enclosures, they're big, planted, quite naturalistic enclosures. They have rain, sun, lightning, thunder, other animals that they can hear in nearby enclosures, or wild animals like the deer coming near to them. So they're experiencing a lot when they're outside. But we really want to try and make the environment a bit more enriching and a bit more stimulating for them. So there's a massive variety of enrichment that we do here at the park.
For the park's gibbons, it's all about making life in the trees as accessible and interesting as possible. A fun idea to engage golden-cheeked pair Kim and Tien has been in the air for the last few days, and today it's coming to fruition. A friend of the park has donated a large hot air balloon basket, and specialist climbers are busy installing it high up in the tree canopy in their enclosure. It could make a perfect shelter, or perhaps somewhere the couple can relax. It needs to be securely tethered first, but with no balloon attached, once installed, it should stay put. As soon as the slide is opened, the pair dash outside, curious to see what's landed in their enclosure. The substantial basket grabs their attention straight away, but they're not sure what to make of it. Kim has never seen one before. Tien, however, may retain memories of something similar from when he was living with his parents, Peanut and Pungyo, in their outside space. He checks out the basket from all angles to make sure it's harmless. Female Kim keeps a safe distance, leaving her partner to assess the situation. It doesn't take long for Tien to realise the basket doesn't pose a threat and actually makes a great chill-out zone. Gibbons are arboreal, meaning they spend all of their lives in the trees, eating, sleeping and socialising. The basket makes a perfect and comfortable hangout. It'll come in handy as a shelter too, should the weather change. Tien is taking full advantage of the space, and his relaxed approach eventually entices Kim to check it out too. A reassuring cuddle, and the loved-up pair will enjoy the basket for years. It's late in the evening, and an RSPCA officer has just arrived at the park with a red-bellied tamarin, abandoned as a home in Wales.
Here we are. Oh, wow. Okay.
First impressions of the small primate aren't good.
Sweetheart.
Yeah, beautiful, aren't you?
Don't know if it's male or female yet. There's an injury potentially on the left foot, so we'll have to have a look at that. Really concerned about what her nutrition was. The environment was appalling. A bit concerned about how her guts and her stomach and her digestion is, but let's get her over to the house right now.
The team want to settle the tamarin into its new home as quickly as possible. They've prepared a bedroom at the Marmoset complex, where they'll be able to observe and assess the animal over the next few hours. He or she will need time to acclimatise to the new surroundings, and a lot of noisy neighbours. Steph takes the opportunity to weigh the tamarin before offering it some tasty waxworms to eat.
Look at that. Feed
Oh
me.
my goodness.
Hungry.
Tasty. Oh, good girl.
She's starving.
Yeah.
She looks ravenous. Her behavior is very clear that she hasn't been fed properly. I mean, she doesn't look scrawny, although the legs and the tail do, but she's sort of bloated. But that might be a sign that she's eaten too much of this dry prep diet in an inappropriate way and is now sort of bloated. It'll be interesting to see what she's like in the coming days.
Steph moves the tamarin into the prepared temporary bedroom.
Fingers, thank you. Hi, do you want to come out? You'll be okay.
The small monkey is relaxed and confident enough to explore, even with Steph still in the bedroom. She's not sure of its sex, so takes a good look.
Yeah, she's female.
Steph shares Alison's concerns.
She's interesting looking. She looks quite ratty. She's got missing bits of fur here, there and everywhere. Nails look overly long, particularly on her feet. Looks to be a girl. Yeah, had a pretty good look, and yeah, it looks like we have got a female. A very strange stomach. She's quite big and swollen and built a bit oddly. Whether that's just bad diet, bad nutrition. But she's moving around okay, a little bit of bunny hopping, so some indication of rickets. She's just immediately taken D3 in some waxworms, which will help. But she's navigating the enclosure quite well, and she loves waxworms. What's this?
Ooh.
What's that? Wanna come and see?
As a good night treat, Steph offers the tiny tamarin a juicy locust.
Hi. Oh my goodness, yep.
Oh, crunch.
Straight into the head.
The team will keep a close eye on the new arrival over the coming days and monitor her health and diet before deciding her future. Next time on Monkey Life. Fears for Chimp Gypsy as he undergoes a series of tests following a bout of poor health.
Spleen that looks grossly abnormal to me, and I would worry about some sort of growth or changes there.
And sunflower stalks prove an electrifying experience for alpha male Bart. Today on Monkey Life. Fears for Chimp Gypsy as he undergoes a series of tests following a bout of poor health.
Spleen that looks grossly abnormal to me, and I would worry about some sort of growth or changes there.
Dodger the Capuchin meets some new ladies and is an instant hit.
Oh, you got 3 of them.
And sunflower stalks prove an electrifying experience for alpha male Bart. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I'm shocked. This animal is living in fear of its life at all times.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. Over the last few weeks, the primate care team have become increasingly concerned about one of the chimps at the bachelor group. Gypsy is 27, relatively young for a chimp, and generally happy, although he has had a medical condition that the team are aware of. Recently, however, he's developed a persistent cough, causing him to be out of breath after activity. The team have called in wildlife vet Nick Masters to check him over under anaesthetic, in the hope of ruling out anything serious.
So he's new to me. Saffron showed me some photos of how he gets these little, what we call sort of petechial hemorrhages, sort of on his tongue and his lips sometimes where he bleeds. Been tested for COVID already, but we'll repeat that actually, I think is the plan, because we'll be able to take swabs really, carefully, scrupulously this way with Gypsy asleep. Chest x-rays, general MOT, bloods, etc.
Gypsy was hand-reared at a zoo in Israel and arrived at Monkey World in 1996 along with 3 other young chimps who'd been smuggled from the wild: Hananya, Tico and Shamak. They grew up in the nursery before moving to what was Rodney's group and is now Hananya's. When Gypsy became disruptive, he was moved to the Bachelors, where he's now settled and well-liked. The team don't want to put Gypsy under for too long and have opted to use mobile investigative equipment, which can be set up in one of the bedrooms at the Bachelor House.
We've got portable x-ray kit that we'll take down there, so that means we can do the anaesthesia just as safely. It's a little bit more clunky, but we can take the x-rays down there rather than use the machine that's set up here. So it's safer. We don't need to extend the anaesthesia for as long because we don't have the journey time to get here and back again. We're minimising risk to people. And by reducing the anaesthetic time, we're minimising risk to the animal as well. So lots of good reasons to do it there.
Whenever possible, the team prefer to administer anaesthetic by hand injection. But today, Gypsy is not playing ball. Despite having a pre-med to make him drowsy, the chimp isn't letting Sean anywhere near him.
As soon as I got the needle out my pouch, he just shot straight up and he's too awake now.
Not going to happen.
I
OK.
don't think we're gonna hand
Can I have a
him.
look at where he is so I can see
Yeah,
in terms of darting how hard it's going to be?
They're going to have to resort to Plan B, using a dart, which is more stressful for all concerned.
We're not going to be able to hand inject him, so I'm just going to put what was in this syringe to be hand injected into a dart instead. Anyone coming with me, or I'm going on my own? Doesn't bother me either way. Come on. Make sure I've got the right chimp.
You're all right.
Darting an agitated chimp is never easy, and as Nick isn't a regular face for Gypsy, it's even more tricky. A high level of expertise is required to get it right. Sean and Jeremy distract him while Nick takes the shot. The anaesthetic dart hits the spot first time. It should take effect within minutes.
And we know it's gone off properly because the cuffs come all the way back, so it's been in his muscle, he's got the drug, and he's destroyed my needle. It's a brief period of stress for an important procedure, that's how I see it.
While Nick prepares the rest of his portable equipment, the team keep an eye on Gypsy.
His eyes are still open, but he's flat out. Yeah.
Okay, he's flat down.
Is he? Great.
The anaesthetic is doing its job, and the team can crack on with theirs.
Ready?
Gypsy is moved into a bedroom that's been converted into a temporary examination room. It's a tight squeeze, and the vet team will need to work quickly to try to discover the cause of Gypsy's problems. The days are getting shorter, and winter is on its way. But at Bart's enclosure, the primate care team are doing their best to overcome the dreary weather and brighten up the chimp's day. More than 250 sunflowers have been harvested from a local farm, and many of them are being distributed around the enclosure. With only 16 members in Bart's troop, they're going to have a field day. Some of the chimps have already cottoned on and are watching from the tunnels. They've never had whole sunflowers before, so the crop should create plenty of interest and keep them occupied throughout the day. The excited group are let out, giving lots of happy, excited vocalizations as they take it all in. But first, breakfast. The care team have put out plenty of apples too. Athena has gathered so many she's struggling to keep hold of them. A hopefully chimp-proof camera has been installed to capture the chimp's reactions to the sunflowers. Leader Bart spots it and tests it out. Pretty chimp-proof then. It survives a good thumping. Once they've had their fill of apples, attention turns to the sunflowers. One of the park's original chimps, Buster, is the first to grab a handful. Bixer hedges her bets, chomping on the apples, having already secured a sunflower stalk. She's the oldest chimp at the park, and although she's slipped down the rankings, she's still formidable. One of the youngest chimps is Topperish. She arrived 4 years ago from the black market trade, via a zoo in Turkey, and is now fully integrated, and one of Bart's favourite ladies. She gives the sunflowers a once-over, not sure what to make of them. Many of the others are less daunted and are busy tucking in. The chimps often have sunflower seeds as part of their diet, but they're used to foraging for them in scatter feeds or finding them hidden inside bottles and other containers. They've never come across whole sunflower heads containing hundreds of seeds which need to be picked out. Chatter demonstrates how it's done, plucking out the seeds with her lips and teeth. In the wild, food sources often don't look appetizing and require a lot of work for a small reward. The seeds are full of minerals and nutrients, which can help lower blood pressure and cholesterol. The whole group have come together to enjoy this fiddly but high-calorie snack. They're not the only ones benefiting from the bounty of sunflowers. Brian's small troop are also tucking in, as are the orangutans at Twan's, although little Hujan is more interested in playing with a stalk. Back at Bart's, some of the troop have decided to finish their breakfast in the warmth of the indoor bedrooms. 2 large stalks clutched in his mouth, Bart decides to join them. The stalk clips the electric fence, giving him a harmless but unexpected jolt. Cindy investigates what all the fuss is about, but taking no chances and still hanging on to his stalks, Bart uses another, wider entrance to go indoors. Over the last few years, the park has been inundated with small monkeys in need of rescue and rehoming. The majority of the small primates Alison and the team have to deal with are marmosets, victims of the UK pet trade. But just over a month ago, Alison travelled to Kent to pick up Dodger,
Hey, Buster!
a 27-year-old male capuchin, kept as a pet and desperate for companionship of his own kind. Following a health check, Dodger moved in with Gizmo and then met 3 of his 5 ladies, coping well with the introductions. He's yet to meet the final 2 girls, Ginger and Sophia, but today's the day.
The plan really is just to open all of the doors. So the 5 that we've already got together, will give them the outside enclosure, so they'll all be together. And the 2 females will just be inside, and yeah, we'll just really open the remaining slides. They'll have all of their inside and outside space. So that's a nice big loop, and everybody can go in and out as they please, and hopefully it'll make it a little bit more relaxed. And they've just got a bit more space to get away from each other if they feel a little bit tense.
Dodger has adapted amazingly well to life at the park, despite spending a lot of time living on his own as a pet at his previous home.
Really, he's done absolutely fabulously, which is why we've been able to actually move the introductions on faster than we normally would, which just goes to show that really that process depends entirely on the individual and how they react to that new scenario that they're presented with. And Dodger's been so, so good. He couldn't have done any better. He's been really, really relaxed. If anybody's had a bit of a squabble within the group, then he hasn't really batted an eyelid. He just lets them get on with it. He enjoys a groom and a play, which the females are really enjoying doing that with him too. So yeah, everybody seems really happy so far. Okay, you can let them out through bedroom 2.
The excited group are impatient, waiting for the slides to open.
Get me out of here!
Female Capuchins don't always love a new male, but Dodger is an immediate hit. The girls are smitten, giving him lots of attention. The other male in the group, Gizmo, doesn't always display the social skills needed to communicate with the females. When he does try, it sometimes causes a bit of friction. New boy on the block, Dodger, has set the girls' pulses racing, and they're following him everywhere.
Oh, you got 3 of them.
But Dodger has other priorities. It's food first for the new male, and he isn't keen on feeding time being interrupted by a host of admirers.
2 new girls, Ginger and Sophia, just went straight for Dodger. Lots of flirting, please give me lots of attention. And he was really good. He would just sort of like move around at his own pace. He's okay. He seemed a little bit overwhelmed at the beginning because he had 3 girls following him, which is quite a lot.
Dodger's lack of interest dissuades 2 of his potential suitors, but one isn't giving up.
Now it's just Ginger, he's okay, and actually he's reciprocating that flirting behaviour, so I suspect we might see some mating later. But yeah, it's obviously still very new and exciting for everybody, so give it like an hour or so and they should start to settle down a bit.
The final introductions to get the group all back together couldn't have gone better for the primate care team. Or Dodger. He's met everyone. And the now 6-strong group seem happy and content. His new life, with new friends, has begun. It's an exciting day for Enzo's group of woolly monkeys. Their new house is almost ready for them to move into after months of planning and building work. The primate care team are just putting the finishing touches to it, adding fresh browse and feeders to make the troop feel right at home.
We're very excited that they're getting this house, this nice new big house, just in time for winter. This extra space and room will dissolve some of the tensions that we've seen recently between some individuals in the group, and yeah, we're just hoping it'll just make life a lot more pleasant for them.
Their new residence is a wonderful upgrade from their previous home. The additional space will give the 7 monkeys in the troop the option to spend time together or enjoy periods alone, easing any stress or conflict.
Good boy, Enzo. Come on, guys.
With everything set to go, the team begin to open the slides connecting the network of tunnels to their new home. Leader Enzo is first in, performing his role perfectly, investigating and checking everything is safe for his family. Takaya is close behind. She's an extremely confident female, and very little phases her. She's so excited to check everything out, she's left 13-month-old daughter Esmeralda behind in the bedrooms. Despite all the excited trills and calls coming from inside, Isla, Oriana and Enya still hang back outside in the caged enclosure.
Enya! Here! You coming in?
With encouragement from the primate care team, they move cautiously through the tunnels towards the new house.
There's Isla. Good girl.
It's not long before everyone is in the new large playroom, exploring and chattering away happily.
They've all had a good explore, and what we were really hoping to see is Isla coming in and using this space with the rest of the guys. So she's been in the playroom with all of them, vocalising, eating some nice tasty snacks. So yeah, considering
it's a brand new space, which can be quite intimidating, a bit daunting for them. They've all come in and I think they seem pretty happy with it. Yeah, perfect.
Esme and her big sister Enya are thoroughly enjoying the large space, playing excitedly together. In fact, there's lots of joyful noise from the whole troop.
What a fantastic noise. It's all sort of happy noises and trills and everybody making contact calls. It's really beautiful. They are such gorgeous primates. And, you know, when you get the enclosures and houses right, it just shows that they are able to show off their beauty even more. How they call, how they communicate with each other, how they move about the enclosure. It's just fantastic and really nice to see. It's good for their health. It allows people to see them at their best. So fingers crossed for a long and happy future.
The Woolies are making the most of the new space, coming and going as they please. It's been a hugely successful start to life in their new home. In one of the bedrooms at the Chimp Pavilions, wildlife vet Nick Masters is about to give 27-year-old Gypsy a thorough health check.
Nicely down, isn't he now?
The chimpanzee has been anaesthetised, and to keep the procedure as short as possible, a temporary examination room has been set up, along with portable X-ray and ultrasound equipment.
His saturation is high 80s at the moment. His heart rate's 75, so that's okay.
Gypsy has been suffering from a persistent cough and has been losing condition. A recent test for COVID came back negative, but the team were concerned enough to ask Nick to examine him. The first thing he does is take blood samples, which will be sent to a laboratory for analysis.
That sample, lovely, thank you. Just gonna have a little good listen to his chest. Okay, all sounds okay. I think let's try and get these X-rays, shall we?
A chest X-ray may shed some light on what's causing Gypsy's cough and poor condition, both worrying symptoms.
Yeah, gonna have to lift him on. That's it, good, well done.
Taking an X-ray in cramped conditions isn't straightforward.
Is this table going to be strong enough for me to stand on it? It should be, shouldn't it? Let's try it. Let's try it. If I was to stand and hold... Yeah, that'll work, wouldn't it? Let's do that.
It's a bit of a balancing act, but Nick and vet nurse Saffron managed to take a number of X-rays of Gypsy's chest.
OK, let's try that. Yeah, happy? That's a chest. That is concerning. No, that doesn't look very nice at all, does it? OK.
The results are worrying.
We should have a nice cardiac silhouette here, but instead we've got this very mottled appearance. It's not normal, and I worry that he's got either some sort of pneumonia or masses in his chest.
An ultrasound may provide more information.
This is not normal. It's definitely not normal, and it's not gut. It's either liver or spleen.
It's not the kind of news the primate care team were hoping for.
Is that something that could be corrected surgically?
Not sure. It looks like a sort of grossly abnormal organ to me.
Right.
Certainly not. He's eating all right, is he?
On the stuff he likes, he will eat a lot of, and he does get a lot of extras as well, like peanut butter porridge.
Yeah.
Plenty of fruit, but yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
OK, I think we're probably running out of things to do here. No free fluid around the lungs. Liver, diaphragm all displaced very high. Liver architecture actually looks normal. Spleen, that looks grossly abnormal to me. And I would worry about some sort of growth or changes there. OK, I think we're probably going to stop there because we've probably learnt as much as we can.
There's nothing more Nick can do at this stage. The team carefully move Gypsy into a nearby bedroom to recover from the anaesthetic. As they wait anxiously for him to come round, Nick gives the team a summary of what he's found.
His whole thorax is quite small. His abdominal organs are all sort of pushing right up into the diaphragm. Mm-hmm. It might be normal chimp anatomy, but it's not sort of familiar to me. Yeah. And it looks like he's got a big spleen. I'm a bit worried about that. So okay. We'll get the blood results, but I think there's something fairly serious going on, I'm afraid. Something systemic.
Then, as Gypsy begins to wake up, he starts to display difficulty breathing.
Gagging on your tongue, aren't you, silly boy?
There's only one way to clear his airway, but going into a confined space with an adult chimp is dangerous, particularly if Gypsy should recover.
Bring me some gloves, please, Sophie. That'll do, yeah, one of those.
With the chimp's condition deteriorating fast, Jeremy and Nick have no option if they're going to save him.
Very careful what he's going to do. Good boy, good boy.
Gypsy has swallowed his tongue. Nick attempts to free it while Jeremy keeps watch.
Come on, bring it down. Okay, you can actually move air now.
Success. Gypsy's airway is freed and he can start to breathe normally. After a few minutes, he begins to come round.
Why is nothing ever simple with you? Eh?
The team will keep a very close eye on the chimp's recovery while they wait for Nick to check the X-rays and ultrasound in more detail. But they'll need to wait for the blood test results to come back before any decisions are made about Gypsy's future. Next time on Monkey Life. A health check for newly rescued Tamarind Red raises cause for concern.
There's been some sort of traumatic incident that's just slightly dislocated her knee.
And a sticky treat of porridge and cranberries for the chimps. Today on Monkey Life. A health check for newly rescued Tamarind Red raises cause for concern.
There's been some sort of traumatic incident that's just slightly dislocated her knee.
Newcomer Capuchin Matty squares up to dominant male Erico when the group of 14 come together for the first time.
It is fairly tense, I'm not going to lie. Matty is definitely focused on Erico.
And a sticky treat of porridge and cranberries for the chimps. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Hi! Look at that. Oh, he's fantastic.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. It's been just over a week since Alison took in a red-bellied tamarin, abandoned by its owner and rescued by the RSPCA. The small primate is the only one of its kind at the park. The team have named her Red, and she's settling in well to her new life at Monkey World.
Her personality has really been shining through. I think she was just really lonely because whenever we come over to give her attention or to give her some food, she's straight over. She loves a chat. And she's not doing it in sort of a worried way or a concerned way at all. She just comes over and starts chatting to you because I think she's so starved for company. And yeah, she's just a pretty confident little lady. She loves her insects, absolutely loves them, particularly crickets. When I first brought one of those out to show her, she was so excited. But yeah, she's a really nice, chilled out little girl and a very, very sociable character.
Red had been abandoned in a cage at a rented flat in Wales. The RSPCA, called in by the property's landlord, contacted Alison for help. The tamarin didn't have a good diet, little water, and had a swollen stomach. When she arrived at the park, the care team noticed her feces contained large amounts of sawdust and she was continuously drinking, which raised alarm bells.
She does still drink a little bit more than everybody else does on average. But that can also be a learned behaviour out of boredom and hopefully not a diet thing, because now that she's getting the proper diet, the drinking has become much more stable. Her stomach looks a lot less sort of hard and bloated now. So I think it's mostly, touch wood, sorted itself out.
But before any further decisions are made about Red's future, she needs a health check. Local vet Dave Harding has arrived to carry out Red's medical examination. If she gets the all clear, the team will start thinking about where she can be housed and finding her some company, vital for all primates. Red is put under with gas, using a specially constructed anaesthetic box for small primates. Dave examines her abdomen, looking for any signs of bloating.
It feels okay. I mean, it feels like there's a fair bit of food in there, but it's not. It's nothing terribly hard or worrying.
A relief for the team. Next, he checks her teeth.
Just looks like there's a slight chip on the right canine.
The tamarind's molars are worn down and stained, a sign of her age. She isn't a youngster. Dave examines her back legs and has concerns.
That left seems to extend quite nicely, and the right seems to get so far, and then I wonder what the position of that patella is, actually, because it does look abnormal. Right, should we get some x-rays next, then? Yeah. Okay.
The pictures should help Dave understand what's causing the mobility issue with Red's right leg.
Okay. That's interesting. Now, the x-rays show that she's, at some stage we suspect that there's been some sort of traumatic incident that's just slightly dislocated her knee, so it can't extend properly. So everything is now set in that position, so short of sort of major reconstructive surgery, which is not terribly practical, it might be something she has to live with. So it may be that giving her painkillers might just help her use that leg a bit more. We'll just have to see, really.
It's worrying for her future healthcare, but something the team can probably manage with medication and by adapting the branching in Red's living areas to make it easier for her to move around. The tamarin is returned to the house to recover. When the blood results come back, the care team can begin to plan the next stage of Red's future and consider who might make a suitable companion. At the Capuchin Lodge, the team have been forging ahead with introductions for newcomers Matty and Louis. The pair have now met everyone, either individually or in small groups, and also experienced the entire house and both outside enclosures. Female Louis has fitted in well and her overall condition is improving. But Matty's introductions have been more complex. His meetings with leader Erico resulted in a few scuffles and minor injuries, as both males attempted to exert their authority. As a result, the troop has been separated into smaller subgroups. But today, that's all about to change.
So today we've actually decided just to open the doors now between the males and the females. Matty has also met all of the females, so he is fine with them. It's just really how the females are going to react in terms of having Erico and Matty there together. Are they going to side with one or the other? Is it going to change the dynamics of the group, which it probably will. And that's just something that we need to play out. But until we do that, we don't know how it's going to go. But we decided to bite the bullet and just go for it today.
Because she's unsure how the group will react, Donna's giving them plenty of space.
We're just going to do the introduction with the house and the cage enclosure, so obviously we can have a couple of people in and a couple of people out. And then hopefully, if everything goes well, we'll be able to open up the forest enclosure just to give them a bit more space so that they're not as tense, and then they can just mingle with each other as and when they choose to. We're not forcing them all together.
Everything is ready and the Capuchins are lining up.
Everybody seems very keen to see everyone else.
With so many slides and entrances, keeping an eye on all 14 Capuchins inside and out will be a challenge. But the team are prepared for all eventualities. The group emerge, heading in various directions. The significance of the day has eluded some of the females, including Zoe, who's happy in the playroom, foraging amongst the wood wool for food. Louis is content in their company. Matty, however, has opted for the outside caged enclosure where, within minutes, a bit of jostling for position begins. Marlowe and best buddy Abby face off with Matty, and dominant female Phoenix enters the fray to try and act as peacemaker. Some of the low rankers wisely keep out of the way, as dominant male Erico and his sidekick Sean stick close together, unsure what to do.
It is fairly tense, I'm not going to lie. Matty is definitely focused on Erico, so we just need him to chill out a little bit, really, and for things to calm down.
As the morning progresses, there's a lot of coming and going. If Matty goes inside, Erico heads outside. But it seems Matty may have had a scuffle with someone and come off worse. He's sporting a minor graze above his left eye.
Matty was certainly trying to rally round all of the females against Erico and Sean. He didn't really follow through with it, so I think he really was just making a point. We're still very early days, things have settled a lot, so we just need to see how it plays out in time.
Donna decides against giving all the Capuchins access to the larger forest enclosure for now.
I think as it stands at the moment, we don't really feel comfortable that nobody's going to go out there and sit out there or be chased, or I think we're just going to stick where we are for now, and then in time, once they're a little bit more settled and everyone's happily moving around each other, then we'll consider giving them the extra space.
It's only been 6 weeks since Matty and Louis arrived at the park, and they've already made remarkable progress. If the group settle down well overnight, Donna and the team may try again tomorrow. At the Stumpy enclosure, life is generally pretty harmonious, albeit grumpy for the 7 so-called ugly monkeys who make up the group. They enjoy being outside and making the most of the warm weather. A bounty of fresh food, courtesy of the Primate care team, goes down well too. But it's been a turbulent few weeks for the group and their carers following the sudden, unexpected loss of female Stumpy Charlie.
Everybody loved Charlie. She was just a generally, as far as Stumpies go, she was quite nice. She wasn't really horrible to anyone. Yeah, so it sort of changed the dynamics a bit losing her.
And now there are worries about Sam too.
His mobility has got worse and worse. His spine has become more hunched and sort of his back curved, and climbing and moving around isn't so easy. He's had sort of ongoing issues with coughing and things, so often we'll come in and we'll find he's very sleepy in the mornings or the evenings. He's just generally slowing down. Obviously, we're just having a very close eye on him, and I think sort of sadly we're sort of starting to come in towards the end of sort of Sam's time.
Sam has done well to reach the grand age of 34. He's the only survivor of 19 stump-tailed macaques rescued by Alison from a British laboratory 22 years ago. The Stumpies were being used for asthma research. When they arrived at the park, they were an obese bunch with poor mobility and social skills. But Monkey World gave them a fresh start, with access to the outdoors and a proper diet. Their numbers have dwindled over the years due to old age and their former life caged in the laboratory, where medical experiments took their toll, leaving Sam the last one standing.
He's been in charge of the group for over 10 years, really. He was in charge of the male group before the females arrived, and then sort of he came down and took straight over that group. So from when they arrived, the girls have had Sam as their boss. Yeah, all the girls love Sam. He's such a nice, dominant male, and sort of they do respect him and sort of spend their time with him.
Given his age, it's surprising neither of the 2 younger males, Freddie and Toto, have staged a coup to take over the group. Toto is an impressive-looking male, but can't master Stumpy etiquette. Freddie is more socially aware, but shows no signs of wanting to be the dominant male, yet.
It's been a surprise that neither of them have ever actually challenged Sam, but I think a lot of that is possibly to do with the respect and backing that Sam has had from the females. They do like Sam, they respect Sam, and those 2 boys have got to prove their worth and work their way up the hierarchy. It is a very strict hierarchy, the Stumpies, and change is very, very rare. It takes quite a lot for someone to move up or down the group.
But it's now an elderly group, with Sylvie, at 23, the youngest. Most have mobility issues of one kind or another. Dominant female Kelly has always maintained her close relationship with Sam, but she also got on really well with Charlie. Her loss has resulted in Kelly becoming slightly withdrawn and quiet. Sadly, Sam's health deteriorated further in the following days, and the primate care team had to make the difficult but important decision to put him to sleep. It was another huge blow for the team and the Stumpy group. The passing of the wise old man of the troop will leave a big hole and change the group dynamic forever.
What we hope will happen is that Freddie and Toto will just step up, sort out their hierarchy and run the group as sort of 1 and 2, a bit like Sam and Jonathan did, really. And that the girls will just sort of fall into line and that we can have a harmonious Stumpy group for sort of the upcoming future. And yeah, that the girls and the 2 boys can sort of live happily together.
The primate care teams love to mix things up to keep their charges engaged and busy. This morning it's the turn of the only troop of spider monkeys at the park. Donna is putting out an enrichment of bamboo and plantain, a fruit the 3 spider monkeys have never tried before. Plantain contains more starch and less sugar than ordinary bananas, which the group are used to. It may give their leader Pumpkin food for thought.
It's quite difficult with the hierarchy in terms of making sure that everybody really gets their fair share of the food. Pumpkin is larger than the 2 boys. Because she is so dominant, she gets a higher portion of the food than they do, which is a natural thing. It's very difficult for us to really limit that other than separating them every single time that we feed them, which just isn't practical. So we monitor their feeding, and we do have to supplement Hickory and Flint a little bit, just to make sure that they are hitting their calories target throughout the day.
The plantain is being skewered on the bamboo, which has been distributed all around the enclosure. The troop will have to work to tear it open and free it from the thick canes. Unsurprisingly, it's Pumpkin who leads the trio out. She's always first in the queue for food. She's followed by Flint, and, bringing up the rear, the old man of the group, Hickory, who isn't as food-orientated as the other 2. They're keen to discover what's different today, but not quite sure what to make of it. Flint is more interested in the fresh green bamboo leaves than the large plantain threaded through the canes. Spider monkeys are perfectly adapted for climbing, with disproportionately long legs and arms. Their long prehensile tails are highly effective anchors at height and allow them to feed underneath the tree canopy. Pumpkin demonstrates her balancing skills as she tries to reach a plantain deep in the bamboo, eventually managing to prise it free. Although the outer skin of the fruit is tough, the spider monkey's sharp teeth and powerful jaws enable them to rip it open. Hickory has stayed on the ground while his more active housemates feed enthusiastically above him. He can't believe his luck when a plantain drops and lands right in front of him. An unexpected bonus at no effort. The spider monkeys are all trying the plantain, but there's none of the excited chatter Donna was hoping for.
I think they thought it was going to be something more exciting like actual banana. I mean, it's certainly keeping them busy, and they are eating it. They're just not that excited about it.
Interest wanes in favour of the view from the tunnel, where they can relax and sunbathe. It's a glorious day, and at Hananya's chimp enclosure, the group are outside making the most of the sunshine. There are 18 members in this troop, and they've evolved into a close-knit, happy and healthy bunch. While the chimps are enjoying themselves outside, inside, primate care team member Jess is busy cooking up a warming treat. The park has been given a large donation of cranberries, and Jess is heating them up in fruit squash before adding the mixture to some hot porridge oats.
We could give it out to them as hot juice, which they do really enjoy, but adding oats and putting them in a Kong, it's just more enriching for them because it takes them longer to solve the puzzle, and especially during the colder months, we like to give them warm juice, warm enrichment. It just helps prevent colds and keeps them warm and healthy.
With some of the troop looking on in anticipation, Jess stuffs the hot, mushy concoction into dog toys, known as Kongs. It'll give the chimps something to think about and slow them down a little. And there's plenty to go round.
When we give out enrichment, we need to make sure that there's enough for everyone, to make sure that it's fair, we don't cause any disagreements. So here we've got enough for 3 each. I wish I could say that it would be that easy, that they'd all know how much to take, but that at least means that if you have a high ranker like Johnny or Hananya who take more than their share, there should be enough for then our lower rankers to have some as well. But I've also left some cranberries loose, so we'll throw them out as a scatter at the same time, so that if anyone does miss out on a Kong, which hopefully they won't, there's still something for them to enjoy. We're going to hear some excited noises, hopefully.
She's not wrong. Cranberries are a great source of vitamins and antioxidants, which will help boost the chimp's immunity, useful at this chilly time of year. But Hananya and his chums are simply anticipating something delicious is heading their way.
It's so nice to hear them like this. It's great because they're not too excited, it's just that right level, which is why enrichment's so amazing for them. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting the Kongs to them and seeing how they react. Some of them might not like cranberries, so we'll have to see if the excitement's worth it. Are you ready, everyone? Here you go!
Jess starts with a scatter feed to split the group up. Then the Kongs are thrown in from 2 different towers to give everyone a chance of securing at least one.
Oh, Trudy!
It's a mad scramble for the much sought-after Kongs, especially by the more dominant chimps. Hananya's second-in-command, Simon, is quick off the mark to bag 2. But Cherry is happy to hoover up any loose cranberries she can find. The chimps are used to Kongs, including porridge-filled ones. But today's extra ingredient promises to be one sticky mess.
Cookie?
Johnny is determined to nab as many as she can.
Oh, Johnny's stealing everything. Cherry! We love Johnny, but yeah, she does throw weight around a bit. She is our dominant female, so if she can get our hands on the good stuff, she will. But that's also why we've got this scatter of cranberries, so that if she does steal off individuals, they can still, get some nice treats as well. Patricia is a good individual as well. You'll see her wandering around with more than she can carry, really, which is always quite entertaining to watch. Has everyone got one? Good.
The chimps quieten down as they tuck into the porridge-filled Kongs. Clever Marjolaine uses a stick as a utensil to scoop out the food inside. Chimps in the wild are known for demonstrating similar behaviour. It helps reach the food fingers can't. Cherry has a more basic technique. Trudy and Arthur forage in the grass for the cranberry scatter feed, while Hananya uses his position as leader to help himself to one of Cherry's from right under her nose. The group makes short work of the porridge-filled Kongs, and after all the excitement, it's good to find a nice warm spot to snuggle down in the sunshine. Next time on Monkey Life, Paolo protests during a woolly weigh-in.
He does get frustrated quite quickly when things don't always go his way.
And the Capuchins box clever, when it comes to tracking down treats. Today on Monkey Life, Paolo protests during a woolly weigh-in.
He does get frustrated quite quickly when things don't always go his way.
A new fruity experience for the Siamangs.
Zach, wanna try this? See what you think.
And the Capuchins box clever when it comes to tracking down treats. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
You just never know how it's going to work.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. It's a busy day at the Bachelor Woolly Monkey House. The 6 boys in the all-male group are about to be individually weighed. That's if they'll cooperate.
Honey, come on. Honey.
The care team need each one to sit solo on the scales so they can get an accurate weight and take a good close-up look for any health issues.
Honey, Alice. Good boy. Oh, good lad.
First up is 7-year-old Carlos. He's persuaded to sit still on the scales by the offer of a high-value food reward.
Stand off. Good boy. 8.46. Good boy.
The care team record the weight of each troop member, then let them out into their large caged enclosure.
Boy. One down. Come on, you coming in, Lemmy? Oh, good boy.
Next up is Lemmy.
Good boy. Come down here. Good boy.
The team have been monitoring his weight very closely. He's 3.5 years old, but compared to other males his age, he's small and underdeveloped.
We've done a few different medical tests just to see why he's not really growing, and so we are keeping a very close eye on him, so we do weigh him more often. But keeping an eye on their weights, also helps us if they've got to have any sedations or anything. We know the correct amount of medication to administer based on their weight. 2.58. Yeah, 2.58. Good boy.
Lemmy hasn't managed to put on any weight, a cause for concern.
Coming, Lemmy. Oh, good boy.
The team will continue to keep an extra close eye on him.
Okay, Manny. Hey, Manny. Boy, you gonna come
Next to take their place on the scales are the big boys, starting with Manny. He weighs in at just under 10 kilograms.
Good boy. Stay there.
Dominant male of the group, Paolo, is less cooperative.
Wait, you can come here. So being a dominant male, he does get frustrated quite quickly when things don't always go his way. So you would like to scent mark this to tell him it's his territory, and then get all of the grapes. 9.06. Okay.
The largest of the bachelors is Claude, who tops the scales at just over 10 kilograms.
10.26. Good boy.
With 5 of the group outside enjoying the space and tucking into breakfast, last to take to the scales is Cassius.
All the way on. You can do it. Come here. Good boy.
He's a nervy character and can be intimidated by the bigger, more boisterous and brash males like Paolo.
Well done. 790. Good boy. For him, you know, there's no one else around, you know, no one else is coming behind him, everyone's gone, he knows he's last, so, you know, he doesn't have to worry about everything, you know, he doesn't have to go, oh, someone might be coming, or, you know, will they be coming back in? You know, we try and make it as positive for them as possible, and, you know, we wouldn't be giving him things here and then Paolo wouldn't be coming charging back in, and that, you know, he wouldn't sit here nicely because he knows Paolo's higher up the hierarchy. So he is very lucky coming in last because he'll get all of the treats and he's so good at it.
And to make sure Cassius can enter the enclosure without feeling intimidated, the team keep Paolo occupied at the same time.
Yeah, so because Paolo's dominant male and he can get a little bit grabby and, you know, just a bit intimidating for the other boys, we want it to be positive for when they leave after doing a training session or a weighing session. So Paolo does know how to station, so we'll keep him stationed, and that's just so we know that we've kind of got a little bit of control over him, that he's going to sit here nicely, and we're going to reward him for sitting there nicely, just so we can let the other individuals out that are lower in the hierarchy than him. Just because if we were to let them out and he has a go at them because they've got some treats, and then they might not do it for us next time, we'll be a bit more hesitant. So it just makes it nice for everyone and less stressful. Doesn't it, Paolo? Is everything funny now? Oh, everything's funny now. So you can see he goes from being quite a playing type monkey to everything's quite funny, and we're going to have a laugh at everyone, aren't we?
Weigh-in complete, the bachelor group can relax in their wonderful outdoor enclosure. In the colder, wetter months, enticing the primates outside and away from their warm houses can be challenging. But on a glorious autumn morning, when the sun is shining, it's a different story. Siamang gibbons Sam and Sasak are making the most of the good weather. Sam is foraging for the last remaining green autumn leaves, while Sasak is nibbling some fresh grass. The pair have been together for 10 years and are inseparable. When they're not grooming or eating, they can often be found relaxing together in their spectacular tree-filled enclosure. But today, Primate Care Team member Kat has something new and unusual for the Siamangs.
Sam! Sass! Come here!
A fruit they've never tasted before.
So this morning we've had a bit of a donation of a rather unusual fruit. This is called a medlar fruit. Now, I've not actually tasted it myself, but we're just going to have a little bit of an experiment to see whether the Siamangs like them. It's something we haven't had before, so it'll either be a hit or a miss. We'll just have to wait and see.
Rather than throwing the food in, Kat tries calling the pair over to see what they make of the unusual fruits.
Sasak, want to try this? Want to try this? See what you think. That's it, sit with your back to the camera. Well, she's not shy, she's piling it in there, she's not hesitating at all, so whether that's a good thing or not, I don't know. Sasak really enjoys her food, so it doesn't really matter what it is, she'll eat it. Sam's a little bit more discerning with his taste, so we'll see what he thinks in a minute.
The medlars are a great source of fibre and nutrients. Sasak's tucking in with relish, but Sam is too busy foraging.
Sam, come here, buddy.
Sasak made short work of that.
Want another one? Is that a hit?
Sam can be wary of new things and heads back towards the house, but Kat keeps trying.
Sam, come and try these.
Eventually, his curiosity gets the better of him.
Shall I give you a little one there and see what you think? Up there, dude. Oh, just throw it at my head. There it is.
Sam seems quite partial too, but doesn't even get a chance to share his.
We have to be really careful, especially with the high-calorie foods and the really sugary stuff with her. Sasak is slightly overweight, I say slightly, it's quite a bit overweight. So we do have to try and keep that weight down on her. But Sam's a bit more of a slow eater, let's say. He's very more refined and just gentle with everything that he eats. So Asak just shoves it in and gets as much as she can all the time. Most of the time, Sam will kind of, you know, hold on to it, but occasionally she will win and she'll snatch it out of his hand.
The primate care staff are careful to distribute high-value foods, such as fruit, so everyone gets their fair share. This new offering has definitely won approval.
Both of them are tucking in really well to them, really enjoying them. So, you know, it's something that we can maybe, it does actually grow in this country, so it's something we could maybe get some trees of and get them growing in the park for next summer maybe. Maybe take a few years for them to fruit, but we'll see.
Treat time over, it's back to the trees to enjoy the day in the lovely autumn sunshine. It's all change over at the Stumpy house, with the group in turmoil as the males vie for top position. The battle in the rankings has come about after a number of elderly Stumpies passed away. First was female Charlie. Then, ageing and respected leader Sam had to be put to sleep. The primate care team were prepared for the next loss, that of elderly female Flo. They'd been expecting it and did all they could to make her last days as comfortable as possible. But it was still a huge blow.
You spend so much time with these guys, you get really attached to them, and it is very hard, but when you've been working with them long enough, you know the signs, you know the cues, and in my experience with the Stumpies, once they start to show the symptoms, quite often you know that there's something seriously wrong. They will mask it, they will cover it up. And when you do start to see the symptoms and the problems, quite often there is something more serious underlying sort of going on with these guys.
There's now a void at the top, and younger males Toto and Freddie are competing to step up. Previously, Toto, short on Stumpy etiquette, but scoring points on looks, kept out of everyone's way. Now he's strutting his stuff, displaying on bridges and walkways to demonstrate to the other four just how big and strong he is. He's developed a swagger and is looking far more confident. If it's brawn and good looks the females want, then Toto could become top man. His rival, the only other male in the group, is Freddie. They've been best friends since they arrived together at the park 7 years ago. But Freddie has always had the upper hand. He certainly has the edge when it comes to alliances with the girls, and he understands Stumpy's social behaviour, everything needed to be the dominant male. He already has Noreen's support, while the youngest in the group, Sylvie, is biding her time before she picks sides. Poor old Kelly, still struggling to come to terms with the loss of Sam, is showing little interest.
Yeah, this has all been a bit of an unforeseen nightmare, these Stumpies. They're a bunch of old men and ladies. We were hoping that once it all settled down, that the boys would establish their hierarchy and the 5 of them could live very happily, comfortably, just being Stumpies and pottering around and doing things at slow pace. We just need them to sort of settle down. We need the boys to sort out their hierarchy, Toto really to understand his place, really. That's the biggest issue. He just doesn't understand the social skills and the social etiquette. And Freddie gets very frustrated and annoyed with that, and then he takes it out on either Toto or he takes it out on the girls.
The care team hope Freddie and Toto will soon decide who's going to be the boss, and the Stumpies can settle down and become a harmonious group again. The change in seasons brings different and exciting forms of enrichment for the primates. At the Saki Monkey House, devoted couple Desmond and Chloe are about to be given a seasonal treat. But there's a third resident at their house who'll be eager to secure a share.
We've also got Loki the marmoset. So it's one of the only mixed species groups that we've got here. The reason that Loki is living with the Saki monkeys is essentially he's a marmoset with an ASBO when it comes to other marmosets. He just doesn't understand marmoset language. He doesn't know how to interact with them. He's somebody that we have tried on and off again over the years many times to accept the company of another marmoset, and every time his instinct is to just attack.
Loki was a victim of the UK pet trade and spent his early life on his own. He became very human-focused and so lacks the necessary skills and social etiquette to live with others of his own kind. His failure to find friends at the park has resulted in him becoming housemate to Desmond and Chloe.
It's worked out really well because it's given him some sort of social interaction, and it's also good for the Sarkies because they're a little old couple and it's nice to vary up their environment and give them something else in their environment to look at and to interact with.
Today, the trio are getting some seasonal pumpkins, full of seeds and with plenty of juicy flesh. Steph has also cut holes in some to add an extra treat: live mealworms.
So it's really important to change the environment for these guys. You want to keep things interesting, you want to constantly keep the primates' brains active as well as their bodies. They've got something new to think about, something new to interact with. So something like this is great because it just changes up that environment and gives them something to engage with.
Marmoset Loki sprints out. The large orange pumpkin is bigger than he is. But there are smaller options. He's a common marmoset, highly active and always on the move. A ready-cut pumpkin is his first choice. Eventually, Desmond makes an appearance, grabs a handful of seeds, and heads back to find Chloe. Loki's already on the hunt for more. He demonstrates great agility and strength, abseiling down to a smaller hanging pumpkin to try and pick out the seeds. Desmond has persuaded Chloe to venture out, but she's in no rush. She's thought to be the oldest captive Saki monkey in Europe.
Chloe is a really old lady now. She's a very old girl. We think she might be going just a little senile in her old age. She gets a bit confused at times. So it's important that we keep a really close eye on her, make sure she's okay, make sure there's lots of stuff that she can be thinking about and engaging with so she doesn't spend too much time just sort of sitting and gazing into the distance. But the two of them are really, really sweet together. You see lots of grooming, lots of sitting up close and cuddling. Just a really sweet old couple.
The devoted pair lose interest in the pumpkins and head off together. But Loki isn't finished. The wriggly mealworms have grabbed his attention, and for now, he's got them all to himself. Autumn has well and truly arrived at the park. And the change in the season has presented a golden opportunity for the primate care team. They're taking full advantage, giving one lucky group of primates a fun and rewarding morning.
We're basically filling up lots of boxes with leaves. We're going to put some bugs and things for them to forage in there, and basically creating big foraging areas in the enclosure for the Capuchins. So it should be really exciting. They obviously see leaves a lot, but not to this scale with big piles of leaves. So yeah, it should be nice for them.
The lucky recipients are Erico's group, made up of 13 individuals, each with very different personalities. They've had a turbulent few months, having sadly lost a couple of members, but also welcoming two newcomers, Matty and Louie. The introductions proved to be tricky, with male Matty challenging Erico's position as alpha male. In recent weeks, order has been restored, and the group has settled down again.
Erico's kind of got his confidence up a little bit now. He's taken the dominant position back in the group. He's definitely acting more like a dominant male. And Matty seems to have realised this and kind of taken a step back.
The team have gathered together a number of cardboard boxes, varying in size. They've filled them with leaves. And just to make life extra challenging for the Capuchins, their breakfast of mealworms is hidden amongst the foliage. The boxes have been stacked up and placed all around their large natural enclosure. Along with extra piles of leaves, just to make life a little more fun.
They're really intelligent animals, really good foragers. So yeah, they will be able to get into the boxes, they figure things out really quickly. And yeah, they all kind of have like their own little personalities and their own techniques for doing enrichment and things. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do.
Leader Erico is first out. He's a bright and confident Capuchin and wastes no time diving into the boxes and foraging through the leaves. Second in command Sean is particular about his choice. Once he has the box he wants, he has no problem getting inside to hunt through the contents. The high rankers in Capuchin society always get first crack at any enrichment on offer. Dominant female Phoenix has unwrapped her parcel and jumped right in. Low ranker Ringo bravely tackles a box attached to one of the high hoses, before being moved on by Zoe, who's further up the pecking order and a lot younger. No such problem for one of the newest members of the group, Louie. Her nimble fingers easily negotiate one of the smaller boxes, and she's rewarded with a handful of mealworms. Capuchins live in large groups, but not as a constant, unified entity. It's a fission fusion society. They tend to have their own subgroups and friendships. Today, there's so much to explore and investigate, they're all busy foraging as individuals, with varying results. Once all the boxes have been opened, the leaves can be recycled again and again.
Essentially, all these leaf piles will just turn into foraging pits, and we can keep coming back and hiding their food in there over the next few days. So yeah, we've got some really nice weather. The leaves are really nice and crisp and dry. So yeah, it's like perfect autumn weather, and so it's nice to be able to take advantage of it.
Some of the group have chosen to stay inside, but the care team have made sure no one misses out. The indoor playroom has also been filled with boxes and leaves, giving everyone, including newcomer Matty, the chance to get their share. It's been a good morning for the whole group, and the boxes and leaf piles will encourage plenty of natural foraging and fun throughout the day. Next time on Monkey Life. A major storm pummels the park, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. And a tough decision for Alison.
I've had to close the park, and we're going to have a lot of repairs to some of the enclosures.
And friction at the Stumpy house as Toto and Freddie fight for the top spot. Today on Monkey Life, a major storm pummels the park, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake and a tough decision for Alison.
I've had to close the park, and we're going to have a lot of repairs to some of the enclosures.
The maintenance teams are kept at full stretch outside, with the majority of primate residents forced to stay inside.
We're now trying to rely on enrichment to try and keep them as busy as possible and make sure that nobody falls out while they're having to be shut in.
And friction at the Stumpy house as Toto and Freddie fight for the top spot. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I can't keep her in, get her in. Okay, got it.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. The south of the UK has been battered by a severe storm, which wreaked havoc over the weekend. Luckily, weather warnings were issued in advance, advising of strong winds with the potential for major damage to trees and buildings. Alison took the only option available.
I closed the park for the day of the storm, and it's a good thing I did because, you know, we've had a lot of damage here to the park, and so I've had to close the park for a further 2 days in order just to try and get things under control in terms of making trees that have come down safe. And we're going to have a lot of repairs to some of the enclosures.
Parts of the park took a major hit, with trees down and enclosures badly damaged, leaving the maintenance team at full stretch.
So what we're going to do next, we're just going to make this safe and try and hopefully get the majority of the overhang saved. Yes, we'll try and keep some of the trees, but we're going to have to leave them on the deck, I'm afraid. Then the next one is to go into the forest gibbons there and make them too safe for the keepers. And then we should be fine then.
Worst affected was the Capuchin Lodge. Head of Maintenance George has called in the tree surgeons to clear the debris, so we can get a better idea of the damage to surrounding fences and overhangs in the outside enclosures.
Basically, after the high winds we had over the weekend, we're checking all the overhangs. We've got 4 big trees down, and we're trying to make it safe without doing as much damage to the existing overhang as possible.
Hundreds of trees in and around the park will need to be safety checked before the primates can be let out, and the public let in.
Obviously, we've got to look at each base of each tree, watch how it moves in the ground, watch the ground movement around it, check there's no water damage around the tree as well, funny enough. I mean, most of these trees don't have deep roots, they're all shallow roots, so they're at all point where the wind catches it and they all go. And of course, we tie all the trees together to let the animals move around, so one way or another, it helps us.
While the storm raged, the park's primates were kept safely indoors. But that's a challenge in itself.
Keeping them locked inside is very hard on all of the monkeys and apes, but also on the keepers, because then they're motivated to try and come up with activities to keep them busy and engaged so that they don't start turning on each other and picking fights or throwing their weight around. So it is tough. Each and every group of primates here in the park has to be kept busy and occupied to keep them healthy and happy while they're locked indoors. But this is part of our obligation to them, and our keepers are superb at it.
With that in mind, Jano is preparing a healthy treat for the orangutans. He's mixing up a warming drink made of honey, lemon, and ginger. It's a winning concoction.
This is good for their, to prevent them from cold and flu, good for their digestion and congestion, and good for their immune system. And on top of that, this drink tastes great. It's amazing.
One of the recipients needs it more than most.
Well, Tuan is going all, so every time when cold weather, his breathing is always heavy. So we manage to keep it sort of steady, but we're never able to get rid of it, of course, because the weather sometimes is mild and then sometimes is worse. So giving him everyday's medicine like that is managed to keep him just steady, but never sort of disappear, really.
Tuan's group aren't the only ones getting the healthy drink today.
Hi, guys!
The youngsters at the orangutan nursery are bundles of energy. Keeping them indoors means giving them lots of attention.
Make your breath smell nice as well, guys.
Everyone is keeping a close eye on the forecast, hoping the weather will calm down and allow the maintenance team to get their work done. and the primate residents the opportunity to venture out again. The fallen branches and logs won't go to waste. They'll be used to create natural habitats for climbing and foraging, something all the monkeys and apes enjoy. Staff at the domestic marmoset house are among those having to adapt their routine this morning. The storm caused extensive damage to one of their outdoor enclosures. A large tree branch landed right on top of the structure, which is used as outdoor space for marmoset Ruby and her family.
The enclosure isn't in use anymore and will need a lot of extensive work done to it before it's safe for the primates to be released back out of. So sadly, Ruby's group has to be shut in for now. They're a big group, there's 6 of them, it's our largest marmoset group. And there can be a little bit of tension in the group. That's why we try to give them the biggest enclosure, just to make sure the space helps to dissipate the tension. As we don't have the outside at the minute, we're now trying to rely on enrichment to try and keep them as busy as possible and make sure that nobody falls out while they're having to be shut in.
Keeping this family of 6 occupied until repairs are complete will be a real test. The family's indoor space is a lot smaller and the group has 4 lively youngsters. But Charlie has plenty of tricks up her sleeve. First up, clear tube feeders stuffed with wood shavings and topped off with one of the marmoset's favourite grubs, mealworms. She hangs them high up to test the marmoset's agility and determination.
The idea is that they'll kind of have to pull out the shavings at the bottom in order for the bugs to trickle down so they can feed from them. This group is very food oriented. They do love their mealworms, so hopefully they'll be really interested. The fact that they're also see-through also does help because a lot of the time monkeys can be quite lazy and if they can't see what the prize is, they won't bother doing it, but hopefully they'll see the bugs and they'll figure out what they need to do to get hold of them.
As soon as the slide to the indoor playroom is opened, the troop bound in. This group's mum and dad couldn't be more opposite. Ruby is one of the largest marmosets ever to live at the park, while her partner Oscar is one of the smallest. The pair lived together for years without any babies, but then surprised the primate care staff with their first set of twins, Merry and Pippin. They managed to have another pair, Frodo and Bilbo, before the vets could perform a vasectomy on Oscar. Unlike the majority of the park's marmosets rescued from the pet trade, the 4 youngsters have had a stable upbringing in a close-knit family. But every so often, there's a bit of sibling rivalry.
Actually more from the 2 youngest twins, Frodo and Bilbo, that really tend to try and pick on their older siblings. So we do find that they will have a bit of a scuffle over food and they do pick on Merry and Pippin and kind of push them out the way, which is why we were a little bit concerned with the reduction in space for the group, if that would cause any more problems between the siblings, but so far so good and Frodo and Bilbo have behaved themselves, so we'll just keep them really busy and hopefully they won't pick on their big brother and sister too much.
The mealworms are proving a big hit and a workout. Dad Oscar, however, is far more interested in the marmoset gum Charlie's also put out. It's a really important part of their diet. In the wild, they gouge bark and eat sap exuded from trees. Today's wriggly feast is certainly keeping the family occupied. But until their outside enclosure can be repaired, the primate care team will be kept busy, making sure this family are even busier. Amongst the park's more recent arrivals are Patas monkeys, Mr. Patas and Penelope. They were rehomed from a zoo in North Wales 6 months ago, and they're now living at the Stumpy house with their own bedroom and separate outdoor enclosure. Today, with autumn in full swing, the staff are making full use of copious amounts of leaf fall gathered from around the park to give them a treat. It should create an interesting and fun enrichment.
All the primates love having leaves in there because as well as giving them something different textures, different smells, there's also bugs and things in there and bits and nuts and things, lots of them to forage for. So we actually like to either put them inside and give them a change from sort of straw and wood wool, Well, sometimes we'll just give them big leaf piles outside because it just encourages natural behaviours from them.
Toby is hiding a few extra titbits in the leaf piles for the pair to find. A mixture of mealworms, waxworms and locusts, along with primate pellets, which form part of their daily diet.
Mr. Patters particularly is completely obsessed with food. He will do anything for food. And he does love foraging in sort of tubs. He loves boxes and things. So if there's food involved, he's definitely going to have a look. Penelope, although she's a bit more nervous around us, is actually the boss of the two of them. So again, if there's food around, she will be there and she'll be probably making sure that she gets priority over him.
The plan should keep the pair busy foraging for most of the day. The slide to the outdoor enclosure is opened and Mr. P is first out, with Penelope not far behind. Mr. P heads straight for the leaf piles now dominating his territory. He confidently forages through the leaves, finding lots of live bugs for breakfast. Penelope hangs back to make sure the leaf piles pose no danger. It doesn't take long before she's convinced and enthusiastically joining in the bug hunt. The staff recently noticed she tends to favour the right side of her mouth when eating. She may have a dental issue which needs examining, but it's not preventing her from getting stuck in today. Unlike many of the park's primates, in the wild, Patas monkeys spend most of their daylight hours on the ground, foraging for food across the savannas of Central Africa. They're the fastest primates on land, reaching speeds of up to 34 miles per hour, which helps them avoid most predators. They're omnivores, meaning their diet changes according to what's available, and includes plants, insects, and occasionally meat. Today's leaf piles have gone down well with the Patas pair.
Mr. Patas is in his element. He's going through it all, getting all the bugs and everything out. He'll be there for hours, I think, finding everything he can to eat. Penelope's a little bit more wary. That seems to be her approach anyway. She has gone down and had a look, and she's also told him off because, I say, she is the boss of the two of them. But I say, I think he will be there for some time yet.
And the leaf pile is the treat that keeps on giving. It'll naturally attract more grubs and insects, ensuring a continuous supply of food to keep the pair busy foraging in the weeks ahead. Next door at the Stumpy house, there's been 2 months of infighting and friction, caused by the losses of elderly long-time leader Sam and females Charlie and Flo. The result has been chaos, with the 2 remaining males, Toto and Freddy, vying for the top spot. The pair were previously close, with politically aware Freddy looking out for inexperienced Toto. But now, the gloves are off.
They are throwing themselves around, bouncing, displaying, slamming things about. So this has meant that we've had to have a real think about how we set up the house and what we provide for them, because between them over the last couple of months, Freddy and Toto completely destroyed what climbing structure we had in the playroom. All the hosing was pulled loose. So what we've had to do was basically rip out all the playroom and redo the whole thing.
The team have added extra hosing and branching for the more agile, boisterous boys, and provided easier to access escape routes for the less mobile females like Kelly. The destruction of the previously well-established hierarchy has thrown everything up in the air. Not only have Toto and Freddy gone from bottom of the pile to the very top, but the girls' pecking order has been flipped on its head too. Sylvie has established herself as top female, relegating poor old Kelly to the bottom.
It's proved to be far more challenging than we anticipated. The fact that sort of 2 months on, we're still working on what the solution is, trying to get the boys to sort out their hierarchy and the girls to sort of reaffirm theirs.
With the jostling for position leading to scuffles, the team had to act. Not only have they revamped the playroom, they've also separated the two males, although they've made sure they always have the company of a female.
Noreen has always had a bit of a thing for Toto. Even when Sam was around, she'd try and sneak off and spend time with Toto, which generally made Toto nervous because she knew that then Sam would appear on the scene and everyone else. However, she sort of firmly nailed her colours to the Toto mast, which actually is a bit of a political mistake in the group, because what has turned out is happening is that Sylvie has gone right from the bottom to the top because she was the one that spent the time with Freddie. She hangs out with Freddie, and now Freddie doesn't like to let Sylvie out of his sight. So now that she's dominant and can go wherever she wants, she's sort of certainly giving us and everyone else a bit of a runaround.
Today, Freddie is indoors foraging amongst the leaf piles provided by the primate care team. He's accompanied by Sylvie, which always makes him more relaxed. Meanwhile, Toto is outside with Noreen. It means peace reigns, but the plan is to get everyone back together as one harmonious group.
Unfortunately, like a lot of the primates here at the park, Toto's background means he doesn't understand how to behave, and then he reacts in a negative way, even though he doesn't mean to, and this impacts everyone else in the group. So it's going to be a slow process, it's going to take time. We're hoping that eventually we will get back to a stage where we can have all 5 of them together, foraging in the house together and moving in and out comfortably, and everyone's getting on.
Only time will tell which male will win out, clever Freddie or handsome but inept Toto. At the far end of the park, the gardening team have been busy. For the last 4 months, they've been growing their own pumpkins, and some are ready to pick. The lucky recipients today are the park's Gwenon family. Primate care member Elle is placing the orange fruit around their enclosure and adding an extra element to grab their attention.
Because these guys are so active, it's really important that we keep on giving them fresh activities and new enrichment to have a go at. So something like this, which they've never seen before, will be interesting for them, but also interesting for us, just to gauge what they are going to interact with the most. We've kept all the seeds, we've kept all the guts, we've kept all the gory bits. We are going to sprinkle some mealworms in there just to give them a little bit of extra activity, so they've actually got to go in there and forage for them. But it's going to be so cool because they've not really had anything like this before.
The Gwenon family of 4 are very active and love something new.
We haven't made it really easy. I'm just thinking this is going to be a good challenge for their little fingers. They absolutely love mealworms. They're a really good source of protein for these guys. And also because the mealworms are extra wriggly, it's going to be amazing when they go in all the gooey bits in here for them to get out.
Time to discover what the group will make of their fun-filled, fruity breakfast. Biff is first out, followed by Mum Nia and Sister Nala, with Dad Benny bringing up the rear. The bright orange pumpkins are hard to miss, and they're drawn straight to them. Biff is a confident youngster, but even she's a little wary of the large fruit at first. Dad Benny isn't sure what to make of them either. But it doesn't take long for Biff to overcome her reticence and start to fully examine the pumpkins. Straight away, she finds the seeds. Little Sister Nala is by her side, watching and learning. Encouraged, she reaches for some seeds too, albeit at arm's length. The pair decide they like what's inside the pumpkins, and soon both sisters are attacking with gusto. Their parents seem happy to take a back seat, content to watch their highly active daughters get stuck in. They've had a safe and secure upbringing, unlike Mum and Dad, who were stolen from the wild in Benin and sold on the black market before being rescued and eventually ending up at Monkey World. They're now parents to 2 girls and very protective of their daughters. But they needn't worry too much. The two youngsters are already adept at dealing with the pumpkins, and now they've discovered the addition inside, mealworms. Plunging a hand in to try and grab the wriggly grubs does work, but crafty Biff has come up with a quicker method. Rolling the pumpkin makes the mealworms fall out onto the platform, ready to be picked up. And it's a lot more fun. The girls are full of energy and mischief. Once they've had their fill of seeds and grubs, it's time for a full-on play session in the trees. It might be heart-stopping to watch, but their skills could soon be challenged even further. Next time on Monkey Life. Worries for woolly monkey Oriana.
So it looks like sort of quite a big left atrium. That's usually suggestive that there is significant heart disease.
And top of the world, the Gwenon family try out a new tree in their enclosure. Today on Monkey Life. Worries for woolly monkey Oriana.
So it looks like sort of quite a big left atrium. That's usually suggestive that there is significant heart disease.
A bust-up among the chimps.
Ananya's definitely got something on his hand, and he had blood in his mouth as well, but I don't really know whether it's his blood or someone else's.
And top of the world, the Gwenon family try out a new tree in their enclosure. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Hopefully she'll walk in as well as he did, so this would be fantastic. Fingers crossed.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. It's been 2.5 months since woolly monkey Oriana had to have an emergency caesarean section. It was a traumatic and sad day for everyone. Oriana survived the ordeal, but sadly, her baby did not. During the procedure, the team grew concerned as they discovered a number of worrying issues. It was hard to determine if they were purely pregnancy-related or if the woolly monkey had other underlying health problems. Oriana needed time to recover from the C-section and anaesthetic before any further investigations could take place. Now, the vet team have decided to take another look at her.
We had a situation where she had fluid around her heart, she had fluid around her lungs, she had fluid in her tummy, she was very late pregnant. She was a very, very sick animal. And the question is, has Oriana got pre-existing high blood pressure, which is the strong suspicion? It is just a case of looking for as much supportive evidence as you can, as well as trying to get a rough idea of what the blood pressure is.
Oriana isn't the only female woolly the vet team will examine today. Her half-sister Olivia, who lives in Laval's troop, is pregnant. The team want to make sure she isn't suffering from the same conditions experienced by her sister. But first up is Oriana, who's been sedated in her house and brought over to the park's hospital.
Happy?
Yep. The team need to work quickly. Wildlife vet and anaesthetist Nick Masters intubates her while concerned staff watch on.
Okay, that is now in.
Sounds good.
Good girl, good girl.
Once Oriana is stable, local vet Dave Harding prepares to perform an ultrasound to check her heart.
Light on, that's great.
Straight away, he spots something abnormal.
So it looks like sort of quite a big left atrium. That's usually suggestive that there is significant heart disease.
Nick monitors Oriana's blood pressure throughout.
According to this, she's 87/36. No effusion, Dave?
Certainly nothing
Nothing grossly obvious, yeah.
There's no sign of the pericardial effusion or fluid around the heart the female woolly suffered during pregnancy. But her blood pressure isn't what they expected.
Actually, her pressures are low, if anything. And in the past, I've done this on woolly monkeys. Even under anaesthesia, their pressures are really high, so something slightly different going on here. So what's your plan, Dave?
I'm just checking that all the fluid's gone, and I'm just trying to get some measurements of her kidney size and her kidney appearance, just for reference, really.
Dave completes his ultrasound checks. Next, the vet team want to take a series of X-rays of Oriana's chest, which they will compare later with her sister's. Once they're complete, Nick begins to bring Oriana round. As he does, her blood pressure rises dramatically.
177/112.
It could be affected by the anaesthesia. Nick tries to get a more accurate reading.
193/100. Okay, yeah, stop. I think we'll put it back now.
Yeah. Okay. It's definitely above what we think is normal. So there is, we're sure, a cardiovascular blood pressure problem going on for her, which would have contributed to the problems with pregnancy.
It's a huge worry. But today's examination has provided a lot of useful information about Oriana's condition.
Two of her heart chambers, what are called her right and left atrium, are enlarged, and that suggests that she has got some significant heart disease, and will probably be something that we'll need to manage going forward.
Oriana recovers in her travel crate, ready to be returned to the house. Her half-sister Olivia is next on the vet team's list, and her health check could provide vital comparisons for the team on how to treat this complex species. It's been a busy few months for the park's Gibbon team. This morning, Kat and Sean are preparing breakfast for the 10 residents who live here. The Gibbons' living arrangements have had a radical reshuffle recently, following the loss of elderly Lar Gibbon Ella. It's brought about some unusual pairings.
Currently, out of the 18 gibbons that we have, most of them are in really nice pairs, but we have got a few single animals. So obviously, we don't really want anybody to have to live on their own if we can find a suitable companion for them. So we thought maybe Kitty and Theo might work out together. We also thought maybe Paul and Fox, although both boys, they are very similar in nature. So we decided to split Paul and Kitty up for a short period of time and start doing some introductions between the other two sets and see what actually happens, which kind of leads us up to where we are at the moment.
Mixed pairing Theo and Kitty have been getting to know each other indoors over the last 2 months. Kitty is a Lar Gibbon who came to the park in 2001 from the Ping Tung Rescue Centre in Taiwan. Golden-cheeked Gibbon Theo was born at the park to parents Peanut and Peng Yo. The introductions indoors have progressed well, but now it's time to go a step further and allow the pair access to the outside together.
Let them burn off some energy, let them just be you know, in the house, outside the house, moving around, eating, going about their business, and see what happens. We are also doing introductions between Fox and Paul as well. So quite a lot going on at the moment. We never say anything's a done deal because anything can change at any moment in time, but finger crossed it's going to be all right.
With the pair playing happily indoors, Sian opens the slide to the outdoor enclosure. Tio loves the outdoors and heads straight out. Kitty follows at a more sedate pace. Tio is 11 years old and a happy and independent young adult. He's had a wonderful upbringing with a stable family and a fabulous tree-filled enclosure for a home. In terms of behaviour, he's a more natural gibbon who knows gibbon etiquette and conduct. Kitty, on the other hand, was hand-reared, making her a bit more human-focused. But the partnership is already showing positive signs.
It's been really nice. Kitty hasn't been out as much as we would have hoped. When Kitty has approached Tio, it's been absolutely amazing. He's been doing little spins and flips just to display and show how just fun and active he is. And they've had some really nice just cuddles on the platform. And yeah, just really patient with each other, so it's a really good start to the day.
The team will give the pair continued indoor and outdoor access and monitor how their relationship develops. But the signs are good for an unusual but happy partnership. It's a busy day for the Woolly Monkey team. Female Oriana has been returned to her house and is being monitored as she recovers from a health check under anaesthetic, while her 5-year-old half-sister Olivia is en route for her examination. The team are confident she's pregnant, but less sure about when she's due to give birth. This will be her first baby. And concerned following her sister's experience, the care staff are determined to make sure Olivia's pregnancy runs smoothly.
Bearing in mind that there possibly is some genetic issues with woolies that's linked to their high blood pressure, we're just a bit worried that if she's pregnant, she may be going a similar way. So it would be better to try and assess whether she is pregnant now, and then potentially we can try and do something about it to try and sustain the pregnancy.
A quick inspection confirms the team's suspicions.
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
I think so. I think so. Show that.
Yeah.
Sharon, she is pregnant. Yeah.
While Nick intubates Olivia and makes sure she's stable, Dave prepares the ultrasound.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
First, he examines the fetus.
Okay, that's
Look at that. How cool is that? Look at this little heart going.
Okay, so head is down. That's a sort of head diameter. That's 20, 29, 30, that's 3 centimetres pretty much.
Halfway through.
It's good news. Olivia's baby is healthy and developing well. She's more than halfway through her pregnancy. Dave moves on to checking Olivia's heart.
You see that, Nick? That's the aorta and that's the left atrium there.
Yeah,
you see the difference?
What a difference, yeah.
All right.
Looks like no pericardial...
There's no pericardial effusion, yeah.
Olivia is not displaying any of the symptoms that affected Oriana so traumatically.
So, we're going to try and get some blood pressure measurements for comparison to... Oriana's a half-sister, is that right?
Yeah, they share a father.
Nick wants blood pressure readings he can use to compare with Oriana's stats during anaesthesia.
There you go, so she's down at 74/28. It's low, much lower than we would expect if she was wide awake. Don't have enough knowledge to know how it compares, so it's unusual for us to anaesthetise non-human primates with this combination of drugs, or even with the ones we would more usually use, and immediately measure their blood pressure. So because they're a particular case, we're just making the effort to get our blood pressures on them straight away. But yeah, it's definitely low.
Dave checks the rest of the woolly's vital organs.
That's the thing obvious that I have to look at. Yeah, no, that's good.
Olivia appears in good health.
Baby looks fine. Heart seems pretty stable. It's in a good position. Seems to be relatively well developed. Her head is about 31 millimeters in diameter. So we're you know, sort of 3/4 of the way probably, as a rough estimate.
The team takes some chest x-rays to compare with Oriana's.
That heart looks more normal. Well, it looks, I mean, if you compare the two.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's none of this.
You compare that
Yeah.
to that.
Yeah.
You know, there's more of a left atrial waste there, called cardiac waste.
Wow, that's excellent to have. What a difference.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, really good.
A final blood pressure reading just before she comes round.
117. So it's not doing what Oriana did.
It's a lower and more normal reading than her half-sister, which is great news for Olivia, but raises concerns for Oriana. Olivia appears to be a fit and healthy expectant mum. The park covers 65 acres of grounds, including the primate houses and enclosures. It all needs looking after, and that's the job of the maintenance team. The work is continuous, and there's always something new for them to tackle. Today, they're digging up an ash tree growing directly under a series of electrical cables. In the past, they've regularly cut it back to keep it under control, but now they've decided to uproot the entire thing and move it. It's on its way to the home of the park's red-bellied Gwenon family. This happy, lively foursome love life in the trees. But they also like eating them, which involves stripping the bark and eating any new buds. Their incredible agility makes it difficult for the primate care team to develop the whole enclosure.
Open-top enclosures are lovely, but you are restricted by the amount of space. Everything kind of has to stay in the middle of the enclosure, not too much towards the outside, so if you run the risk of them bouncing and leaping over the outskirts. So we would actually quite like to put a cage or a roof over this enclosure. That means we can utilise all areas of the enclosure and, you know, move it away from kind of like the central area that we do have. Plant some more trees around, you know, the enclosure as well, and then maybe add some more ropes or hosing or something to help increase their space and increase their enclosure space by giving them more opportunities.
But as that may not happen for some time, the teams have taken care deciding where to plant the new acquisition. Now it's in place and well watered, time to see what the family of four will make of it. They don't hang around, heading straight for the new tree. Nothing quite beats natural planting for many of the primates at the park. It helps develop and encourage natural behaviours, something this group demonstrate in abundance. Red-bellied Gwenons come from the forests of Nigeria and Benin and spend most of their lives in the trees. Parents Nia and Benny arrived at the park via the Lebanon 3 years ago.
They're actually smuggled out of the wild, so they've got, you know, very strong wild instincts, and they like to test, you know, their abilities and how springy they are. The two youngsters, Nala and Biff, are just typical kids, bounce all around the place. So it's really nice being able to put live trees into the enclosures because it helps encourage all those natural behaviours of climbing trees and eating off the buds. But you do run the risk of those trees being killed because of the amount they're being used by the Gwenons.
Benny and Nia's female offspring are the liveliest pair at the park. Their agility and confidence has no limits. They can both leap huge distances and climb to the top of the tallest tree with ease. It's their playground, and they love to have fun together. All four family members find their feet quickly, moving between the new tree and the others in their enclosure as the care team keep an eye on their antics. It's not long before the family decide to test it out further. Not just moving around, but tasting some of the new fresh buds, which contain sugar, fibre and carbs. It doesn't matter how flimsy and bendy the branches are, or how high off the ground, Their ability to reach the tasty buds at the end is phenomenal. Time will tell how long the new tree will survive, but at the moment, it's certainly a hit with the Gwenon family. There's been a bit of a bust-up at Hananya's chimp enclosure this morning. The care team didn't witness the altercation, just the results of it. Sean and vet nurse Saffron are taking a close look to make sure no one's been seriously injured.
Hananya's definitely got something on his hand, and he had blood in his mouth as well, but I don't really know whether it's his blood or someone else's.
Yeah.
Cherry looked like she had a split lip and another wound on her hand.
Okay.
Johnny had a cut on her head.
Okay, but no one looks like they're moving awkwardly or any sort of discomfort. They're just doing the usual rounds.
The troop are now busy licking their wounds, or someone else's.
This is the core of Chimp Society. Half of it is beating each other up, the other half is kissing and making up afterwards. So this is just basically pretty perfect chimp behaviour. We've had a big falling out, but we're still a family, so we groom each other and reaffirm all our relationships afterwards.
Chimpanzees are volatile social animals and live in large groups with a strict hierarchy. At the pinnacle is the alpha male, whose duties include patrolling territory and dishing out discipline. This comes with various benefits, but can be stressful. Several male lieutenants back up the alpha male in a series of alliances. At Hananya's, Simon and Shamak fill that role. The females have their own hierarchy, maintained mainly through relationships and personality rather than aggression. Chimps enjoy close bonds, but fights do occur and can be noisy and violent. There have been grumblings at Hananya's recently, but the severity of this morning's clash was a surprise.
You always hope during the nice sunny days that they're just going to spread out in the enclosure and sit back and relax in the sun. So it was always quite sad when you just thought, oh, can you not just get on and just enjoy the sunshine? But like I said, chimps are going to be chimps every now and again. They're going to have these little squabbles. But yeah, hopefully the rest of the day is just going to be everyone kissing and making up.
That looks on the cards. Leader Hananya is surrounded by the rest of the troop, all wanting to reconcile and stay in his good books. They're also keen to look at the nasty wound he's collected. It seems today's scuffle may have been instigated by head girl Johnny. She's a large female, happy to throw her weight around.
Johnny's in that weird place where, yeah, she seems to have gotten really high purely just through brawn, so she doesn't really foster her relationships very much. That's how you get ahead in Chimp Society, with, you know, making good alliances and getting your friends to back you up, and Johnny doesn't have any of that at all. Strange that she's got as far as she has in this group. Just shows how good of a fighter is, really.
Sean and Saffron want to get an even closer look at some of the chimp's wounds.
Oh, yeah, that's a fair old chobble, that.
Hananya's second-in-command, Simon, has a particularly nasty cut on his foot.
You silly man. That looks sore.
You skinned it up the side.
Yeah.
It's really sore.
Don't think it's too deep.
Sean calls the troop into their bedrooms in order to examine some of the cuts and grazes.
Hananya! Cheers. Come on, let me have a look at you.
Hey, buddy.
Chimps have a high pain threshold and also heal quickly. Most of today's injuries should heal within a week.
Oh, yeah, that's quite nasty, actually.
Yeah.
So what's that digit for?
Yeah.
Thankfully, these are all just flesh wounds. So Hananya's hand looks quite nasty, but I imagine it'll heal really nicely. So it's more a case of just managing any discomfort and watching out for any signs of infection, and then starting him on antibiotics if we do feel it's necessary. At the moment, when they're so fresh, they can often look worse than they actually are, and you'll find by tomorrow morning, once the wound's had time to dry and contract a little bit, they're often looking a lot better.
Fights and arguments are all part of chimp life. It's the making up afterwards that's important. And this group are very good at that. Enjoying each other's company and having fun. Next time on Monkey Life. A disturbing video of a sick male marmoset results in an urgent rescue mission for Alison.
The video clip gets heartbreaking, can bring tears to my eyes.
And the clever Capuchins have a tricky, sticky puzzle licked. Today on Monkey Life. A disturbing video of a sick male marmoset results in an urgent rescue mission for Alison.
The video clip is absolutely horrific. It's heartbreaking. Can bring tears to my eyes.
It may be too late to save the male, but Alison's been told there's a female at the same address.
We're going to be as respectful as possible, but if that female marmoset's in there, we're having her.
And back at the park, the clever Capuchins have a tricky, sticky puzzle licked. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
You just never know how it's going to work.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. This morning, Alison's preparing to leave on yet another rescue operation resulting from the UK's primate pet trade. And today's mission is one of the most upsetting she's had to deal with.
Today's really not a good day. It's a nightmare, actually. One of the, again, I feel like a Groundhog Day, one of the worst cases I've sort of heard about. But last week, I was sent a video clip of a male marmoset from the pet trade, and the video clip is absolutely horrific. It's heartbreaking. Can bring tears to my eyes. This poor male marmoset was on the floor, sort of unable to lift its head up, trying to eat some mealworms, and just clearly ricketed with bending, broken limbs, and in terrible, terrible condition.
The video was sent to Alison by the RSPCA, who were concerned about a pair of marmosets living in a house in Devon. The male marmoset in the video was taken to a vet by its owners, but didn't survive. The health of his female partner is unknown.
Where we are today is that a police warrant was sworn last week for the female marmoset, for us to enter the premises, well, for the police to enter the premises and give access to RSPCA and myself to go in and check and potentially seize the female marmoset, but also to see if we can find and locate the body of the dead male.
After seeing the footage of the male, called Pablo, Alison wants to do what she can to help the female. This morning, she's heading to Torquay to link up with the police and the RSPCA. It's a 2-hour drive to the town on the English Riviera. The warrants have been issued and all parties involved are meeting for a brief discussion at the police station.
Just trying to work out a plan, really, to make sure that it goes smoothly for the marmoset. There's also a dog at the property. And obviously, this is somebody's home, so we're going to be as respectful as possible.
It's a short drive to the owner's house, where police officers gain entry. After a brief chat, Alison is allowed in.
Hey, little girl.
And gets her first look at the female marmoset. It's being kept in a cage in the family's lounge with no outside access. but it does have fresh food and clean water within easy reach. The owner doesn't want to appear on camera, but is happy to talk to Alison.
How much did you pay for them?
I rescued them.
Oh, okay. Where did you get them from?
Both of them, I rescued them from a house where they wasn't being looked after, so we took them. Obviously I wasn't doing a good enough job. Didn't learn much about them either, so.
Yeah, you took them on. And now you've got all this going down.
Yeah.
The man has been looking after the pair for about a year. The female marmoset is called Crawly and is extremely nervous. Pablo, the male, is buried in the back garden. An RSPCA officer exhumes the body so it can be sent for a post-mortem.
It's the body of the male marmoset that died, as far as we can make out, around about 5 weeks ago. So that'll now go for veterinary examination to see what it was suffering from.
It's a tragic situation, but Alison's focus is on the welfare of Crawly. The police are there to confiscate her, but Alison is hopeful she can persuade the marmoset's owner to sign her over to Monkey World. Chimps love routine, particularly at feeding time. Every morning, the bachelor boys have their breakfast in their outdoor enclosure. It's also an opportunity to enjoy some fresh air and let off a bit of steam. While the group are fully engaged outside, inside the primate care team get to work. There are bedrooms to clean and the playroom to prepare. Today, they're also busy making a surprise for the boys to help keep the group happy and active.
We have some donated raspberries, which is quite exciting for them, and also we've got some locusts as well going into the bottles. When we get donations come in, we do try and give them to them as often as possible, just because it is really quite exciting for them. Gets them to use their brains a bit as well, to work out how to get the stuff out of the plastic bottles. And yeah, hopefully they'll really enjoy it today.
Chimps eat insects and grubs in the wild, but the last time the bachelors were given something moving to eat, they weren't too enamoured. The huge hissing cockroaches definitely weren't to their taste. Today's locusts mixed in with fresh raspberries may persuade them to give it a go.
It does depend on the individuals, so some guys will go straight for them because, as I say, it's really exciting. Other ones will actually collect and hoard them. Someone like Sammy will actually get a little collection of the insects going, basically because he's really quite greedy, where someone like Charlie might not actually pay that much attention to the insects.
Time to see what the boys make of the lively locusts. The slide connecting the outside enclosure to the playroom is opened, and the boys waste no time heading back inside. Seamus is in first and runs across to greet Jeff.
Hey, buddy.
The rest of the group aren't far behind and immediately spot the clear plastic bottles. Raspberries are a favourite with many of the chimps, and each displays their own technique to reach them. Sammy uses his teeth and brute strength to break the bottle in two. He loves the main course of raspberries, but isn't so keen on the side dish that comes with it. His friend, 23-year-old Seamus, does things a little differently, cleverly unscrewing the bottle top using his teeth before tipping the fruit into his mouth. Seamus was born at the park to Mum Cherry after a birth control accident and holds a low-ranking position in the bachelor group. But he's well-liked and a bit of a character. Jester is one of the more dominant boys. He strikes lucky finding a pile of raspberries on the floor and immediately hoovers them up. Most of the chimps ignore the locusts in favour of devouring the juicy fruit. Seamus, however, seems to be playing with one of the insects, holding it between his lips. Once the supply of raspberries is pretty much exhausted, the majority of the group head back outside. leaving some of the lower rankers to mop up any leftovers they can find. Charlie, however, is quite content just to chill out. At the domestic marmoset house, the team are preparing a bedroom for the potential new arrival, who could turn up within hours. They're waiting for news from Devon, where Alison is trying to persuade the owner of a female marmoset to sign her over to the care of Monkey World.
We'll need to prepare the facilities we've got here depending on how bad of a state this female is in. It could be that she's all right condition-wise and isn't as bad as the male, in which case she can go into a normal marmoset bedroom. But if she's anything like him and has rickets anywhere near as severe as he does, we will probably not be able to put her into a normal marmoset bedroom. She will probably have to go into a smaller birdcage type scenario for at least a week or two, while we flood her with vitamin D3 and try and build her up and try and undo what damage we can.
It's good news. The owner has agreed to sign over the surviving female marmoset, called Crawly, to Alison. He understands Crawly will get all the specialist care and attention she needs at the park, something he can't provide.
I'm going to try and get Crawly to walk into the box by scattering around some grapes and things and some waxworms. Are you watching, missus? Look. Oh, so tasty.
But persuading the nervous little monkey into the travel crate is going to be a challenge.
Good girl. Come on, then.
Alison draws the curtains to help keep Crawly calm. She tries to entice her into the box with waxworms.
I know. I wasn't fibbing. I got loads more.
But the female marmoset isn't convinced.
Well, she doesn't seem to want to be brave enough quite to walk in.
There's only one thing for it. Alison reaches in and quickly grabs her.
Yeah, I put a glove on. I've learned that lesson before. Basically, she's saying, no, I don't want to go in the box, because she knew that something was up. And in the end, you can offer them the opportunity, but at some point it becomes more stressful when you're stalking them with your box and your waxworm. So sort of a judgment call at what point that you finally just say, get it done, quick, over, and now she's calm in the box, and she's got a soft blanket in there. And some food, and we have water bottle for her outside, so.
Crawly appears to be in reasonable condition, so could soon have the opportunity to bond with a new mate.
She's looking pretty good to me. I think she does need that D3, but other than that, we'll get her going, and potentially we'll check her feces, because our veterinarians can do that in-house for parasites. And if she's all healthy, then she'll meet Comet probably tomorrow. So, yeah. And hopefully she'll have a better attitude with him than she did me. Yeah.
With the paperwork signed and sealed, Alison is keen to get back to the park so Crawly can settle in.
They actually signed her over to me, so I'm now Crawly's new guardian. It's really good for her. Now we just have to make sure that she's fit and healthy and has a long life ahead of her.
Enriching the lives of the primates at the park is one of the care team's constant and most important undertakings, and it's a continuously evolving task. The aim is always to encourage natural behaviours and keep their charges engaged. To do this, the staff need to keep coming up with new ideas. But sometimes a good idea for one group can prove useful for another too. Like this mobile termite mound, which entertained the youngsters at the orangutan nursery. It proved such a hit that Toby is borrowing the idea and preparing to try it out on Erico's group of capuchins down at the lodge.
They're quite versatile and we can use them in a number of ways. We use them like we do an artificial termite mound. where we hang them on the outside of the mesh and they have to reach through or poke sticks in to retrieve the treats. Or today, I'm actually going to suspend them in their outside enclosure, high enough up the ground so that they actually have to work a bit to get it, and they have to go along the hosing, and it will encourage Sean and Erico, hopefully, up off the ground a bit, because those two could do with doing just a little bit more climbing.
Toby is smearing the inside of the kongs, which are attached to the boards, with honey and adding the Capuchin's breakfast of sliced bananas still in the skin. Hopefully the honey, being a high-value item, will keep some of the more dominant individuals busy, giving the others a chance to get involved.
The ability to climb varies in this group because there's a mixture. A lot of the older animals in here were wild caught before they were taken to the laboratory, so they're brilliant up the trees. Ringo, Abby Marlowe, Scarlet, Zoe, Binti will be right up the top of these trees on a sunny morning like this morning, getting the warmth. Erico can climb, he just can't be bothered sometimes. He doesn't need to so much because he's the dominant male. Sean isn't so great at climbing. He never has been, but obviously he has got the handicap of his fingers, which does hinder him. But yeah, everyone in this group is capable of doing at least some sort of climbing, so hopefully we'll get them up and off the ground and having to, use some different muscles for a change.
Leader Erico is first out. He immediately spots the hanging feeders and heads straight for them. Not the most enthusiastic climber, this morning sees his love of food and puzzles spurring him on to check them out. The rest of the group aren't far behind. The Capuchins are soon trying various techniques to reach the sticky honey and banana. Abby balances at full stretch, while elderly Binti defies her age, showing strength and agility as she clings on with one hand and uses the other to reach in for the treat. Not everyone has left the ground. Low-ranking Caesar has worked out he can reach one of the boards just by standing tall. But most are having a good workout and showing off their Mission Impossible skills. The two newbies in the group are settling in well, and Matty appears to have now accepted Erico is the boss. His female friend, Louie, has fully embraced life in the large group. She's always on the go, loves climbing, and is finding today's task finger-licking good.
She's not one of the wild-caught ones like, say, the likes of Abby Marlowe and Scarlet, so seeing her climbing around like that and sort of using her tail and using her sort of balancing herself, it's really good. She'll have used all sorts of core muscles there because she sort of has to balance on top of the board while sort of reaching down and getting the banana out and getting the honey out. So yeah, she's done really well. She seems to have really sort of thrived with it.
In the wild, Capuchin monkeys are found roaming the tropical forests of Central and South America. They're an arboreal species. They spend almost all of their time off the ground in the tree canopy, foraging and travelling safe from terrestrial predators. Capuchin monkeys live in large mixed groups of up to 35. A single dominant male leads the troop. The species is considered to be the most intelligent New World monkey, able to assess and solve problems, especially when it comes to food. Erico's group have certainly demonstrated their ability today.
This has been a really big success, and hopefully we can maybe make some more so we can spread them out more around the enclosure, and potentially we can try it on some of the other sort of smaller species on the park as well, like the lemurs and the spider monkeys and the squirrel monkeys.
After a long and stressful day, Alison has arrived back at the park from Devon with female marmoset Crawly. Primate care staff are on hand and have prepared a bedroom for the new arrival.
All right, you're okay. Just set her down for a second.
Steph has organised a selection of food for Crawly to choose from.
So I put a smattering of bugs in and just a couple of bits of grape and a couple of things. I want to overload her, and then I can always hand feed her a few bits.
Yeah, she likes crickets and mealworms.
Right, is everyone happy?
I think so.
Pop her in.
The marmoset needs to be tested for parasites and given an all-over health check before she can mix with others living in the house. Until then, she'll be in a bedroom on her own, but able to see and hear her neighbours.
Here we go. Hi. Hi there.
Come on, Crawly.
Crawly is slow to emerge, despite the enticement of waxworms.
It's okay.
I know it helps.
Feisty pants.
She makes constant frightened vocalisations as she begins to explore her new surroundings.
So she's feeling very feisty. She's wasted no time in telling us off for the situation, all these new people in this new place. Yeah, she looks pretty typical pet trade monkey. She's quite bright in her face, and she's quite sort of active. Bit of trembling in the arms and legs. Could just be nerves, because she's literally just moved into this scary new building with all these new faces and things she doesn't know. But it could also be from lack of moving on natural perching and not being able to climb about as much as she should be able to. Looks like a bit of a hunched spine there. There looks like a kink at the top of the back there, which would indicate rickets, which common pet trade issue. But yeah, we'll closely monitor over the next day or two, make sure we get some faecal samples so we can give her the all clear there, and just see what else we notice with her.
The team are happy to just observe until she calms down.
She's already gone into Steph's bed up there rather than her own, so I think she'll settle in just fine.
The park's vet nurse and primate care staff will assess Crawly over the next few days. If she gets the all clear and is settled enough, she'll be introduced to a new partner called Comet and can begin her new life in safe surroundings with company of her own kind. Next time on Monkey Life. Alison takes additional precautions to protect many of the park's residents, following confirmation the global COVID pandemic can also affect apes.
If one chimpanzee in Hanania's group gets COVID-19, it's likely that all 17 will.
And, just like Dad, little Woolly Leroy shares a strawberry breakfast with Father Levar. Today on Monkey Life. Alison takes additional precautions to protect many of the park's residents, following confirmation the global COVID pandemic can also affect apes.
If one chimpanzee in Hanania's group gets COVID-19, it's likely that all 17 will.
More tests for bachelor chimp Gypsy as his mystery condition worsens.
It's the sort of picture you see in people that have like a chronic bronchitis. What on earth has caused that, we don't know.
And, just like Dad, little Woolly Leroy shares a strawberry breakfast with Father Levar. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Hi! Look at that. Oh, he's fantastic.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in a tough couple of years for everyone at the park. The team have had the added worry of protecting the health and welfare of the animals from the virus.
It's now known very clearly that a wide variety of animals can catch COVID-19. But of course, all of the great apes, chimpanzees, bonobos, gorillas, orangutans, human beings. So it's an issue for us. We also have a lot of older, more vulnerable apes here at the park, and we know that the elderly are more susceptible to COVID-19 and the effects of it than younger individuals. So all of those things just make me terrified.
The team at Monkey World have been particularly cautious throughout the pandemic.
Want to try this? See what you think.
To mitigate the spread of the virus, the primate care teams wear masks and regularly check the temperatures of the gibbons and great apes.
35.8, that's a nice temperature, good boy.
One species causing real concern are the chimps. They share a high percentage of DNA with humans and are, by nature, social animals. The park has 4 communities.
We keep our apes in large groups. If one chimpanzee in Hananya's group gets COVID-19, it's likely that all 17 will. And it just, as I say it, I get chills down my back and it's worrying.
But science has come up with answers which may benefit all large primates. COVID vaccines have had a successful rollout in the UK, and Alison has lobbied health officials for any spare doses no longer suitable for human use. She's keen to vaccinate the chimps, orangutans, and gibbons.
It's a difficult one because there's no way that I would ever suggest that our chimpanzees should have a vaccine prior to another human being, but there are expiry dates. I've been able to get 10 vials, which in theory I can get 8 large ape doses out of each vial, and if you draw it up carefully, 9. So there's a little bit of a concern and risk, but we've proceeded cautiously, and we've set up a protocol for how we're going to do this cautiously and carefully. And as I speak to you, we've already given out the initial doses to a select few individuals and then monitored their reaction. And it's been nothing.
One of the first recipients was Butch, one of the park's first chimps, who arrived 33 years ago. He's elderly, but in good health, and cooperative when accepting medication from the team. He's shown no reaction to the jab.
So we're now rolling it out for everybody. And that's no mean feat, because altogether, we've got 51 chimpanzees. We've got 14 orangutans and 22 gibbons, if I'm remembering correctly.
All the orangutans have now been vaccinated, and today it's the turn of Bart's group of 17 chimps.
Hi.
Hello.
Just making sure that they're all perfect and without bubbles, but I think so.
The primate care staff are well versed in administering medication. The larger animals at the park have all been trained to accept a hand injection. As a reward, they're given a treat. The team are using an extra high-value reward today.
If you literally want to grab a bowl and put some of the malt loaf on it and then just see who follows you down, just disperse them out a bit.
Before being given the vaccine, each chimp has their temperature taken and recorded.
36.3, Eddie, 35.6. Cool. Yeah, so you literally just want to go along and get everyone's temperatures.
They'll be retested over the next few days to check for any fluctuations, which could become a cause for concern. Temperature done, it's time for the vaccination.
Very good, Athena. There you go, my girl. There you go. Well done.
Good girl!
Leader Bart is used to injections. He has a daily insulin dose.
This is just nothing to him, really.
The vaccination process for Bart's group goes smoothly.
Good girl! Well done. Good girl!
Yeah, it wasn't horrendous, so pretty solid with the actual injections. It's just, yeah, certain individuals, not mentioning any names, Gamba, just trying to get in the mix all the time. Obviously, with this group, some of them are getting older, some of the younger ones are up and down, so just our regular day-to-day stuff can go a little bit awry because the hierarchies are shifting. But when you walk down the corridor with some malt loaf covered in jam, gets some people a bit too excited, doesn't it, mate? Quite happy with them.
Over the next few days, the rest of the chimpanzees will receive their vaccination, and all will be monitored for adverse effects. Along with the team's safety protocols, the primates now have an added level of protection against the effects of the virus. The majority of the primates at the park love to eat fresh browse, and not just the leaves, but the bark as well. It's an excellent natural source of fibre and nutrients, but can also be fun to play with. It's a great indoor distraction when the weather isn't so good. Today, the 5 orangutans in the nursery group are being provided with just such an indoor diversion, courtesy of the primate care team. They've covered the floor of the playroom with freshly cut bamboo.
Bamboo, pretty much something that they don't really sort of eat, really. They like it, just use it for playing, building nests, and just something to muck about, something just to entertain them.
Jarno opens up, giving the group access to the large playroom. A scatter feed has been mixed in with the bamboo to keep them fully occupied, and the young orangutans demonstrate their appreciation. They're soon throwing it everywhere, immersed in making a good old mess and having lots of fun. True to form, however, Oisin has her mind on finding food and methodically sifts through the bamboo, searching for every morsel. Rika is developing a taste for the fresh green leaves. Like many young males, Bulu Mata has a more gung-ho approach. Up goes the bamboo as he launches it into the air to forage underneath. The technique needs a little fine-tuning. He ends up wearing much of it. Youngest in the group, 6-year-old Mimi, is growing up fast.
She's really independent young lady, so she spent lots of her time on her own and chilling and just enjoying any enrichment and thing that we offer her.
Both Mimi and Rika are given a contraceptive pill, as 12-year-old male Sylvester is reaching adulthood. He'll soon be developing the huge facial flanges associated with full-grown adults and will need to move on from the nursery, which is why Alison is actively looking for a new home for him. Despite Bulu's juvenile sense of fun, he too is heading towards adulthood, and it's not possible for 2 large male orangs to live together without coming to blows. But for now, they're still enjoying each other's company, being teenagers and having fun. With more than 260 primates to feed and keep content all year round, the park welcomes generous donations of fruit and insects, particularly in the colder months.
Winter management is always more challenging because there's less for them to do out in the enclosures, less foraging for bugs and sort of browse and things like that. So being able to kind of just throw out some nice treats for them throughout the winter definitely does kind of, just keeps them in higher spirits, and they certainly get a lot of enjoyment out of some nice extra treats that they wouldn't normally get.
Sharon has prepared a colourful breakfast for Levar's troop of 7 woolly monkeys. She distributes a donation of strawberries mixed in with whole oranges and carrots all over the wonderful tree-filled enclosure. The aim is to get every member of the group outside and keep them busy and active on this cold winter's morning. The troop pile out en masse. There's lots of excited trilling as they realise there's something different on the menu today. The natural enclosure, with a network of ropes and hosing linking all the trees, makes it easy for the troop to move around and search out the fresh fruit and veg breakfast. Five-year-old Cosmo is enjoying the strawberries. It's cold enough to see his breath, but that doesn't stop him devouring them one after the other. Strawberries are definitely a firm favourite. The park's oldest woolly monkey, Levar, and his 2-year-old son, Leroy, bond over their shared love of the fruit as they breakfast together. The primate care team are convinced there'll be a couple of new additions to the group in the near future. A health check last week confirmed Olivia is expecting a baby in the next couple of months.
Olivia is doing well. She's not a very large pregnant female, but she is young. She is quite a small girl anyway. It's first time baby. So it is always, we really do struggle pinpointing due dates with these monkeys because they all present so differently. So we're keeping a very close eye on her, but generally in herself she's happy enough, and yeah, we're quite happy that she seems to be just progressing okay.
It's a family affair. Olivia's mum Zingu is also thought to be pregnant, which could be a great help for her daughter, who'll be a first-time mum.
I think Zingu will certainly be keeping a close eye and hopefully showing that nice sort of interest as well as dominant female, and I think having Zingu here in this group is definitely going to benefit Olivia when baby comes along.
But that's in the future. For now, the group's focus is the tasty breakfast, with everyone tucking in and enjoying it. Including the local wildlife. Recently, Enzo's group of woolly monkeys moved into a brand new purpose-built house, leaving their former home vacant. But not for long. The maintenance team are already busy converting it into the park's second nocturnal loris house. They're being quick about it too, because Alison is expecting another Bengal slow loris to arrive at the park in a matter of days.
What I know so far is that it's a loris that's approximately 12 to 13 years old. The previous owner got her in from a confiscation, actually, out of Hong Kong. Now, that's quite interesting because she, in theory, and I'll see her CITES papers when she arrives, came from the same place that we got our loris from in Hong Kong. So a rescue center that the government takes wildlife and leaves them to care for it and try and find a new home. So she might have been through that same center at about the same time as some of the loris that we already have here. And I have been told that she is of similar size to our other Hong Kong loris, so she's a big girl.
The new, currently unnamed loris has been living as part of a private collection in Cornwall, and to create some space for her, 3 of the park's original 6 lorises are being moved into the new accommodation. Nearly 8 years ago, Monkey World welcomed its first ever slow loris, Boo, who was rescued from the Maldives.
Hi, you.
2 years later, the 5 lorises from Hong Kong joined her. Alison and the team wanted to try and learn as much as possible about this unusual, secretive species that so little is known about, to complement the work done at Dao Tien, the park's sister sanctuary in Vietnam, which rescues and releases lorises back into the wild. Now Bruce and females Boo and Bobby are moving into the newly converted home as part of that plan.
We're popping them into their new rooms. We've put Bruce into the big playroom and we're going to put the girls into the bedrooms because the girls already live together, so they can have the sort of smaller 3 bedrooms. And then hopefully, when we've given them a little bit of time to settle, there's actually an intro panel that's been created between the bedrooms and the playroom with sort of a fine mesh on it. So we're hoping that once they've had a bit of time to settle, we can open that up, get Bruce used to the ladies next door and perhaps create sort of a working trio, but we'll see how that goes.
Just like their name, the lorises are slow to emerge. But the red light nocturnal conditions help encourage the trio to explore their new surroundings, albeit at their own pace. It's been almost a month since wildlife vet Nick Masters visited the park to examine Gypsy. Since then, the bachelor chimp's blood test results have come back as normal, and a COVID test proved negative. It means there's still no obvious explanation for the abnormalities, which showed up in X-rays of the chimp's lungs. In the weeks since, Gypsy's condition hasn't improved. In fact, he appears to have deteriorated. Now, Nick and the vet team are going to have a second look.
His breathing has become very shallow and rapid, which has made us quite suspicious that there's something else going on other than the chronic bronchial patterning that we saw in his lungs. He has also looked to lose some weight, and he's not quite behaving like his normal rambunctious self, which is very unusual for him. So we are quite worried about him at the moment, which means we want to have him down just for some further investigations, just to make sure that we're not missing anything and to make sure that we're treating him the best we possibly can.
The day hasn't got off to the best of starts. Gypsy refused his pre-med and wouldn't cooperate when a member of the primate care team tried to administer the anaesthetic by hand injection. Nick has had to resort to Plan B and dart the chimp.
We're just trying to minimise all that pre-anaesthetic stress if we can. Doesn't help physiologically, but we've done it now, and fingers crossed he'll be going down.
Gypsy is taken straight to the park's hospital, where he's intubated and stabilised. Local vet Ruth Crossman is assisting Nick and will perform an ultrasound.
So previously we took chest x-rays, but under quite difficult conditions in the enclosure. So it'd be good to repeat those. But you're all set up and ready to go, aren't you, with the scan?
You can do the chest, I don't mind which.
Oh, OK.
Do you want to do x-rays first?
Let's get the x-rays done first.
Nick wants to do a number of x-rays to compare to the ones taken last month. He's looking for changes around Gypsy's vital organs, and his lungs in particular.
Does this look generally quite radio opaque to you? I mean, we're not low on the settings, are we? So we're not really getting to see vessels coming from the heart or anything, are we? So he's got major changes in the lungs. It looks as if there's a sort of thickening of the walls of the airways and maybe some of the tissue between them. It's the sort of picture you see in people that have like a chronic bronchitis. What on earth has caused that? We don't know. We're speculating completely. So we're trying to treat him symptomatically at the moment.
Heart rate has come down a little bit as well. 72 is what I was getting.
An ultrasound should provide a clearer picture. Gypsy's heart appears normal.
I think the left atrium doesn't, that's not nice one, the left atrium there, and it doesn't look huge compared to the left ventricle.
Yeah.
And they seem to be closing all right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
As does his spleen.
Looks functionally normal, yeah? Yeah.
That leaves his lungs. The team decide to perform a tracheal wash. A second tube is inserted down Gypsy's throat and a saline solution injected into the lungs before being drawn back out.
We're just trying to get a sample of any sort of cells or bacteria that are present in the lung and to look to see whether that is normal or not. It's very clear, doesn't it? Yeah, that's good. That's good. I mean, it fits with his very dry, unproductive cough.
It's reassuring, but still doesn't get to the bottom of Gypsy's condition. A new set of blood samples is taken for comparison. Then Gypsy is put on the scales.
50.2.
So his weight today was 46.2, so he's lost 3 kilos in 3 weeks.
It's as good as we can do. No, I think that's as good as we can do, definitely. I'm sure we know, where the problem is, and we don't know exactly what the cause is.
Gypsy is returned to one of the bedrooms at the bachelor house to recover. The team still don't have a definitive answer, but hope a course of medication will see him improve. But a few days later, their optimism was dashed. Due to a long-term health condition, Gypsy had also developed the autoimmune condition Crohn's disease, and nothing further could be done. The terrible but important decision was made to let him go. The team will miss him.
Just devastating to lose him. Just getting food into him became a bit of a nightmare. He just had no desire to eat, and we were looking at this very emaciated chimpanzee, and he needed food to get through it, and he just didn't want to do it. He was just losing the will, we think. There was an awful lot wrong with Gypsy, so as heartbreaking as it was for us, it was absolutely the right decision, because we just wouldn't have got him through it, and he was quite clearly suffering. So yeah, it's just a horrible, horrible time for everyone involved, really.
Next time on Monkey Life, Alison and the team welcome a new female loris to the park.
She doesn't have a name right now, so just calling her her, and we're just gonna have to try and think up a name and get to know her.
And a log lifting workout for Dodger the Capuchin. Today on Monkey Life, Alison and the team welcome a new female loris to the park.
She doesn't have a name right now, so just calling her her, and we're just gonna have to try and think up a name and get to know her.
There's also a tiny new addition at the Woolly Monkey House.
This is baby number 5 for Zingu, and she's had fantastic success with all babies. She's just taken it in her stride.
And a log lifting workout for Dodger the Capuchin. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I'm shocked. This animal is living in fear of its life at all times.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. It's a big day for the park's group of lorises. Alison is awaiting the imminent arrival of a female from a private collection in Cornwall.
I was approached to take on the loris to give her a better life and potentially companionship of her own kind. So that's all good. I've allowed the loris to be delivered here, which is not usual. So anytime this morning, she should be being delivered by 1 or 2 people, and hopefully I'll get a chance to speak to them a little bit more about her. So primate care staff Steph and her team are gonna have a lot of work cut out for themselves just to make sure she's doing okay. She doesn't have a name right now, so just calling her her, and we're just gonna have to try and think up a name and get to know her.
To make more room for the new female and the existing residents, 3 of the park's lorises have moved to a newly adapted nocturnal house. In the last few days, 2 of them, Boo and Bruce, have been getting reacquainted. They lived together a few years ago before being separated. The other female, Bobby, is in her own bedroom for now, while the primate care team carefully monitor Boo and Bruce to see how they get on. Elle feels the process is progressing well.
This is like the most positive I've seen Gibbon Introduction.
Also watching with interest is Dr. Marina Kenyon, director of Monkey World's sister sanctuary in Vietnam, who has experience of working with lorises.
They've been so good together. He was so gentle this morning, and he's been so nice. He's grooming her. He's very steady, as it naturally would be in the wild when they'd come and meet and assess. So it's really lovely.
It's all looking positive, which is just as well because the new addition has just arrived.
Hiya.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good.
The unnamed loris is thought to be around 12 to 13 years old.
Hi, you missus. What's she like?
Pretty laid back. She is a very laid back look, especially from what I've heard about your ones. They sound like them a bit feisty at times. Is that
Well,
right?
one of them I've named Axl Rose.
Oh, lovely. Does
Yeah,
that sum up?
no, he's full on. He's full on, and he's a bit of a handful.
Alison wants to take the new arrival to the original loris house as quickly as possible. Unlike her new housemates, she won't have experienced reverse lighting conditions. Lorises are nocturnal, so she would normally be asleep now and awake at night. The park's special lighting means their lorises are the opposite, allowing the primate care team to feed and monitor them during the day. Steph puts the travel crate into the bedroom and opens it up. But the new female stays put. Lorises can be stubborn, so it's going to be a waiting game while she gets used to the sights and sounds of her new home. After a winter storm wrecked one of the enclosures at the domestic marmoset house, the team decided to seize the opportunity, not just to rebuild, but to redesign as well. With marmosets still arriving from the UK pet trade and more on the waiting list, every inch of space is vital. This new design is for 2 enclosures, which can and will mostly be used as one space. It's linked by a series of tunnels, making it easy to split if needed for a new arrival. Today, Ruby's family of 6 are going to give it a test run.
It's pretty exciting. They have been trapped inside for a little bit because there's been some damage to the enclosure, and I can see they're already pretty excited to come outside as well.
They're a lively bunch and appreciate all the space.
They're quite chaotic. Ruby is obviously the boss. She's quite easily the biggest, and she will jump in front of the others and give a couple of tellings off. Oscar's very quiet, keeps to himself. He's happy just mooching around doing his own thing. The kids are everywhere. They're very hard to tell apart. They do look very similar at the moment, so trying to spot them and tell them apart can be quite tricky.
They don't normally need much encouragement to explore, but just in case, Ali is putting out some of the family's favourite insects and grubs.
My plan is to put waxworms, some of the insects that they really enjoy, mealworms as well, into these holes. Yeah, there's a few in there that will work. And then they'll just come down, have a forage, gives them an excuse to come into the enclosure so they're not too nervous. And it's something that they can benefit from. Go on, guys.
The main tunnel to the enclosure is the same route the marmosets are used to. But there's an additional access point, and everything else is completely new too. It stops Dad Oscar in his tracks. Mum Ruby is less cautious, and barrels past her mate to check things out. Their somewhat unlikely relationship has unexpectedly resulted in 2 sets of twins. Merry and Pippin, and their younger siblings, Bilbo and Frodo. Dad's still watchful and hanging back, but the kids are determined to investigate and are straight off exploring their new surroundings. Learning new access routes and how to get from A to B can be daunting. But the majority of this marmoset family take everything in their stride. Even Oscar has ventured further out, although he's still a little wary. One of the youngsters is already checking out the insect-filled log Keeper Ali prepared for them.
I think it'll give them a good week of trying to figure things out, work out where things are, and then as soon as they've done that, we'll come in and change something, we'll add something different, and then they'll have to start all over again, which is part of the fun of doing this.
But for now, Ruby and her family are enjoying exploring their new 2-in-1 home. For the last few weeks, the Primate care team have been excitedly anticipating the arrival of not one, but 2 woolly monkey babies. They suspected first-time mum-to-be Olivia would be first to give birth, but experienced parent Zingu beat her to it.
This is baby number 5 for Zingu, and she's had fantastic success with all babies. So she's just taken it in her stride. She knows exactly what to do. It's only a few days in, so she's still taking lots of time to rest. It obviously takes quite a lot out of her having a baby, but she's really just kind of pretty chilled out with it all. And baby's looking really good.
It's the ideal scenario for the team. They're hoping supermum Zingu will show her 5-year-old daughter Olivia the ropes.
For Olivia, this is the 3rd baby that she's seen now with Zingu, so she's already sort of observed quite a lot of Zingu's mothering skills, but just the general care, cleaning up, checking around the back end and making sure everything's clean, encouraging the position for the suckling, so you can see that with Zingu sometimes where she's kind of manoeuvring a little bit and making sure baby's going in the right place. Also how she's interacting with the group, keeping out of the way of the big boys if they're charging around. So we're hoping that she'll just pick up all of these little tips and that she will be nice and calm when the baby comes.
The team are keeping Zingu and the baby indoors for the first few days to keep a close eye on them and check the infant is suckling well and passing urine and faeces. It's too early to be sure what sex the new arrival is. And there's also the matter of who's the dad.
We've got a massive big question mark over who is the dad. We've got 3 big boys in this group. Zingu is a particularly popular lady and she spends time with all 3 of those boys. So I'm not sure it's going to be very easy to pinpoint. We do record when we see any kind of interactions with Zingu or any of the other females with what males and what they're getting up to. But there's a great deal of time that we're not with these animals. Lavar himself is quite elusive, so you'd quite often find that he might choose to be with Zingu when we're not watching because he doesn't really like us to see what's going on with him. So it's going to be very difficult for us to pinpoint on this occasion who is the dad.
The team are just happy mum and baby are healthy and doing well. But there's no time to relax. The baby's half-sister Olivia is due any day. And the hope is that birth goes just as smoothly. Two of Monkey World's more recent arrivals have had a busy 6 months settling into life at the park. Patus monkey pairing, Mr. Patus and Penelope, were first housed alongside the Gwenons. Now they've moved across the park to a permanent home they can call their own, with a lot of noisy neighbours.
Yeah, they're doing very well down here. They've got the Capuchins opposite them, which adds for a bit of entertainment. They vocally talk to the spider monkeys in the morning, they alarm call and have a bit of a chat. And also they really love sitting high up at the top end of the enclosures because they can see the stump-tailed macaques opposite them. So they're getting on really well down here. It's a lot bigger and it's a lot more exciting than when they first came.
The pair, rescued from a zoo in Wales, were extremely nervous when they first arrived. Since then, the Primate care staff have, slowly but surely, built up a good relationship with them both.
They actually wouldn't even make eye contact towards us. We'd quite often find that when we went in the same house as them, they'd go off in the corner and hide. So it's been hard work to even get them to, look at us, come towards us, let alone take food off us. So it's been quite the achievement.
One of the most effective methods used by the team to build trust and establish a bond is operant conditioning.
Hi, mister.
Or clicker training, as it's also known.
Hand. Good boy.
It entails an animal being asked to do something in exchange for a reward.
Good boy, Mr. P. Hand. Good lad.
Elle has been working with Mr. P and Penelope for the last 2 months.
This is something that's even took us a long time to get them to the position where they feel comfortable to come over, let alone take food reward. So at the minute I'm working with Penelope, just taking food from me and not snatching it. Obviously that comes with time, comes with confidence. And Mr. Patas, I'm trying to get him to stay in one station spot at one time. So I'll go over to her and I'll click and I'll reward him for staying still.
Most of the primates at the park have experience of operant conditioning. It builds confidence and trust with their carers, allowing the staff to get up close, vital for checking on health issues or giving medication.
Good boy.
Mr. P is further along with his training than his partner.
Hand. Good lad. He's a very clever animal, so just getting him to sit here almost doesn't feel like enough. He seems to get a little bit impatient and he wants to do more. And also because he's now made the association between the clicker and he's getting more confident with his training, we can then start training other things, such as presenting feet. We can start presenting open mouth, so we can look inside his teeth and other things like that.
There's no doubt Mr. P is the more confident of the two, but Penelope is beginning to come into her own.
Good girl. When she starts to get more confident, her personality starts to shine, so even though it seems she's very shy, she's not really. She's actually quite the character, really.
It's testament to the care and dedication of the primate care team for their charges. The two Patas have come a long way in just 6 months, and everything is pointing towards a positive future. Across the park, there's been a bit of a falling out amongst one of the Capuchin groups.
Hello. Are you coming here, Dodge?
Life had been running smoothly for new arrival Dodger, but last week he had a major altercation with Gizmo and his 5 ladies. It's led to Dodger having to move house and join a different group.
Dodger is a very energetic animal and he kind of seems to be getting quite frustrated up here and unfortunately taking it out on some of the other individuals in the group. And, you know, Gizmo does have a lot of social issues anyway and he's not really coping with that change too well either.
The park's Capuchin complex is home to 3 different groups, as well as a trio of spider monkeys. Donna knows the dynamics well, and after a lot of thoughtful consideration, decided Winslow's group of 16 would be the best fit for Dodger.
So we're moving Dodger down to the Capuchin complex in the hope that Winslow's troop don't have too many political things going on at the moment, so we're hopeful that Dodger might slip in there okay.
Dodger is being given plenty of time to settle down and get used to his new surroundings, which are bigger and noisier than anything he's experienced previously. So far, he's taken everything in his stride, and has met quite a few new housemates, including leader Winslow. Now he needs to meet the remaining members of the group and experience the outside area of his new home.
We're going to let Dodger out into his new enclosure. So it's much bigger than any enclosure that he's been in before. It also is open top, so it doesn't have a roof. So to you and I, that seems like not a big deal at all, but for him, he's always had something over his head, whereas now this is really open. It's much higher than anything he's seen, and there's lots of other things going on as well. So really exciting for us, and hopefully it'll be exciting for Dodger as well.
Donna is distributing a number of rotten logs to encourage him. They're full of grubs and insects, perfect for foraging. And he'll be joined by 5 other members of the troop to show him the ropes.
Norman and 4 other females who are all used to the enclosure, so they know their way around, they know where everything is that surrounds the enclosure. So that should help Dodger because they'll be really relaxed and they'll just crack on and hopefully he'll just follow their lead. Ready, Dodger?
Donna opens up and a cautious Dodger heads outside. He has a good look around, taking it all in, but he's a confident male and soon sets off to explore. 5 of his new housemates are outside ready to keep him company. Fifi's already foraging through the log pile for grubs. Dodger joins in. Capuchins love insects, and the logs are the perfect encouragement to indulge in the natural behaviours innate to the species. Dodger's technique is a bit gung-ho. Donna's pleased to see him confidently going back and forth from outside to in on a number of occasions. He's not even concerned when a herd of deer appear alongside the enclosure. He's totally focused on foraging for insects. Even the noisy neighbours in Franco's group next door don't faze him.
It was like he'd always been in there. He loved it. He was using all of the areas. There were some areas where he could see Franco's troop next door as well. So that was very exciting for everybody. So this is another step forward. He can run around, burn off some of that energy, and it should be really good for him.
It's looking like a positive change for Dodger and a more natural life within Capuchin society. His next hurdle will be coming together with the entire group as one. And so far, the signs are positive. A few weeks ago, the park's maintenance team moved a large living ash tree into the Gwenon family's enclosure. They absolutely loved it. So much so, they ate all the new fresh buds and started stripping the bark. The primate care team have decided to step in to give the tree a chance to recover. They've opted for a distraction technique, distributing lots of newly pruned fruit and willow branches covered in buds and catkins around the enclosure.
We've put out some pear and apple branches that have started budding. You can see all the little buds on here. And the Gwenons are going to absolutely love these. They're going to be really tasty. They've also got a bit of spring in the branches, so the kids are going to have a lot of fun bouncing around on these. Hopefully it'll keep them busy, because they are so active and so energetic that we need to keep them as occupied as possible, otherwise they could get a little bit bored, which is why we try and do stuff like this as much as possible.
The team have piled the branches on the platforms, creating small thickets for the family of four to investigate and forage through.
I'm very excited to see what they get up to with these branches and these buds that we've put in. I can guess that they're going to eat them and throw them around the enclosure. But it'll be interesting to see if they do anything new with them that we haven't seen yet. We'll have to wait and see. Come on, guys.
The family head out together and make straight for the Brows. Parents Benny and Nia share a close bond, despite their two hyperactive daughters taking up a lot of their time. But this morning, the sight of all the buds and flowers has captured their full attention. Mum, Dad and the youngsters are all tucking in. Gwenons are natural foragers and live in mangrove forests, travelling through the tree canopy. Fresh leaves and buds make up part of their diet, as well as fruit and insects. They have well-developed cheek pouches allowing them to forage across a wide area, before finding a safe place to chew and swallow their food. Their hands are similar to humans, meaning they can easily manipulate the buds from the branches. Sisters Nala and Biff soon discover the branches bend and move as they climb, perfect for playtime. The girls don't give Dad Benny a moment's peace. But every now and then he puts them in their place.
Benny likes to keep himself to himself. He's an older gent. He likes to sit by himself, and often he'll groom with Nia as well. Nia is always pretty focused on the girls. She always likes to know what they're up to, but they're at that age now where they can pretty much go off and do whatever they want. That quite often involves charging around the enclosure with each other. They're very energetic, so the sooner we can give them a lot more space to use, the better.
And that's going to happen soon. A dramatic change to the Gwenon's enclosure has been in the planning for some months. The scheme involves a roof, which will create a lot more height. Lots of shrubs and trees will be added and linked with hoses. It'll mean a better use of space for the high-climbing Gwenons, giving them lots more room to move around. The changes will involve a few weeks of disruption, but the benefits will make it all worthwhile. Next time on Monkey Life. Alison travels north to collect a female marmoset whose owner has died, leaving her in the care of a neighbour.
Wow, look at that breakfast tray. That's enough to feed an army of marmosets.
It's the variety.
And Zingu's baby ventures outside for the first time. Today on Monkey Life. Alison travels north to collect a female marmoset whose owner has died, leaving her in the care of a neighbour.
Wow, look at that breakfast tray. That's enough to feed an army of marmosets.
It's the variety.
A new puzzle for the squirrel monkeys to try out.
With something like this, they'll come across it very quickly and pretty sure they'll figure it out pretty fast as well.
And Zingu's baby ventures outside for the first time. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I can't keep her in, get her in. Okay, got it.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. It's all systems go at the Marmoset complex. Primate care team member Steph is preparing a bedroom for the imminent arrival of a young female common marmoset, another victim of the UK pet trade.
I want to throw up some extra perching because they tend to not be the most mobile. Any of the pet trade animals that come into us tend to be like that, but particularly if we know there's a history of rickets within that family group. So yeah, throwing up thicker branching, extra branching, so it's much easier for her to navigate the enclosure. I've got some nice, clean, soft marmoset blankets, which is these guys' favourite thing to cuddle up in at night, so we'll put some of those in her beds. And just make sure everything in there is very sturdy and very sort of tied down. Hey, Reggie. Good boy, Reg.
The aim is for the new female to be partnered with Reggie, who lost his mate Jerry a few months ago.
Getting a new girlfriend. It's exciting.
She's called Jangles and is just 2 years old.
So yeah, we don't know that much about her other than her name, her age, and a little bit about her family's background. But we've seen a couple of pictures of her and she looks sort of bright enough in the face. Slightly bed hair, ear tufts, but quite a few of ours get that. So we're hopeful that we've got her young enough we can make a real difference in her life and give her the companionship she needs.
Steph and Reggie may be enjoying a sunny spring morning in Dorset, but 280 miles north, near Halifax in Yorkshire, Alison has had to battle through snowy conditions on her mission to collect Jangles.
It is simply spectacular here. We've come today to West Yorks. Quite a change from Dorset. It was sunny, but really beautiful, but not an environment for a marmoset, really. So we'll pick her up, take her down south and get her paired up, and hopefully everything will go smoothly and the family can rest assured that Jangles will be looked after.
Jangles had been living in a family group of 5 marmosets. Sadly, her parents and siblings have passed away, leaving Jangles alone. When her owner also passed on, Kevin, a friend and neighbour, stepped in to look after her, and then contacted Alison.
I mean, I'm gutted that the Jangles will be leaving, but I'm really looking forward to see how she develops with another family of marmosets. It's what she deserves, it's what she's got to have. If you want a pet, get a dog, get a cat. Primates should be with primates.
Good morning.
Morning.
Kevin.
How are you?
Good to meet you.
And you.
Jangles has an indoor and outdoor living space with some perching to move around on. The bedroom in the shed is heated, but unlikely to be sufficient in the current conditions.
Is it chillies in here?
Alison is keen to get as much information about the young marmoset as she can.
Is there any light inside of that shed?
With the exception of the ventilation shafts.
Yeah.
It's not total blackout, but it's probably 90%, 95% blackout.
Insufficient sunlight can lead to a condition called rickets, caused by a lack of vitamin D3. It's a disorder regularly found in pet trade marmosets.
Wow, look at that breakfast tray.
There you go.
Was that put out this morning or last night?
No, that's put out most days.
That's enough to feed an army of marmosets.
It's the variety.
There you go.
Jangles' breakfast is a smorgasbord of items more commonly found in an upmarket hotel.
Right, so here we have some tinned peaches. I did try on normal peaches, but for some reason she didn't go for it. Selection of nuts, dry scrambled eggs, so there's no oil or anything in there. Banana, chopped up mango.
Okay.
This is a baby infant banana yoghurt.
Okay.
And this one is a fruit medley yoghurt.
That's fantastic. Thank you for explaining that. Yeah, no. Give our keepers a better idea of what she's used to.
As soon as she arrives at Monkey World, Jangles will be given a more appropriate diet, including insects and marmoset gum.
She's carrying a little bit of weight that I can see. Hard to tell what her mobility's like right now because it's a small area, but she's not shy. She came up and take a wax worm off of me, so she's confident, which, you know, they've just done a really lovely job looking after her, so.
It's time to try and persuade Jangles into the travel box Alison's brought with her. Kevin feels the relationship and trust he's developed with the small monkey will make the task fairly straightforward.
Come on, let's go, girl. They're a good girl. Hey,
Excellent. Kevin's magic. Kevin and Jangles are the hot combo.
Okay.
The lure of waxworms does the trick. Within seconds, Jangles is safe and secure inside the crate. It's a 5-hour journey back to Dorset, and Alison is keen to get going. Time to say goodbye.
Tomorrow morning, all things being good, her mobility's good and everything, we'll introduce her to Reggie straight away.
Reggie's the man.
And she's fully mature, so no, it's time and a good thing. So really pleased we can offer her a good home for the rest of her life, so. Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you. No, pleasure. Pleasure.
Jangles was born at the home in Yorkshire. It's all she's ever known, so her new life will be a major upheaval. Kevin has enjoyed looking after her and is sorry to see her go, but knows he's made the right decision.
See ya.
Next stop, Dorset. A new start and a new male companion to share her life. The primate care teams at the park like to keep their charges active in body and brain. To achieve this, they come up with unique ideas and designs, particularly at feeding time. Today, they're trying out an idea on the park's energetic squirrel monkeys. Primate care team member Ali is experimenting with a number of clear plastic tubes, which is attached to wooden boards and logs. He's stuffed them with some of the squirrel monkey's favourite grubs, waxworms, hidden in clumps of straw.
They've got very active minds. They're always trying stuff out, exploring their enclosure, hunting the insects that we have in here. So something like this, they'll come across it very quickly and pretty sure they'll figure it out pretty fast as well. But as long as we can keep them stimulated, keep their minds active, then that's a good thing. And I think hanging them will give them a chance to use their strength, use their core muscles as well, give them a bit of exercise too.
The group dynamic amongst the squirrel monkeys has changed recently. Sadly, they said goodbye to the feisty little old lady, Turvy. She'd been at the park for 14 years and brought a lot of fun and encouragement to the group. But in recent times, she suffered mobility problems, which the primate care team had to cater for.
is a change. We can start putting things higher up. We don't have to focus on the areas that are easy to get to as a place where we put the enrichment. We can stick it higher up, make it harder, have some more balancing stuff. Because what would quite often happen is the faster animals who could go up high would just go for the easy stuff and they'd get there first and then they wouldn't bother with the stuff up high. Whereas now we can put it all in difficult places and make it more interesting.
This group are on the go all the time, and today is no exception. They focus all their efforts on the feeder boards as soon as they spot them. The discovery of waxworms only adds to their excitement. There are now only 4 in the group, 3 common squirrel monkeys and 1 black-capped, Nueve. She's extremely confident and likes to think she's the boss of the group. Logan is the largest of the 4, but doesn't flaunt it. He's a quiet, shy monkey who doesn't object to not being in charge. Lopez has taken on the role of top male. He's a gung-ho character. Everything he does is 100 miles an hour. But he is starting to take life a bit more seriously. The other female is Lucille. She arrived along with Logan and Lopez, all rescued from squalid conditions at a Somerset home. Back then, she was extremely quiet and nervous, but now she's grown in confidence.
We've seen a bit of a change in Lucille. She seems a bit more gregarious. She's out there working with the other animals to forage and stuff like that. I would say she's probably a bit more focused on Lopez, which is a good thing. She's adapted quite well to losing Turby. Time will tell what she ends up doing next, really.
Today's puzzles are encouraging the squirrel monkeys to use all their muscles, particularly their core. The tubes have been placed at arm's length, so they have to make a real effort to reach the wriggly waxworms at the bottom. The boards and logs are mobile too, making the whole task a little more challenging. There's plenty to go around, and when they've exhausted their possibilities, it's back to one of their favourite activities, hunting for insects in their wonderful natural enclosure. At Lavar's woolly monkey enclosure, the primate care team are preparing to let the group outside. The troop pile out together, but today, for one of them, it's a new adventure. A few days ago, experienced mum Zingu gave birth to her 5th infant. This morning, the youngster's taking its first look at the outside world.
So going outside for the first time, can be a little bit stressful for us because they're going, okay, we've got a new little baby, hopefully mum will look after the little baby. But because it's Zingu, we aren't as worried as if it was, a first-time mum. Zingu is so good, she's just like, yep, I'm outside. We know she's looking after her baby really well.
Zingu is totally at home with the tiny infant clinging on tightly to her side, its tail wrapped around hers as she negotiates her way along the ropes and into the trees. The rest of the troop has shown a keen interest in the newborn. Zingu doesn't object, but remains protective.
She's very good. She, keeps a very close eye on the others in the group and what's going on. If others come near her, she's more than happy for them to sit with her or to groom or to have a look at the baby. But she does sometimes tell the others off when she's had enough or if she feels like they're being a little bit rough, which is a great thing. It's a great trait that we want the mums to do. So, protecting her offspring, even if it is telling off her older children, which does happen, especially Leroy, who's her baby from the last couple of years ago. He sometimes wants to play and wants to wrestle with mum, but he has to kind of learn that he's not the baby anymore and he has got a new little offspring that we need to be keeping an eye on and looking after.
With Zingu dealing skillfully with her new baby,
come on
Another female in the group is being monitored closely by the team, Zingu's daughter, Olivia.
Come on, Olivia. Good girl.
She's also having a baby, and due any day. Lydia is keeping a close watch for any signs that the birth is imminent.
Good girl. So we're just doing little checkups on her, making sure we aren't seeing anything, negative happening, so any swelling that might be accumulating or any signs of things like preeclampsia, and just making sure she's coping really well with her pregnancy. But we aren't worried at this stage. We're just making sure that we're keeping a close eye on her and then seeing any possible changes that might be happening or any signs that she might be progressing towards labour.
The group, led by leader Levar, has always been a tight-knit family.
Levar, will go off and play with Leroy, do his displays, make sure everyone knows that he's still in charge, especially at his ripe old age, being 32 this year. So it is very much a continuation, but he is, giving Zingu the space that she needs and also, being there and taking interest in the latest offspring of the group as well.
For the moment, the new baby is still nameless.
We haven't confirmed a name yet, but we're 99% sure that we have another little boy, which is very exciting. So we'll be thinking of names shortly, and hopefully within the next couple of weeks we'll have a name for him. So let's watch this space.
It's a beautiful day at the park, and at the orangutan nursery, Primate care staff member James is preparing to let the group of 5 into their outdoor enclosure, where a treat is waiting for them.
We tried to give these guys a lot of browse. Obviously it's a bit harder during the winter time, so we try and supplement it with various other things, but this time of year we've got access to loads of willow, birch, hazel, and they really like it. It's very important for their diet. They do eat a lot of leaf in the wild in their diet, obviously mixed up with the fruit and the bark and some small amounts of insects, and they really enjoy stripping the bark off of that, eating the leaves as well, and getting all of it out, and it keeps them busy as well and focused throughout the day, stops them from getting bored. So it's really good for the orangutans in general as well as dietary. Come on in, guys!
The Brows still has small cherries attached, and James has also put out some nice juicy blueberries to encourage the group to be active. Not that they need much persuasion. Apart from Oisin, of course. Her preference is always the most food for the least effort. Bulu Mata finds a stash of blueberries hidden off the ground in a hosing puzzle feeder. He has to manipulate it to reach the tiny morsels. But it's tricky. He's growing up, and his hands are larger than they were. His close friend and playmate Rika secures a large branch laden with fruit. She wants to keep it to herself, so finds a quiet spot to eat away from the others. It has an additional benefit as a sunshade. The youngest in the group, 7-year-old Mimi, cleverly sits below and benefits as some of the fruit falls to the ground. The youngsters in the nursery are all growing up, particularly the 2 boys. Since arriving at the park in 2014, Bulu Mata has had the perfect role model to look up to, Sylvester. Both had a difficult start in life. Bulu's mum died soon after giving birth. Monkey World is the European creche for orphaned and abandoned baby orangutans, so, just 3 months later, he was sent to the park where he thrived.
Is this an aerial attack? Yes, it is. I thought it was.
Sylvester arrived 4 years earlier. He was rejected by his mum at birth and had to be hand-reared by the primate care team. Later, Oisin took over and became his surrogate mum. He's now 12 and outgrowing the nursery. But the global pandemic has prevented a move to a new home for now.
There becomes a point where males just don't mix together, and they really start to let you know that they're not happy in other males' presence. So generally with adult groups, we always usually keep just one adult male. Over at Twan's at the moment, we've got little Hujan in there, but he's at a young age, so he's not a threat to Twan, so he doesn't look at him in that sort of respect. So Sylvester does need to move on. He needs to start to socialise with adults. He needs girls of his own age.
It means major changes in the future. But currently, the group are fairly settled and still love a bit of fun. Apart from O'Sheen, some things never change. After food comes sleep, as she leaves the youngsters to it. Alison has just arrived at the park following a 5-hour journey from Yorkshire, where she collected a young female marmoset called Jangles. Up north, there was snow on the ground. Back in Dorset, the weather couldn't be more different.
All right. How's everybody?
Yeah, good.
How's Reggie?
Ready for some company, I think.
I think she is too.
Good.
This is Jangles. Oops.
How are we looking? Oh, hello. You're not as little as I thought you'd be.
No, she's full grown. And she's a bit tubby. It was really cold today, like snow.
Yeah. Did she have any heating?
She did, but the shed was sort of a prefabricated plastic thing, so gaps and holes.
The primate houses at the park are maintained at around 22 degrees Celsius, so Jangles will be nice and cosy once she's in her new bedroom. Steph weighs the travel crate with Jangles inside.
Right, 3.06.
Once the marmoset is released, the team weigh the empty box to get a true reading. Steph puts one of Jangles' own comfort blankets into her new bedroom. The familiar smell and feel should make her feel more at home. Male Reggie is keen to get a glimpse of his potential new housemate. The two won't meet face to face tonight, although they will be able to see and hear each other through the mesh separating the bedrooms.
Right, you ready, Jangles? There we go.
Jangles is very vocal as she energetically explores her new surroundings.
Okay, mobility not so bad.
She moves well considering the small space she previously called home.
She's a lively one, but she seems to have settled down a bit now, and she's discovered a really soft fleecy blanket that we've got in the nest box, so she's just tucked herself up under that for now. But she looks all right. She's definitely got that kink in the spine that we see in pretty much all of our pet trade guys, from rickets, but with sort of hefty courses of D3 and the right care, we can prevent that from getting any worse, and hopefully she's young enough that we can do that with her. She is quite tubby. She's quite a big girl. Her weight's not terrible. She's 380 grams. Most of ours are in the sort of 350 to sort of 400. Couple that are a bit over 400. Those are our slightly larger ladies, particularly Rubes, who's in that category. So we'll try and get her eating her vegetables, eating the healthier foods over the next couple of weeks. And then we'll get her outside, try and get her to build up some muscle tone, and that should really make a difference in her physical condition.
Jangles will receive her first dose of vitamin D3 tonight. The team hopes she'll settle in well over the next few days and get used to the sight, smell and sound of the other marmosets around her. Then she can meet Reggie, potentially her new life companion. Next time on Monkey Life. A visit from the vet for newcomer Capuchin Matty, who's come off worse in a battle for the top spot with leader Erico.
That, I think, is a bit of bone. That looks infected and pretty necrotic to me.
And cool as a cucumber, the orangutans enjoy frozen treats as the temperature soars. Today on Monkey Life, a visit from the vet for newcomer Capuchin Matty, who's come off worse in a battle for the top spot with leader Erico.
That, I think, is a bit of bone. That looks infected and pretty necrotic to me.
The birth of a new baby woolly monkey is captured on camera.
She went into labour and all happened quite quickly, and we have confirmed that is a little girl.
And cool as a cucumber, the orangutans enjoy frozen treats as the temperature soars. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Hopefully she'll walk in as well as he did, so this would be fantastic. Fingers crossed.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. Since its inception 35 years ago, Monkey World has rescued more than 430 primates from across the globe, with differing needs and a variety of backgrounds. The secret to the park's success has been providing them with individual care, a safe space, and, most importantly, a family. But it takes knowledge, skill, and time to settle individual animals into fully integrated groups.
Hand. Good boy.
Capuchins Matty and Louis are a case in point. They arrived a few months ago from a zoo in Wales and are now part of Erico's group of 11. But their integration is still a work in progress, and it's currently more about male Matty than female Louis. During the day, the whole group, including the newcomers, are together, but at night, they have to be separated. That's because the care team suspect Matty has been challenging dominant male Erico for the top spot, and he's definitely come off worse in the battle.
Hello, how are you guys doing?
Okay.
Which is why wildlife vet Nick Masters has been called in to check him over.
He has several injuries, really, which he sustained during the introductions that we've done into Erico's group. Most of them are healing okay, but one injury in particular is on one of his fingers and he's got a bit of bone sticking out, which isn't ideal. He's going to get it caught. It's a tract for infection, so we really just need to snip that bone off so the finger can then heal really nicely.
Matty has been giving almost as good as he gets. Erico also has a number of cuts and bruises.
I've got a picture if you want to see.
From today?
I mean, yeah.
Great, that'd be great, yeah.
It's,
Goodness, yeah. I mean, I don't think trying to do a primary closure on that, cleaning all the edges up and suturing them together is a sensible option.
He'll just anyway that are now joined in the middle, so there's so much granulation tissue that have to debride.
So it's just got to heal by secondary intention. So
we can go and have a proper look at him once we finish with Matty.
Yeah.
Just to make triply sure. But...
Nick will have a closer look at Erico's injuries later.
Oh, Matty.
But first he needs to deal with Matty's fingers and toes.
So that is displaced completely, and that I think is a bit of bone. That looks infected and pretty necrotic to me. I think that's got to come off. That's digit 3 on his hind right. And that, as you predicted, is bone. So that one's got to come off. So that's digit 4, as you said, front right.
Not 1, but 2 digits need to be amputated.
He's got a lot of superficial injuries, and he's got a couple of nastier ones. They really do go at each other, so I'm going to do some partial amputations in 2 digits, so take the ends off them where he's got broken bone or dislocation. It's the only way that they're going to heal up really nicely, I think.
And it's not just Matty's hands and feet that have been damaged.
Oh, he has lost his canine.
He's broken it, hasn't he?
It's completely gone. Look.
Upper right canine is fractured.
Once the area has been cleaned and disinfected, Nick begins the operation.
OK, going to start cutting.
It's a fiddly but fairly straightforward procedure. Nick has to remove all the infected bone and surrounding tissue. Unfortunately, the finger is worse than first thought.
So to get back to healthy tissue, I'm going to have to take out this other bit of bone, I'm afraid. Let's go right back to the knuckle. Let's take the whole thing out, I think.
After removing the entire finger, Nick stitches the wound, making it as secure as possible to avoid reinfection and interference from the patient or his Capuchin housemates.
Turns a lot on the character of the animal as well, I think, is my experience. It's always a little bit of a lottery. Hopefully, I'll do this well enough that it stays together.
The loss of a finger shouldn't be too much of an impediment for Matty.
It doesn't seem to hinder them at all. They just carry on. They've still got the rest of their fingers to use to forage and feed and everything with. And yeah, so he shouldn't really notice the difference at all.
The digit on Matty's right foot isn't as bad. Nick only has to remove the end section.
So it's not exactly cosmetic surgery, but it will hopefully be fully functional. So, happy with both back feet.
Fingers and toes sorted, there's still one final job to do. Remove Matty's broken canine. It's a grueling task, but it needs to be done to avoid future infection. 30 minutes of prodding and pulling later.
One tooth removed. I think that looks okay. Much better. Came together much better than I was expecting. Good, okay. Wakey up time, yeah?
Matty has been under anaesthetic for 90 minutes.
Sometimes it just goes that way, but at least he's sorted now. We've had a good look at all of his various injuries. He's had a good clean. But yeah, he seems a pretty tough guy, so I think it'll probably take him quite a while to come round. He's been under anaesthetic for a long time. So we'll keep an eye on him, but hopefully, you know, come tomorrow, he'll be back to his normal self and we can consider putting some friends back in with him again.
While Matty recovers from his surgery, Nick takes the opportunity to have a close look at Erico's wounds.
I still don't think it's a surgery.
OK, fine.
Absolutely convinced it's not.
Nick is satisfied the injuries will heal quickly. The two competing males will need to be kept apart for the next few days. But it'll give them a chance to lick their wounds. It's been an anxious few weeks for the woolly monkey team, who've been awaiting the arrival of Olivia's first baby. It was impossible to know the exact due date, so everyone was on tenterhooks until yesterday, when the infant finally arrived.
So Olivia has had a little baby girl. She went into labour and all happened quite quickly. And within about 25 minutes of noticing that she had gone into labour, we did have a little baby arrive, and we have confirmed that is a little girl.
The birth was captured by Lydia on her mobile phone.
So it was very exciting, seeing her going through the contractions and pushing and the actual head coming out. She did nip around the side for the final birth and the playroom area, so we didn't actually see the full birth. But it was very interesting to see and how the group were reacting. They were kind of giving her space, but also very interested as to what was going on. So it was nice that everyone was very respectful. And then not long after the baby was born, you know, Zingu came over and had a look, Lavar came over and had a look. So it was very interesting and very exciting and definitely worth staying late for.
It's been 24 hours since she gave birth, but first-time mum Olivia is doing well. She is looking a little exhausted by the experience, but taking great care of her newborn daughter.
She's doing okay, you know, she's showing a lot of interest in the baby, you know, she's allowing the baby to feed, she's being sensible, so we are seeing her, you know, making decisions about moving around and making sure the baby is held on nicely. She isn't maybe as much as what Zingu does, who's generally always got an arm there, just double supporting that baby, making sure it's okay. But the baby is doing well, she's adapted to life quite well. Sometimes, you know, she kind of goes, oh, I'm going over here now, and goes, oh, actually, I've got this baby I've got to think about. So sometimes she might have a little momentary lapse, but she's doing really well, especially for a first-time mum.
In an unusual set of circumstances, the primate care team now have 2 newborn babies in the same group to look out for. Just 8 days ago, Zingu gave birth to her 5th infant.
Zingu's just, you know, she's so good at it and she's done so many babies now that she just carries on, really. So it's very exciting that we have got 2 babies less than 2 weeks apart. So watching them grow up together and, you know, finding, you know, all the things that they can do with their tails and climbing and playing is going to be really nice to watch.
For the next few days, Olivia will be kept indoors while she gets used to being a mum and carrying the baby around. She'll only have access to the tunnel and the caged enclosure until the team are sure she's confident enough to take her baby into the large tree-filled area. One thing's for certain, the new arrivals should be perfect playmates for each other in the future. It's been 2 weeks since the park welcomed its newest arrival, a female loris. She arrived from a private collection in Cornwall with no name and very little history. She was shy at first, but has now started to settle into her new home.
Had to kind of bribe her with her favourite foods for the first couple of days to get her sort of eating and get her settled. So that was locusts and grapes, because she really likes both of those. But over the last week or two, we've seen her really kind of adapting to the diet that we give and kind of trying everything we've got to offer. So she's doing well. It's taking notice of the other Loris in the house now. That's been the big thing for her. And of course, she didn't have a name when she arrived, so we've had to do that as well. As we've got two other females in the house that have names both starting with the letter N, we've got Nora and Nikki. We thought we'd kind of continue that theme, and we ended up with Nellie. So our new female's name is Nellie.
And it turns out Nellie's not as timid as the team first thought.
As she's come out of her shell, Nellie the elephant actually suits her a little bit better, because she's sort of been stomping around her room, sort of shaking branches and marching round, kind of claiming the new kind of territory. And actually, as it turns out, she's a very opinionated lady. The sort of sweet and shy act at the start really was just because she was a bit nervous, and once she's kind of got over that, actually quite a few opinions, and she's a very vocal Loris.
Lorises are nocturnal, and those at the park have been split into two groups, with Bobby, Boo and Bruce moving into a newly adapted house, which they're enjoying.
You're getting Bruce and Boo spending time sort of flirting a little bit, and we've had a bit of mating from those two. Bobby is a little bit younger. She's not come into season yet, as far as we know. She's 3 years old, so she'll be getting towards that point. And she was a little bit taken aback at her very first male, because she'd never met one before. But as soon as she discovered that Bruce quite likes to groom, and Bobby loves to be groomed, that kind of worked out really well. And that's what they've been doing, so we're really happy with how that's gone.
Not a lot is known about this unusual species, and the team are keen to see if they can replicate the scenario with the Lorises at the original house. So, today, they're going to introduce male Axel to new female Nellie. Axel can be a touch unpredictable, and they need to work out the best social situation for him and his housemates. For now, the pair will only have contact through the mesh.
Hopefully we'll build up some tolerance through the mesh and see some nice interactions before we open up completely.
In true slow Loris style, it's a quiet and sedate start, with both primates content to eye each other up from a distance as Steph and Marina watch on. But then it gets noisy. And when Axel moves in for a closer look, Nellie starts giving off loud warning signals.
I think she's got a bit more attitude on her than Nikki, so it might be a better match for him.
Axel is unperturbed, determined to get close to the new female. Nellie isn't impressed. She's had enough and lunges out at Axel. Grabbing and biting at his fingers and toes. The attack causes a few minor injuries.
Yes, he's got blood under the nail. She's taken the nail tip.
That's okay.
Marina isn't too concerned.
It's actually going quite well. Axel's a really difficult individual. He's had a terrible traumatic life so far, and he's just desperate for anything and everyone, and he doesn't respect boundaries, he doesn't read the signs, he just goes for it. So Nellie coming in, very strong, clearly stating that I am not in the mood for your friendship now, is perfect, and she's been so fierce about it. He's actually respected it, and he's pottering about. So this for Axel is brilliant. He's respecting, probably for the first time in a long while, a female saying no, which is so important if he has any chance of being social in the future.
It's lesson learned for Axel, and he gives up altogether, giving Nellie the space she demands. It looks like this introduction may take some time. The bachelor woolly monkeys are in for a big treat today. The park has received a generous donation of natural honeycomb, full of sticky, gooey honey. It's something this troop has never had before.
I think they might be a little wary at first, but I'm sure once they smell the sweetness of the honey, they'll soon realise it's just a delicious treat. But yeah, they definitely wouldn't get this much sugar in their usual diet, so it is a very rare treat.
Hannah is skewering the honeycomb in hard-to-reach places, so the troop has to work to access it. Raw honeycomb is packed with vitamins and antioxidants and has numerous health benefits, including fighting infections and improving heart health. She's also smearing some honey on the branches to replicate tree sap in a bid to encourage natural foraging behaviours from the group. Carlos is first out of the blocks, followed by Manny.
Come on, Manny!
The rest of the troop isn't far behind. But, as Hannah suspected, they're all a little wary of the unusual snack in their enclosure. Instead, they tuck into the more recognisable breakfast of cucumber and pak choy the primate care team have also distributed. At first, they ignore the delicious sweet honeycomb hanging from the branches. It's one of the youngest members of the troop, 5-year-old Claude, who investigates the sticky treat first. Like all woolies, he's initially cautious, carefully investigating what the substance could be. He tries it, but then leaves the honeycomb still attached to the branch. The smallest of the boys is Cassius. He uses his tail to help balance as he checks out the honey from arm's length. He's interested, but guarded. A quick taste of one, then he investigates another. Confirmation, it's sweet and tasty. The leader of the group, and also its oldest member, 14-year-old Paolo, is the first to tackle a whole honeycomb. Soon, they all overcome their hesitation and enthusiastically devour the treat.
They just took one monkey, which I think was Claude actually, he was the bravest. He just had one taste, realised it was nice and sweet, and then once he started chirping and trilling, I think the others cottoned on and then they started trying it as well. And now they're just going around the enclosure, licking it off the branches, so they seem to be enjoying it now. It's probably a good thing that they didn't go straight away and just consume it. They'd probably get very hyper if they did that, and now this way it will just last them all day and they'll just keep going back to it.
There should have been 6 members of the troop enjoying today's treat, but tragically, young male Lemmy, who had been part of the group, had to be put to sleep a few weeks ago. The primate care staff had been concerned about him for some time, because he wasn't maturing and growing like he should. Health checks confirmed his internal organs were underdeveloped and he had pneumonia. The 5 remaining boys were quiet and subdued for a while. But they seem to have accepted his absence, and life continues for this unique troop of males. It's a warm, sunny day at the park, and Tuan's group of 6 orangutans are making the most of it. They're outside enjoying their large enclosure and tucking into a bounty of whole cucumbers. To boost their hydration and keep them cool, primate care member Jano is throwing in frozen lollies made with sugar-free squash.
Awi, this is you. It's really hot day today, and having ice lollies is perfect to cool everybody down.
The group has been settled for more than a year now, after Lucky and Roro resolved their differences and found a way to live together. For Lucky, it means mostly keeping herself to herself. The catalyst for this degree of harmony is the youngest member of the group, Hujan. Everyone loves him.
Hujan just make the group is nice and calm now, which is great.
Hujan arrived at the park as a 2-year-old and has thrived as part of this adult group, who've become his family. It's been a good learning curve for the youngster.
Hujan watch everything, watch Tuan when Tuan come to Roro, when Tuan meeting Roro. He witnessed it all. So growing up, he will be just superb. He will be perfect male, yeah, it's really good.
Group leader Tuan is the ideal role model.
Tuan is really, really nice, proper gentleman, and he's fair with all the ladies in this group. And Lucky is always been sort of his favorite for nighttime, of course. But daytime, he's just with everybody else. He's no problem, and he's really, really nice man.
Monkey World is the European creche for orphaned orangutans. It's a huge success story, with creche graduates moving to zoos across Europe and becoming parents themselves. Tuan is a grandfather again, and Roro a grandmother for the third time. Tuan's son Kai and his former nursery mate Jolie have had a baby named Membelai at their new home in Spain, and Xiao Ning, who came through the nursery, has just given birth to her second child, Aquino, at Rostock Zoo in Germany. It's a credit to Alison and the team.
The one thing that we know about orangutans is that if they're orphans themselves, odds are they're not going to look after their own babies. And that's exactly why the orangutan creche here at the park was set up, is to try and break that cycle of abandonment. So I think it's ticked an awful lot of boxes, more than we had even intended or planned. I'm still reluctant to say that we've got it cracked, but I think we're on the right track.
The orangutan creche will continue to assist more youngsters develop strength, social skills and climbing confidence. All great benefits when they settle into new homes and families in the future. Next time on Monkey Life. Big news for the park and for one of the established chimp groups in particular.
There are two new big, intimidating arrivals heading this way, and our initial plan anyway is to shake it up a bit in Brian's group.
And recently rescued Marmoset Jangles summons up the courage to join her new mate Reggie in the outside enclosure. Today on Monkey Life. Big news for the park and for one of the established chimp groups in particular.
There are two new big, intimidating arrivals heading this way, and our initial plan anyway is to shake it up a bit in Brian's group.
Franco's Capuchins demonstrate the size of the task doesn't outweigh their ability to solve it.
I don't think you realise exactly how strong they are until you see them doing something like that.
And recently rescued Marmoset Jangles summons up the courage to join her new mate Reggie in the outside enclosure. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Hi! Look at that. Oh, he's fantastic.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. The park has 4 communities of chimpanzees, with Brian's group of 5 being the smallest. But their number is about to increase.
I don't know what they're going to think, but there are two new big, intimidating arrivals heading this way, and our initial plan anyway is to shake it up a bit in Brian's group.
The 2 new chimps currently live in Argentina at the former Buenos Aires Zoo, which has undergone a radical transformation. It no longer exhibits animals from around the globe, having become an eco-park to preserve and protect Argentinian wildlife. Leaving just a few non-native exotic species, including 2 chimpanzees.
Their names are Sasha and Kangu, and their story is a little bit of a unique and odd one.
Sasha and Kangu were both born at the zoo and share the same father. Female Sasha is 25, 10 years older than her brother. But that's not the only relationship they share.
The way the former zoo was managed, birth control wasn't kept in check, and they didn't really plan ahead, so actually Sasha is also Kangu's mother. So they're both brother and sister and mother and son, which isn't ideal, but the fact that Kangu was the product of a family relation, it isn't good, but for him, it makes no difference. He's a perfectly healthy, quite frankly, ripped and intimidating looking young man.
It's taken more than a year to arrange the move, with numerous online meetings with zoo and government officials.
We have transported 77 chimpanzees from 15 different countries.
But finally, Alison has been given the green light and will soon be flying to Buenos Aires along with Jeremy to bring the 2 chimps back to Dorset. In the meantime, they've been getting to know the chimps via videos sent by helpful keepers in Argentina.
They both appear really relaxed and pleasant, but there is only the 2 of them. And they were born in that location and have never gone anywhere else, nor have they ever met any unfamiliar chimps.
And the 5 chimps they'll be meeting at the park are a bit of an unusual bunch, although they do get on well together.
Brian's group are in actually a pretty good place right now. He's, not the most stable of leaders. He's got personal issues. His traumatic background, he's never really going to get over. But at the same time, that seems to be settling down as he evolves into the role of leader of this group of chimpanzees, which is quite a unique group. I mean, we've got an amputee, Lulu, who's sort of the old wise woman of the group, really. She's been here for so long, but she's always been quite a self-contained individual. So she definitely has authority and opinions in the groups, but usually she's off on her own. Ash is just the Incredible Hulk, probably one of our biggest chimpanzees in the park. But actually underneath that, there's a very silly young lady. And Nari, of course, we all just love to bits. And Rodders, what to do with a problem like Rodders? He's just a boisterous young teenage lad, really, and full of mischief. So that's the ragtag mob in there, but actually, they sort of all have each other's backs. They're quite a tight-knit group, and it's really lovely to see.
The foundation of the group was the park's chimpanzee nursery, led for years by amazing foster mum Sally with the support of Lulu. Sally successfully brought up Brian, Ash and Rodders from tiny infants to adulthood. It's going to be quite daunting for this established troop and for the new Argentinian arrivals.
Their background and experiences of life are very limited compared to what's happened with all of our guys here in Brian's group. The question is, what are these guys going to make of them? A lot's going to depend on the characters, those unique personal characters of those 2 chimpanzees.
It's been a few days since Alison rescued a female marmoset called Jangles from a home in West Yorkshire. The small primate had a nervy start to life at the park, but now she's starting to blossom.
Jangles has really changed since she arrived. When she first came in, she was really, really shy. She was hiding away in the blanket, staying in the nest box. We would know that she would be going around the enclosure because the food would have been eaten, but as soon as anyone entered the house, she would be hidden away. So over the last couple of days, she's really come out of her shell, and yeah, she's doing really well.
Jangles had lived in a family group in the past, but had been living alone for some time. She was in desperate need of a companion, so the team have introduced her to Reggie, who recently lost his partner.
They've really hit it off, so Reggie's been going over to her approach and her, they've had a few little grooming sessions, so it's really, really helped in her rehabilitation by putting her back with another marmoset.
Today, it's the next step in Jangles' rehabilitation.
Basically, we want to give them the outside access. We want to give them extra space to explore, to go outside. It's a bit overcast at the moment, but we are having some sunny spells. Now it's coming into spring, so hopefully they can enjoy each other's company outside as well. Reggie! Jangles!
Reggie is first to pop his head out. A quick check that the coast is clear, and he heads outside.
Come on, Jangles!
With a little vocal encouragement from Sian, Jangles soon appears.
Good boy, Reg. Hi, Jangles. Oh, that's a good girl. Oh, well done.
She's a little wary and nervous at first. The large outside enclosure, with all its branching and natural foliage, is vastly different from what she's used to. But Reggie is being a perfect housemate.
Oh, contact calls.
Giving her plenty of encouragement. And soon, Jangles is exploring. Taking in all the different sights, smells, and noises.
She's doing really well. So Reggie came out first and then she followed quite quickly. She's going in and outside of the house, so she's using the cat flaps really well. And she is just going back and forth, just making sure she's looking at her surroundings. But yeah, she seems to be really enjoying it at the moment, which is great.
Jangles appears happy and content in her new home. She's going to need to increase her strength and coordination to get around all the branching, but she has plenty of time for that. And when she's had enough, she can always cuddle up to Reggie back indoors. The primate care teams at the park love to challenge their charges and encourage natural behaviour. Today, it's the turn of the youngest and probably most energetic group of Capuchins, led by Franco.
We're basically hanging whole foods up for them, so we've got melons and pineapples. It's a bit of a treat. They don't always get fruit presented like this. They don't always get whole things. So yeah, it's going to be quite exciting, and we're hanging it up all over the enclosure, so getting it up as high as possible, getting the harness on, ladders up, and yeah, just hanging it up on the highest points that we can.
The fruit may be high in sugar, but by stringing it up in hard-to-reach places...
So we'll just need to get it over first so that I can actually knot it.
The team are counting on the Capuchins expending a lot of energy and calories getting to the fruit and breaking it open before they even eat it.
I mean, Capuchins are really destructive animals, really. They're really destructive foragers. So, yeah, they'll have no problem with this. They're quite well known for bashing things around on rocks and using tools to smash things open. So, yeah, I don't think we'll have much problem.
Time to see if Katie is right.
Right, we ready?
The two old ladies of this predominantly young group are let out first. Lucy and Mary were born in the wild before being caught for use in a laboratory. They used to be the dominant females, but have now surrendered the position to the more feisty, younger girls. Early access allows them an opportunity to get their share of the food before the more dominant individuals take over. The rest of the troop can't wait to get started. Leader Franco considers the tightrope, but it's not for him. Frida demonstrates great balance. The clever female works out how to untie the rope securing a watermelon. It's too heavy for her to catch, and she's going to have to move quickly before someone else tucks in. Felipe, Franco's second in command, adopts a Mission Impossible style. and uses his tail as a counterbalance. It's an amazing display of agility on such a thin piece of rope. Emily makes short work of a pineapple, her sharp teeth tearing out chunks. While Digit forages for leftovers, William uses his razor-sharp teeth to gnaw through the tough outer skin of a melon. Fabian, one of the youngest of the group, tackles a whole watermelon with strength and determination, successfully splitting it in two.
They're amazingly strong. I don't think you realise exactly how strong they are until you see them doing something like that and carrying a big melon. For their size, yeah, they're massively strong. But you can definitely see it is a little bit awkward for them. Quite often they have to go on two legs, which obviously isn't their natural way of walking entirely. But they seem to manage all right, and it's definitely enriching for them.
Today's challenge is having the desired effect, stretching the Capuchins' capabilities and keeping them engaged. Agile Emily sets the standard.
It's really nice to do this because it's presenting them their food in a slightly different way, and it is encouraging them to kind of process it. They have to think about what they're doing. And yeah, it is quite a difficult thing to get into a melon or a bit of pineapple, and especially negotiate these bits of rope that we've got. So it's really nice to see them doing all these behaviours, and that's the kind of thing they probably spend most of their day doing. So it is really natural behaviour to see.
With the warmer weather, the Capuchins have 24-hour access to their enclosure and can come and go as they please, giving them plenty of time to enjoy the fruits of their labour. At Bart's large outside enclosure, the group are busy tucking into breakfast. But catering for the dietary needs of this troop isn't straightforward. For the past 5 years, the Primate care team have been managing the food intake of leader Bart, who suffers from type 1 diabetes. Initially, it was touch and go whether the well-liked Chimp would survive. But thanks to the hard work and dedication of the staff, he pulled through and is now a fit and strong alpha male. However, his blood glucose levels still need to be regularly checked.
What's this, big man? Come in here then. Come on then.
A few months ago, the team had a scare when Bart's readings were abnormally low.
So now we do try, like we tweaked our carbohydrate allowance and his insulin allowance just to try and keep him that little bit higher, so that if we do start seeing a fairly big drop, we've got more time to act to boost him back up again, because we just don't want to risk him just dropping that low. And if it happens, say, out in the enclosure, when we then had to battle to get all the other chimps in away from him and then get in there and try and save him, in the time we achieved all that, we probably would have lost him, so we really want to keep him just on top of everything there. You come in, big man. You can push past Beth. You're the dominant male. Thank you. Foot. Thank you.
The daily routine is now a natural way of life for the Chimp.
Where are we at? 11.7. Good boy.
Bart is an exceptional patient, but the problem for Sean and the team is understanding what a normal reading for a chimp should be. Initially, they based the results on humans with type 1 diabetes, but recently they started to look at some of the park's other chimps for comparison.
Hand. Good girl. You're very good with that, aren't you? So we started testing Topperish, Brian and Eddie, just to give us a better idea of what's more normal for one of our guys' blood glucose to be. So all of our initial assumptions about Bart was that we would manage him same as a human, like we'd try and keep him within that ideal human range. But then we just wondered, oh, well, what actually is more of a normal chimp range for these guys? So we went with Topperish because they're a comparable age and in the same group and on the same diet. Eddie, obviously, is a blood relative, so we wanted to see what she's like. And Brian, again, another big male, similar age, but over in a different group. So just that we could compare them to what we were seeing with Bart. Where are we at? 4. A lot lower than Bart.
Bart and Topperish get on really well. The young chimp is one of his favourite ladies. She's also a quick learner.
Toprish is a superstar with it. She really, because she's quite young, she's a bit of a sponge, and like I said, she wants to get involved with everything, and to the point where if we test Bart and we don't test Toprish, she has a tantrum. She really, really likes to be tested. Eddie is a completely different kettle of fish. Eddie did not like to be tested at all. We had to really, really make sure the rewards were nice and high value for her to cooperate with us. Are you trying to squeeze a drop of your own blood out?
The training has now progressed to another level.
Should we try this then?
Sean has started to teach some of the male chimps to participate while he takes an ECG reading using a portable monitor.
Touch. Captive chimps, the major cause of death for them is heart issues. And obviously we've had like physically perfect males like Ben and Tico that we have lost to heart problems in the past. And we wouldn't have had a single clue because physically they looked perfect. So this little ECG reader allows us to get a little idea of what's going on with the heartbeat. We can detect arrhythmias or irregular heartbeats, and then that would then lead us on to take further investigation. It's still in the early days of shaping it at the moment. Touch. Bart's not quite got it yet. Yeah, your hand lives there. Bart, touch. Touch. There we go.
The results are recorded on a phone app.
Good job, Bart. Nice one, big man. Want some of that? Luckily, that reading, even though it was quite a short one, was pretty perfect heartbeat, so I'm quite happy with him. There you go, big man. You're free to go.
The whole process needs to be repeated regularly, but for today, the tests and checks are complete. Bart and Toprish are free to head back out and enjoy the large enclosure with the rest of the troop. One of the park's small primate groups is in for a bit of a challenge today. Mealtime is being served up in a very different way.
So today we've got some enrichment for our squirrel monkey group. We've just got some coconut shells on some string, so you can see they're all sat in together. What we're going to do is put some straw in between and then put some insects in. So a very important part of their diet. Good source of protein. They get multiple insect feeds a day, but this way we're going to make them work for it a little bit more. So they're going to have to lift up the coconuts and then forage for it, so exhibiting some natural behaviours.
All 4 squirrel monkeys in the group enjoy a challenge.
In general, squirrel monkeys will be interested in anything you put in, so they're very inquisitive animals. You can put something in which isn't very exciting, but if it's new, they'll come and look at it. This group especially, they love anything we put in, really. They'll go and investigate. So hopefully they will come out to these straight away.
And right on cue, the squirrel monkeys head out to investigate. The group is made up of 3 common squirrel monkeys, Lucille, Logan and Lopez, and 1 black-capped female Nueve. They share a love of foraging for bugs and insects. It doesn't take them long to work out there's plenty hidden in the coconut shells. They're soon pulling out the straw, hunting for the mealworms. Their small, nimble hands are perfect for rummaging through the shells. The foursome have differing techniques, but all have amazing balance and agility. Clever Lopez demonstrates his skills and ingenuity, balancing on a tower of coconuts while reaching up and foraging through another. This group contains a real mix of characters.
The girls are a little bit more lively. The boys sometimes are a little bit quieter. Logan likes to spend quite a bit of time out at the front, sort of sunbathing in the nice weather. Nueve, black-capped female, she spends a lot of time in the house when the primate care staff come in, always inquisitive as to what we're doing. But yeah, so a nice bunch of personalities in the group.
Squirrel monkeys are foragers, and their enclosure is full of natural planting and foliage to attract insects. This keeps the group busy and active. It also supplements the 3 main fruit and vegetable feeds they're given daily, along with at least 2 insect feeds. Today's enthusiastic response is a clue to which is their favourite. Next time on Monkey Life. Vet Nick uses high-tech diagnostic equipment to examine health issues in some of the park's smaller primates.
Look at that. So I can see there's areas of inflammation everywhere, actually.
And a new puzzle motivates the Stumpies to scale new heights. Today on Monkey Life. Vet Nick uses high-tech diagnostic equipment to examine health issues in some of the park's smaller primates.
Look at that. So I can see there's areas of inflammation everywhere, actually.
And comes across more than one area for concern when he moves on to Patas monkey Penelope.
Oh my goodness, she's got some horrible teeth. So we'll come back to look at those properly in a bit.
Also today, a new puzzle motivates the Stumpies to scale new heights. Monkey World in Dorset, very deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I'm shocked. This animal is living in fear of its life at all times.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. Six months ago, Alison rescued a number of primates from Borth Zoo in Wales. Most arrived with ongoing medical conditions. Today, 2 of them, Louis, a female capuchin, and Penelope, a Patas monkey, are to undergo a procedure normally associated with human patients. Specialist equipment is being set up in the park's hospital, overseen by wildlife vet Nick Masters.
We're trying out some endoscopy equipment, and obviously we've got the big screen. They very kindly brought that stack along for us so that we can see exactly what we're doing. Everybody can see what I'm doing and try and work out what's going on.
First up is Capuchin Louis. She's been regularly regurgitating her food and hasn't put on as much weight as the team would have liked since arriving. They suspect she has a problem with her digestive tract. A course of drugs did seem to improve the situation, but when that was finished, the problem reoccurred. Nick is going to take a look inside her esophagus and stomach with an endoscope.
So really what we're trying to do is establish whether she's got an inflamed stomach lining or even perhaps some ulceration of the stomach or the upper small intestine. It's the kind of thing you see with Helicobacter infection that happens in people as well, and we know it happens in non-human primates. So we're just going to try and make a definitive diagnosis about what's going on and then treat her accordingly.
Before Nick gets started, he takes some blood samples to compare with those taken when Louis first arrived. Then it's time to begin the procedure. An endoscope is a long, thin tube passed into the body through a natural opening. Today, it's inserted via Louis's mouth.
It's quite a picture, isn't it?
Nick can view the images in real time on a big screen.
So, in esophagus, just, there we go. Just a bit of mucus there, but it doesn't look very inflamed, does it? So that all looks very normal, that's good. No sort of damage from reflux that I could tell.
But as the endoscope travels further along the esophagus towards the stomach, Nick spots something that gives him cause for concern.
So there's some inflammation there. Definitely be good to have a picture of that. So you can see there's areas of inflammation everywhere, actually. Little hemorrhages. Can't see any obvious actual ulcers, no. What I think I want to do is sample something like this.
Nick decides to take a biopsy. A tiny cable with a pair of pincers on the end is carefully inserted down the endoscope.
Go advance now. Come back slightly, sorry. Oh, there we go. Lovely. Yeah, definitely got something there, got a little bit of bleeding. Perfect. So that can go straight in formalin, which we've got here. So we're going to stop with the scoping. We've got the video and we've got some pictures that haven't we as well.
Nick takes a second biopsy from another site.
It's gone, yeah, I can see it in the bottom. Perfect. I think we're going to fail to get into the intestine, but that's okay because we've seen some really obvious lesions in the stomach. Yeah. What's causing them, we're not quite sure.
With the procedure done, Nick gives Louie a quick overall health check.
She's definitely put muscle on.
Yeah.
It's great because she's gained weight, but she doesn't look fat at all.
No.
He also weighs her.
2.46. Oh, a little bit more.
The biopsies will be sent to a laboratory for analysis.
It looks like a fairly severe gastritis to me, but not obvious gross ulceration. But the other is just because we could do some further testing to see whether we culture anything or find anything by PCR, an infectious agent like Helicobacter that could be causing it. Obviously, they're small samples, but we can't take anything much bigger than that. So, but I suspect that getting her on the drugs to reduce the gastritis is the best thing we can do because it'll stop the pain anyway. It's like taking out an infected tooth. Once it's out, it's actually much better than having it in still. So.
Louie is returned to the Capuchin Lodge to recover. Next on Nick's list will be Patus monkey Penelope. Over the last few months, life at the Stumpy house has seen dramatic changes. The group had become fractious, leading to the Primate care team having to split them up. For everyone's safety, the rowdy boys have been separated from the girls and from each other. Today, the three females, Sylvie, Kelly and Noreen, are being given the run of the outdoor enclosure, while the boys remain inside. To keep them engaged, Toby is putting out mobile puzzle feeders. They were successfully trialled with a group of Capuchins last month, and he's keen to see if the larger and less agile macaques can work them out too.
Basically, I'm going to put their breakfast and maybe a little bit of honey just to make it a bit more challenging in the Kongs. And because the boards move, it's just a bit more of a challenge for them to actually retrieve the food. Might get them sort of up on their back legs a bit and just using some muscles they wouldn't usually use.
The Primate care team have to think carefully before providing the Stumpies with something new.
The problem we have with the Stumpies and in giving them enrichment is that they will eat a lot of the things that we would use for the other primates on the park, things like socks, pillowcases, sacks, rags, paper, boxes. These are great enrichments for everything else, but for a Stumpy, it's just basically extra dinner. So we have to use the more robust toys with the Stumpies. Things like Kongs are quite good. We also have to be very aware with the females in the group that there is differing levels of ability. Sylvie's very agile, very mobile. She can climb, she can be all over everything. Whereas Kelly and Noreen aren't so much. And particularly as Sylvie is now dominant, we don't want her hoarding all the food. So it's trying to find a balance by making these in a challenging place for Sylvie, but also making them accessible for Kelly and Noreen so that they can reach them.
Toby is hoping the sweet corn, pea and honey concoction he's come up with will keep the girls busy and, more importantly, happy.
Come on then, girls. No trouble.
Sylvie is first out. She's the smallest and youngest of the three females, but she more than makes up for it in character. She's relishing her new role as dominant female. A feeder catches her eye. Sylvie is a great climber, not a common skill among the park's macaques. She shimmies up the tree with ease, showing great core strength and agility. Controlling the moving board isn't easy, but Sylvie steadies herself with her strong feet so she can reach into a Kong, deftly grabbing the peas and sweet corn inside. Noreen is less agile and decides against trying to access a feeder from above. Instead, she goes for an easier option, a low-hanging feeder, which she can reach by standing on a log. It still gives her back legs a workout as she reaches for the food. Kelly isn't tackling the feeders, foraging in the grass instead. She's in her 30s, a geriatric old lady, and has never liked climbing. Hanging feeders are too much of a challenge. The elderly macaque's life has been turned upside down in recent months.
Kelly was quite a nice, dominant female. She didn't really bother anyone else unless she really needed to step in, and she was generally quite fair. Sylvie, on the other hand, is a little terror. She is mean to Kelly and Noreen at times for no apparent reason. Part of it is probably the fact that Noreen was mean to her for years and she's just getting her revenge now for years of Noreen being dominant over her. But also I think she feels she has to prove herself a bit, which is sort of not helping her behaviour. So she will chase them and bite them at times for no reason. So giving them space and keeping them busy is the best thing, really. And anything that keeps Sylvie occupied and out of trouble is good.
And while Sylvie has her back turned, Noreen takes advantage, defying her years and climbing the tree like a youngster. It wasn't worth the effort. The more dominant female has emptied the first easy-to-reach Kong. Eventually, Kelly is motivated to join in.
We do want her to be mobile and active. It's good stimulation for her brain and it's good for her to be using her muscle groups. So I think today's sort of enrichment has sort of found quite a nice balance. Kelly was having to reach up and do a bit of exercise on it, but also the one in the tree challenged Sylvie and also Noreen and made them go that little bit further and work that little bit harder.
Today's challenge has been a success and harmony reigns among the girls, who've now established their new hierarchy. But what happens when the care team put the whole group back together is anyone's guess. Six months ago, the park rescued a pair of patus monkeys. The female, Penelope, is far more nervous than her partner, Mr. Patus. It's taken a while for her to settle into her new life and for the primate care staff to earn her trust. Today presents the first opportunity the team have had to arrange a thorough health check for nervy Penelope, courtesy of wildlife vet Nick Masters.
We're just not sure of her history at all, and we'd like to establish a few things. A, roughly what we think her age might be, whether she's got any underlying health issues or not. We've definitely got a question mark over her teeth, so we're going to look carefully in her mouth at those and the rest of her mouth.
Nick begins to intubate Penelope, which reveals her first issue.
Oh my goodness, she's got some horrible teeth. So we'll come back to look at those properly in a bit.
When she arrived at the park, Penelope was treated for parasites. The team noticed she was suffering from small bouts of rectal bleeding. Using the specialist equipment set up earlier for Capuchin Louis' endoscopy, Nick hopes to rule out anything sinister.
So that all looks very nice and clean. We saw a little wispy bit of blood back there, but I think that's from me messing around. So can't see anything nasty so far. So I don't know what that was causing that. Could have been parasites, yeah, that's good. Fantastic.
But there's no scarring or anything?
No, can't see anything untoward. Oh, it looks really nice, doesn't it? There we go. Brilliant.
Thanks very much. There you go. Worth waiting for. All looks great.
It's good news, and Nick can move on with the rest of the examination. He takes blood samples and checks Penelope's legs and joints.
Everything moves as it
Feet look
should.
okay.
Nothing's
Got all her digits. Yeah, she's got some fairly sort of hard pads, calluses on her feet, so she's not young.
But joints and everything feels
Yeah, it feels good, doesn't it?
not creaky.
No. Ooh, let's do x-rays. I think dental's going to take a little while. Yeah.
The vet team take a number of x-rays. Due to Penelope's lack of medical history, they have no earlier records with which to compare them. But Nick spots something straight away.
She's got incredible spinal arthritis. Yeah. So she's not young, and I don't know how mobile she is, but that would explain any kind of general lack of mobility.
The Patus monkey will be given medication to help ease this condition. Next, it's time to tackle Penelope's rotten teeth.
So there are a lot of teeth to come out here. I'm just going to start.
Okay.
With so many bad teeth, Nick is going to work on just the left side for now.
So I've taken out that lateral incisor. I'm not quite sure what's in there.
The cause of so much decay could be Penelope's poor diet before she arrived at Monkey World.
They're so diseased and infected, they're almost falling out. So I'm just loosening them, breaking down that bit of ligament that's left that I talked about, and then extracting them. So in some ways it's good that they're this diseased to get them out. It does mean that, I think it sounds like you're doing it already, but you're going to have to manage your food presentation for her at least. But much better that this is all removed.
In all, Nick removes 8 rotten teeth.
Cool. So, we're done with all the dentistry on the left side.
Penelope has now been under anaesthetic for 90 minutes.
She's an old lady, we now know. That's quite a lot of work that I've done. It will have disturbed all sorts of bacteria. I'd like all of that to heal before doing the other side, and know that she can eat pretty well on the healed side, now her left, before we do the same to her much less affected, for some reason, right side.
Hopefully the discomfort she's been experiencing will dissipate and Penelope will be able to eat more easily. Now they know she's elderly, with infected teeth and spinal problems, the primate care team will make adaptations to her diet and enclosure. But they've done as much as they can today without risking her life. At the Capuchin complex, Sonny's group of 19 are about to discover their next meal comes with a workout. Donna and the primate care team are busy putting freshly cut bamboo browse in their enclosure. Spreading it around the platforms and in high up, more hard-to-reach areas. They're also distributing fibre-rich plantain amongst the foliage.
We're just going to put them in whole because it's way more exciting for the Capuchins. It's not very often that they get whole food, so that in itself is a type of enrichment. And then we're going to hopefully spear the plantain onto the bamboo. So it's quite a natural way of feeding for them, and they have to search for it and, again, try and reach and sort of pull the bamboo over towards them to try and get the food.
Plantain is a superfood, full of vitamins and minerals with a lower sugar content than the everyday bananas many of us eat.
So visually, the plantain looks very similar to a banana. The skin is probably quite similar, so they should be able to get into the fleshy bit. But yeah, the fruit inside is much tougher. So hopefully it's going to take them a little bit longer to devour, so that will increase their feeding time, which is really great. It's nice to try and keep them nice and busy. So yeah, it's going to be interesting really to see how much they enjoy it and whether they actually can get inside.
The Capuchins haven't had plantain before, so it'll be interesting to see how these very clever monkeys tackle the task. Sonny's is a mixed age group, and some of its members have mobility issues, while others have dexterity problems as a result of missing digits. However, the enclosure is designed with that in mind, and they've all developed ways of accessing their favourite spots. Bruce manages to negotiate the high hoses with the plantain, but has his hands full, so uses his tail to aid his balance. Jenny's doing it the conventional way, peeling her plantain. Mushroom bashes hers on the platform to try and soften the flesh, making it easier to eat. It's a form of tool use seen in wild capuchins. Sunny is the dominant male of the group. Despite his strength, he struggles to free a plantain speared on the bamboo. Instead of persevering, he looks for easier pickings and finds a piece of plantain discarded by one of the others. He may be top man, but the girls in this group are a force to be reckoned with. Scrapper is a good example. Her sharp canines help her tear through the outer skin of the plantain to get to the nutritious centre. But there's one girl who has every right and every reason to take it easy.
So Terry is very easily recognisable within the group, mostly because she's a really different shape to a lot of the other individuals. And a lot of that is a result of being kept in a small bird cage in someone's living room in Hackney. So that has developed really severe rickets, and so she doesn't really have hardly any movement within her spine at all.
Terry was rescued 21 years ago by Alison and her late husband, Jim Cronin.
Well, well, well.
Hey, sweetie.
The Capuchin had been living in a parrot cage in a family's living room. She was crippled with rickets from lack of sunlight and a poor diet. But despite all that, she showed a real determination to enjoy life at the park.
Terry is just a real character. She's been here at the park for about 20 years now, so she's, you know, one of our longer serving primates. And so obviously all the primate care staff and a lot of the visitors do know her. She does react quite a lot to people that she knows as well. So you'll get a lot of flirting behaviour from her, which is very unique in Terry style. And yeah, she's just a real lovely Capuchin, really. She does have her moments where she likes to have a tantrum if you've given her the wrong treat. But yeah, she gets on really well in the group and everybody absolutely adores her.
The Capuchins who've really risen to this morning's challenge are the Robustus ladies, Dot, Lizzie and Jill. All three were wild caught, so climbing and being up high comes naturally to them, despite their later life in a laboratory. They used to be the dominant females in the troop, but age has caught up with them and they're not as formidable as they once were. But along with the rest of Sunny's group, the three girls have taken an interest in today's breakfast workout.
Yeah, it seemed to go really well this morning. They weren't as excited as I thought they would be, considering they looked like bananas and it was something that they'd never had before, but maybe that's just because there was an element of uncertainty about what they were going to get. But they all seem to be really enjoying it. They have got most of it, but there's still a few bits and pieces around that hopefully they'll get later on in the day. But they've had it first thing in the morning, which is nice, so it means they've got all day now to forage for the rest of it, and hopefully it'll keep them nice and busy.
Next time on Monkey Life. How to move more than 30 Capuchins in a day as the team tackle a big house swap.
We have to make sure that all the right slides are open and closed to make sure that nobody goes to the wrong place.
And the bouncy Gwenons try out their revamped home. Today on Monkey Life, how to move more than 30 Capuchins in a day as the team tackle a big house swap.
We have to make sure that all the right slides are open and closed to make sure that nobody goes to the wrong place.
Alison's overcome by the chimp's reaction to a fallen tree placed in their enclosure.
How magnificent to see our chimpanzees sitting in the shade of a big leafy tree like they should be. It makes me feel almost a bit emotional.
And the bouncy Gwenons try out their revamped home. Monkey World in Dorset, very deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
You just never know how it's going to work.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. There are more than 80 Capuchins split across 5 different groups at the park, and managing one of them is currently proving a tricky problem for the primate care team. Keeping these intelligent, lively New World monkeys happy and settled is always a challenge. But at the main Capuchin complex, home to 3 of the groups, friction has started to develop amongst the males in Franco's troop, resulting in scuffles and minor injuries.
So dominant male Franco is having a lot of squabbles with Felipe, which is causing pretty bad injuries to the extent that we have to stitch them up. They do have their squabbles normally, which in general is fine, but you know, we can't risk having anaesthetics to stitch them up all the time, and clearly they're not happy.
The catalyst for this unwelcome situation was the arrival of pet trade Capuchin Dodger, who moved into Winslow's group next door. The 2 outdoor enclosures run parallel to each other, giving Dodger plenty of opportunity to wind up his neighbours, something he seems to relish. To try and defuse the situation, Donna and the Capuchin team have come up with a plan. They're going to have a home swap, with Franco's group of 14 moving into Sonny's house and enclosure, and vice versa. But moving more than 30 individuals at once won't be easy.
So the process of moving them is very complicated. The facility that we've got at the Capuchin complex is good in the sense that there's lots of bedrooms, lots of tunnels that links everything together, which actually is a massive bonus for us and for the animals because it means that we don't have to crate or move any of the animals. We can just move them within the house, bypass them past each other, and do it that way, which is much less stressful and quicker as well.
It's a complex plan, but will be rewarding if they can pull it off.
I'm actually really excited to see the animals in a different enclosure. You know, it's so enriching for them and it'll be really cool to see. But at the moment, there's a lot going on in my head and we've got so much to do before we get to that stage.
To keep stress to a minimum, Winslow's group of Capuchins have already been shut out of their bedrooms to prevent them interfering.
OK.
Inside is a labyrinth of tunnels and slides. Designed to interconnect and move animals from A to B. And sometimes C.
To me, it all makes perfect sense, but, you know, to the unseen eye, it is quite complicated. So we have to make sure that all the right slides are open and closed to make sure that nobody goes to the wrong place.
The team's first task is to move Sonny's large group out of their bedrooms and into Winslow's bedrooms, which will be used as a holding area.
OK, first animal.
Sonny's group are ageing, and some have mobility or psychological issues.
Good girl.
Ideally, the team need to move the less able Capuchins first.
Come on, OK, come in, Lovey. Let's go then, Lovey.
Trying to entice them from point to point isn't straightforward.
God, not making my life easy, are they?
The team decide to try a small bribe to encourage them.
Good girl, Lizzie. Good girl.
That worked. Now it's on to the more dominant individuals.
Good boy. OK, first step is complete. We've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 animals are done out of a lot. That's the easy bit. Hi, Sunny. Anybody else coming through?
One by one, Sunny's group complete part 1 of their move.
We're just going to do a quick tick sheet to make sure that they definitely are all in the right place. And then we'll move on to the next step, which is moving Francos.
So far, so good. Capuchin moving day is well underway. But there's still a long way to go before everyone is settled in their new homes. It's a big day for the park's Gwenon family. For the past few weeks, the maintenance and primate care teams have been adapting their outside enclosure to give the lively, active group more space to play, climb and move around. Gone are the overhangs designed to keep the primates in, replaced with high sides and a roof. New platforms and natural foliage fill the space, allowing the Gwenon family to make full use of their entire enclosure. The last 4 years have been a learning curve for everyone involved with the group, as they've assessed what works for this little-known species.
These are the only red-bellied Gwenons outside of Benin that I'm aware of in the world. No doubt there are some in hunting camps here and there, but there are none in zoos and wildlife parks. So what we're trying to do is create a stable family unit, which we've now done with them, and just manage them for the rest of their lives in the best environment possible. And this was the next step in their evolution, giving them a more spacious, appropriate enclosure for this stage in their life where they have a young, energetic family. This means now, if you look around, that the Gwenons will have probably, I don't know, it might even be 10 times the amount of space that they had available before. And for this young family with those 2 kids who are just like elastic bands, just flying around, it will be really good for them physically and mentally.
The family of 4 are made up of Dad Benny, Mum Nia, and their 2 daughters, Biff and Nala. They love climbing, particularly the youngsters. But the opportunities were previously limited because trees could only be situated in the middle of the enclosure. Too near the fence, and the bouncy Gwenons would have been up and away. Their tendency to eat every part of the trees was also an issue. The redesigned enclosure is chock full of newly planted trees and shrubs to give the plants a fighting chance of surviving. But even so, Alison has her doubts.
I think the Gwenons are going to eat them all. But what our tactic is here is just to put so many in that some may survive. But I'm sort of betting on the Gwenons on this one.
Everything is set.
Morning, Gwenons.
And the slides are opened.
Oh, there they go.
The group charge out, heading straight for the new cargo net.
Hi, you guys.
They immediately tuck into the fresh browse. At first, they're a little bit cautious, sticking to the lower branching and platforms, taking it all in while breakfasting on the move.
Are those cherries good? Very tasty.
The youngest in the group, Nala, sticks close to Dad Benny for reassurance. But curiosity and excitement soon gets the better of the entire family. The alterations to the enclosure have completely transformed the space, creating a huge 3D network to explore and experience. As Alison predicted, the Gwenons help themselves to the natural foliage. There's plenty of variety for them to demolish.
It's just wonderful to see them out and looking so happy and enthusiastic. We knew how nimble they were and how fast-moving and so on, but in the smaller area, they couldn't really show their skills. And now, from the top corner in those cargo nets, they can run, leap, branch bounce, and carry on. So we're seeing great runs after they've sort of settled down and eating. You see them making great runs across the whole area and then contact calling back to the others. And now we just have to try and keep all of these gorgeous plants alive and to keep supplementing. If something dies, we'll just keep replacing to see if we can finally find a balance where this will just fill full of foliage and be their own little forest. But we have a watering system on top of the cage, so hopefully that'll help keep everything going.
This amazing and unusual family take everything in their stride, and their revamped space will add to their quality of life. It's a great example of the park adapting to suit the individual needs of each primate species. But expending so much energy can catch up with you, even for the lively Gwenons. It's been a hectic morning for the Capuchin team, and it's not over yet.
Hey, everybody!
2 of the groups in the Capuchin complex are swapping homes. So far, the team have moved Sunny's troop of 19 into a holding area. It's now time to move the 14 individuals making up Franco's group into their new home, which was previously Sunny's. But before that can happen, the team need to give it a good clean and dismantle some of the movable ramps.
So a lot of the individuals in Sunny's group are more elderly and have a lot of mobility issues. So they need more ramps just to aid them getting around because they really do find it quite difficult. Franco's troop, in contrast, are much younger and sprightly, so they shouldn't need them. So we'll just take them out of Sunny's current playroom, move them across so they've got them in their new area.
The move, brought about by friction in Franco's group, resembles a giant Rubik's Cube. But for everything to fit together, each part has to be put in place in order. The team has spent weeks planning the operation, and so far it's going well. Now it's time to move on to the next stage.
Hopefully Franco's will be quite easy and quite smooth. They are really inquisitive and into everything, so the second they see, oh, we can get to go to a new place, I think they'll go quite quick. But that might be famous last words.
Hello, Alison and Jeremy. Just to let you know, we're now starting to move Franco's group across to Sunny's facility.
OK, best of luck.
The primate care team need to move Franco's group from their current home into Sunny's playroom, and then straight outside into what will be their new outside enclosure.
All right, you ready for some monkeys in there, Sarah? All right, got Donnie.
Franco and the more dominant individuals have been held back in their playroom until the low rankers are safely outside, adjusting to their new surroundings.
It just makes it a little bit nicer for them because they get to be the first ones out. They're not going out to an area that is full of animals that are kind of higher ranking than them. But you can see Franco's quite keen to get over there because you can see all the other members of his group getting to explore somewhere different, whereas he's back there.
Once the group's lower rankers are outside and accounted for, the high rankers are given access too, and they're straight out exploring their new space.
So all of Franco's group are now into Sunny's.
Phase 2 is complete, but the team's next task is yet to come, and it's the trickiest of all. Persuading Sunny's group through the maze of tunnels, back through their old playroom, and into their new home. The park has come a long way since it first opened its doors more than 35 years ago. Back then, it looked very different. The original house and enclosure were built on the site of a former pig farm in order to house 9 infant chimpanzees. They'd been rescued by founder Gwenon Cronin from Spanish beaches where they were used as photographers' props. That first chimp enclosure was full of pine trees, and it didn't take long for the little chimps to strip it clean.
So basically, the chimpanzees deforested their own home. Within a few months, actually, the trees started dying off. And there's just no way that we can keep a stand of trees living inside our chimpanzee or our orangutan enclosures.
But every so often, nature helps out. When trees in the park become unsafe or compromised and need to be felled, they don't go to waste.
After 35 years, all of the trees have grown and become very mature, and we're starting to have to manage them. So, yeah, tree comes down, let's get it out there for the guys and see what the knock-on effects are, because it sounds like a simple thing, but the effects on the group and how they behave can be further reaching than what you would expect.
The lucky recipients today are Hananya's troop. The chimps have a daily routine. Every morning they're let into their enclosure and take to the climbing frames in search of food put out by the primate care team. Today, it looks very different, making them more cautious than usual. But they're immediately curious about the leafy tree, although it doesn't detract entirely from breakfast. However, it does make them think and test it out. Shamak is the first to give the tree a proper inspection, grabbing a branch, giving it a shake, and looking for a weak point. Tuti is more direct. She's already in full chimp destruction mode, snapping off a branch and attempting to carry it off. Low-ranking Cookie stays on the ground, happy with a small piece of browse, away from the more dominant individuals now monopolising the tree. Large female Johnny starts to display her dominance, particularly when some of the low-rankers, like Zeynep, get too close. Tuti takes advantage of the commotion, heading higher with the extra large piece of browse she secured.
I suppose today it was no surprise just to watch Johnny throwing her weight around. It's true, she's now top dog in this group. I mean, she's a female, so she's alpha female, if you will. In theory, the males are in charge of the group, but let's face it, Hananya's a big softie and a pushover, so I would say really that Johnny's ruling the roost, and she threw her weight around in spades today.
But in chimp society, squabbles are quickly forgotten. Calmness descends on the troop as they make the most of the wonderful natural opportunity provided for them.
How magnificent to see our chimpanzees. It makes me feel almost a bit emotional, but rehabilitated in a family group, sitting in the shade of a big leafy tree like they should be. So for us, it's been absolutely an excellent day on something that seemed almost trivial.
It's taken all morning, but at last the Capuchin team are on the final leg of the big house swap. Franco's troop have been moved successfully across to Sonny's outdoor enclosure. Now Sonny and his group are about to head in the opposite direction. As Franco and his 13 housemates explore outside, the tricky part begins inside.
Right, ready?
The primate care team have to move Sonny and his troop of 18 Capuchins through the tunnel system and into the bedrooms and playroom of their new home, which has been specially adapted for the aging troop.
We need to do it in the right order. If we do the dominant animals first, then the low rankers aren't going to move if they're already there. So we just need to try and get the order right to encourage them to move in the best way possible and to keep everybody as happily as we can. So Sonny's group need to go back through into what was their playroom, and then upstairs, and then down into their new playroom.
Sounds like a plan, but getting all 19 Capuchins to follow orders won't be straightforward.
Now we wait.
Right, are you ready, Donna?
I'm ready.
Should we go high slide so at least they're in the direct line?
Yeah, that'd be good. Come on in, guys, let's go. Don't all rush at once.
It's not an encouraging start.
Are you going to eat first, Mushroom?
The low rankers are a little wary.
Oh, hello.
And Brave.
You give through then. Good girl. You coming through this way?
It's a slow process, with the nosy neighbours next door not helping.
Yeah, they're a little bit preoccupied with the neighbours at the minute and just kind of saying hello and checking each other out.
Donna is aware time is ticking. Everyone needs to be in the right place and settled in before the end of the day.
We're just going to start to dribble some of the others through and then just keep working on everybody after that.
But then the Capuchins begin to cotton on.
A couple of the individuals started moving, everybody else sort of followed suit. So we're getting there, slowly.
And minutes later, all 19 are where they're supposed to be.
Everyone has moved! Finally. So everyone's in the right places, so now all we need to do is give them full access to their new facilities. Job done.
The primate care team can now allow Franco's group into their new bedrooms. And they don't need a second invitation. For Donna and the Capuchin team, the big move has gone as well as they could have hoped.
All the animals are really happy in their new facilities. They're really chilled out. Nobody is sort of squabbling. I think at the moment it's actually sort of reunited the groups a little bit, and they're really happy just to be in a new area, and they're all exploring. They've got new elements outside to consider, and they've got new tunnels and bedrooms inside. So, in general, they're really happy, and I'm really happy.
The complicated move has taken more than 8 hours in all, but it's been a very successful day. This major reshuffle demonstrates the primate care team's commitment to providing the best environment possible. Next time on Monkey Life. Lee assesses repairs needed before work can start on a planned new forest enclosure at Monkey World's Vietnamese sister sanctuary.
Along the fence line, I've got a lot of damage where trees have come down and bent the bars.
And reunited Gibbon pair Kitty and Paul enjoy a fruity feast, craftily hidden in some giant pine cones. Today on Monkey Life, Chimp Brian has a trip to the dentist to remove a rotten molar.
Oh, that's quite wobbly.
It's quite broken, so I'm worried that if I go too quickly...
Yep.
Lee assesses repairs needed before work can start on a planned new forest enclosure at Monkey World's Vietnamese sister sanctuary, Dao Tien.
Along the fence line, I've got a lot of damage where trees have come down and bent the bars.
And reunited Gibbons Kitty and Paul enjoy a fruity feast craftily hidden in some giant pine cones. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I can't keep her in, get her in. Okay, got it.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. At Brian's chimp enclosure, peace and quiet reigns. But life for the well-established group of 5 is about to change. Alison and Jeremy are due to fly out to the Argentinian capital, Buenos Aires, in the next few days. When they return, they'll be bringing with them 2 adult chimps in need of a new home. The zoo, where mother and son Sasha and Kangu have lived all of their lives, has transformed into an eco-park to preserve and protect species native to Argentina. Alison has agreed to rehome its 2 remaining chimps, but before they arrive, the teams at the park have a lot to do. The maintenance team have designed a new connecting sleeve to make the transfer from the chimps' travel crates to their new bedrooms easy and safe. It's now being fabricated locally. And at Brian's, there's another pressing matter. He's been a bit grumpy recently and seems to have an oral problem. If so, it needs sorting right away. Chimp introductions can be challenging at the best of times, and an alpha male in pain won't make a great housemate. Alison wants everything organised before the new chimps arrive.
I just had this nagging thing in the back of my head, or more importantly, in Brian's mouth. He has a rotten molar. And with everything that's about to happen, I'd rather have that rotten tooth out because I know it troubles him, and that he's feeling comfortable and happy when we return with 2 new individual chimpanzees. I'd like him to be not a bear with a sore head, but to have his mouth looking clean and nice and not full of infection.
Wildlife vet Nick Masters and local vet David Hola have been called in to perform the procedure.
So this is the tooth that you're worrying about, yeah?
Yeah. Is that 1 or 2 even?
I think it's just 1.
Okay.
Chimps' teeth have long roots, but hopefully it will be straightforward. Brian is no stranger to dental issues.
Gracias.
When he was rescued from Mexico as a 3-year-old in 2006 by Alison and her late husband Jim, he was a traumatised little chimp.
Come here, good boy.
The beach photographer, who used him as a prop for tourist snaps, had knocked out all his young teeth, aside from 4 molars. The remaining shards of broken teeth became infected, and when he arrived at Monkey World, he needed 2 rounds of dental surgery. Although he's come a long way since, Brian has never fully recovered from his ordeal in Mexico.
We know that Brian suffers emotionally and psychologically from his treatment in his early years. It was just awful. Smuggled from the wild, so having your parents killed, smuggled from Africa into Cuba, from Cuba into Mexico, and then having your teeth knocked out. It's not a good story, and it's damaged him, but he's still the loveliest boy on the planet. He's absolutely gorgeous, and we're working with him. So his dental hygiene and health is something we're very aware of.
Removing a molar can be a long and tricky operation.
Oh, that's quite wobbly.
It's quite broken, so I'm worried that if I go too quickly...
Yep.
Brian's molar is really rotten. The problem for Nick is extracting it without leaving any infected bits in the gum. He takes his time prodding and probing, and it pays off.
Yay, that sounded clean and good.
Yeah, it is. That's the whole root.
The decayed tooth has come out cleanly.
Okay, that looks great.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Yay.
I'm glad it was doable.
While Brian is under anaesthetic, the vet team take blood samples and x-rays for the record. Then, he's returned to his bedroom to recover. The care team will closely monitor him until he comes round. He's been given pain relief and antibiotics to prevent any further infection, and the procedure has gone as well as Alison could have hoped.
Today was a really good day. So that molar slipped out in 2 distinct pieces, so that was really good and not too hard work, and it actually went quite quickly. And that canine tooth that was broken off, the gum is already healed over the top of it. There's just 1 little tiny spot left. So I don't think we'll have to ever consider that again, I'm hoping. And otherwise, Brian is just perfect. He's gorgeous. He's in tip-top physical condition. He looks fantastic. So it was a pretty good call, actually, to have it out, and he's now got just over a week to heal up before Sasha and Kangu arrive into his house.
Life is about to get exciting for the park's smallest chimpanzee group. Organising the rehoming of the Argentinian chimps and their safe transportation back to the UK has been keeping Alison busy. It's another example in the long list of rescues undertaken by the team over the years. The international cases end up at Monkey World in Dorset, but 6,000 miles away, its sister sanctuary, Dao Tien, assists the government of Vietnam rescuing primates in-country. The staff there dedicate their lives to rescuing and rehabilitating endangered Vietnamese primates, with the aim of releasing them back into the wild, where they belong. Like Monkey World, they've had to keep going through the global pandemic.
The primates come first, and the staff have just been truly amazing through these difficult times. And they've helped maintain and drive Dao Tien forward in everything that it stands for. Every day there's something new happens, and every day, every inch of Dao Tien has to be checked. You know, we check the primates, we check the island, we check the fences. It's just non-stop work.
With more than 30 national parks and 6 biosphere reserves recognised by UNESCO, the conservation of wildlife is becoming a priority for the Vietnamese government. Dao Tien plays a big part in protecting some of the country's most endangered species. Set up 15 years ago, the 56-hectare island in the Dong Nai province is 160 miles northeast of Ho Chi Minh City. Lee Butler, who has managed and overseen much of the work there in the past, has just been able to make his first visit back to the island for more than a year.
I've come back to Vietnam, to Dao Tien this time for a 5-week period. And in that 5 weeks, we've got so much to get done. We've got 4 fence repairs to do, get them back operational. We've got a Gibbon introduction to do. We've got cages to refurb. And with the team behind us, it will be achievable.
Since Dao Tien opened, the team there have rescued more than 260 primates, including golden-cheeked gibbons and pygmy loris. Dao Tien is now also leading the way in Vietnam in the rescue and rehabilitation of Duke monkeys, becoming the prime centre for the species in the region. Keeper Fong is one of their main carers. Every day she brings Vu, Anna and Red from the safety of their enclosures to the trees, so they can play and learn. The team have been preparing them for a life high up in the tree canopy of Vietnam, without human interaction. But the pandemic brought the planned timeline to a shuddering halt, postponing the scheme for their new treetop home. So it may be some time before they're ready for release. Also put back by the pandemic were a number of gibbon releases. Once rehabilitated and paired up, the gibbons at Dao Tien are assessed and, if fit and healthy and deemed suitable for release, are let into a semi-free forested area on the island, of which there are 4. The largest being 20 hectares. They still need their food supplemented due to a lack of fruiting trees, but it's here that the gibbons can start to build up their tree strength and knowledge. However, during COVID, some of the protective fences deteriorated and are now in need of repair. Lee has been assessing the area.
Along the fence line, I've got a lot of damage where trees have come down and bent the bars.
It's one of the reasons releases had to be put on hold.
See, much better. Nice. That's the biggest job we have to do, and once that fence is operational, we then can move another pair or a family of gibbons into that forested enclosure, which is 20 hectares of the island. It's a huge enclosure. It's amazing.
Moving a pair of golden-cheeked gibbons into the large semi-free area will free up space for the 3 dukes to be moved, until the team can forge ahead with plans to build a brand new purpose-built duke facility. Lee's been scouring the island trying to find a suitable location. It can't come soon enough. Another young duke needing care and companionship of his own kind recently arrived at the centre. Peter is a black-shanked duke, around 4 or 5 years old. Like many of the primates who come to Doutien for rehabilitation, the details of his background are unclear.
A lot of the time, information isn't forthcoming. It's very difficult sometimes to get information of how long have they had him, when did they get him, what had they been feeding, and all this is important information for us. But unfortunately, we didn't get that information.
Peter is getting to know the other 3 young dukes, but for now only has contact through the mesh. Once the new duke facility is built, the team can move the introductions along. Working on the island is 24/7 for the team there, and includes looking after the gibbons during the day and caring and preparing feeds for the loris at night. They keep going no matter what. The global pandemic didn't dent their dedication, and now everyone is ready to get the gibbons, dukes and loris back to the forest where they belong.
Without question, if it wasn't for our Vietnamese team, we wouldn't be able to achieve what we've achieved in the past and hope to achieve in the future. They're more of a family. We work so well and so closely together. Without them, none of this would be possible. It's as simple as that. It would not be possible to achieve.
Over the last few months, the primate care team have been busy trialling some new pairings at the main gibbon house so that everyone has a partner. Golden-cheeked Tio and La Gibbon Kitty were one of the pairs trialled. Unfortunately, this match didn't go to plan.
With Kitty and Tio, it was always, right from the beginning, it was such a high-intensity introduction. We were always worried that it was going to fall apart and that one of those really intense play sessions would actually turn into a bit of a situation of a fight or something like that. And unfortunately, after 2 weeks of being solidly together, they did actually turn that into a bit of a fight. And once there was that sort of tension between them, they really lost all trust in each other. They hadn't built enough of that really close, gentle contact with lots of cuddles and grooming and things, which really helps to cement a bond, and so we have had to split them up.
Kitty came off worse, and although she only suffered a few minor cuts and scrapes, the team were concerned things might escalate. So now they're back to square one. Kitty has been reunited with her former partner, agile gibbon Paul.
They just kind of went into the room, it's like, oh, it's you, all right, fair enough. And they just kind of carried on about their day as if nothing had actually happened. So we are really lucky that we've managed to get those 2 guys back together. And now we're starting to see, as they spend a little bit more time together, that they are starting to interact a bit more with each other as well. So that's really nice to see.
Today, as a bit of a welcome back treat, the pair are being given some of their favourite foods.
We've had some giant pine cones donated and they've got some really big gaps in them. So we've stuffed those with dried apricots and figs. Gibbons love fruit, but they really, really do enjoy the dried fruits as well. And figs are a natural fruit that they would eat a lot of out in the wild. So those dried figs are a real tasty treat for them. So hopefully they'll come out this morning and really enjoy them.
Once the slides are open, the couple head straight out. Kitty immediately heads up to the suspended pine cones. She loves her food and demonstrates typical gibbon behaviour, hanging by one hand while gathering food with the other. Paul opts for easier pickings, scooping up a couple of pine cones on one of the platforms. While Kitty is determined to devour as much food as she can, Paul has found another use for the pine cones. They're fun to play with. The fruit treats aren't the same as the gibbons would find in the wild in their natural forest habitat. Dried fruit has a much higher sugar content, but Kat has taken this into account.
We don't want to just give the guys a load of real basic sugar foods that they can just stuff down and have no energy burnt off. So putting them around in the enclosure, making them have to work in the pine cones, having to pull them out, etc. And having tied them up as well, that means they're having to use all of their body to actually get these nice tasty rewards. And it's not something that they get very often. It is a very occasional treat, so they should hopefully really enjoy them, but not get too fat with them either.
There's a big physical difference between this pair. La Gibbon Kitty is almost twice the size of agile Gibbon Paul. They've never really bonded as a couple. Their relationship is more like siblings, but they have a close platonic partnership and continue to enjoy each other's company. It's been another busy year of rescues for Alison and the team, coming to the aid of small primates around the UK, all victims of the British pet trade. Marmoset infant Tik Tok was one. She came to the park almost a year ago.
Hi, madam. Good girl. Look at how big you've gotten. She's grown into quite a huge, beautiful lady. In fact, she's so big. I mean, look at the length of her body compared to my hand. I'm sort of wondering if she's another hybrid marmoset from the British pet trade. So, you know, the breeders and dealers have been taking their business to sort of a new level of actually producing hybrid animals. And that's very typical of what we're seeing in the British pet trade now.
Despite her unfortunate background, since coming to Monkey World, Tik Tok has thrived.
You're such a good girl. Yes, you are. Here you go.
The youngster was introduced to adoptive parents Clyde and Ronnie soon after she arrived. She was desperately in need of a family, and the pair quickly took to her, providing the support she needed. Unfortunately, both foster parents have now passed away, but plans are afoot to find Tik Tok a life partner. In the meantime, she still has the company and chatter of the other marmosets around her.
Tik Tok's a true success story for us. You know, she's a totally natural marmoset now who flies around this enclosure and is very, very confident. You can see, I mean, she will remember me taking her out of that box and putting her into our transport box. But, you know, she's confident in her environment here at the park. And it's a very good and healthy one.
3 other rescues followed closely after Tik Tok. Red-bellied Tamarind Red is now happy but has ongoing medical issues. Being the only one of her species at the park, she's yet to be matched with a permanent mate, despite a few attempts. Crawly was an incredibly nervous and scared young marmoset when she arrived, but meeting Comet has been instrumental in transforming her confidence.
Really pleased for Crawly. We got her turned around. She's sorted out nutritionally, physically now. And Crawly has a really sound partner because Comet knows what he's about and is quite feisty.
Another success story is the park's most recent arrival, Jangles. She's settled into life at the Marmoset complex and is very happy living with Reggie. But until the UK law governing the trade in small primates is changed, the flow of rescues will continue.
Last count, I've got more than 80 on my waiting list. So, you know, sadly, it used to be 100. You'd think that the decline in the waiting list is a good thing, but it's not because we're taking them all. It's because they're either dying or being sold back into the pet trade. So the whole situation's quite tragic, and basically we're just trying to pick up and help save as many marmosets as we can.
Alison has been campaigning for a change in the law to protect the rights and welfare of small primates in the UK for almost 25 years. The new Kept Animals Bill is currently going through Parliament.
In amongst that is a change in the legislation for primates kept as pets in Britain. And it's not an outright ban, but it is a registration system which actually requires and obligates people to keep them under appropriate conditions. So No more bird cages in sitting rooms. Breeders not allowed to sell them on to people unless they're already registered and approved. We've now had 2 readings in House of Commons. We're waiting for a reading in the House of Lords. And this will be a vast improvement if it actually comes to fruition. So I'm hopeful that we'll actually get significant steps forward to improve the plight of primates in the British pet trade, and that the trade will very much slow down and dry up.
An improvement in conditions may be in sight, but until the law is actually passed, the park will continue to pick up the pieces left by the devastating trade in small primates. Next time on Monkey Life. Alison and Jeremy travel to Argentina to meet chimps Sasha and Kangu and prepare to bring them back to their new Dorset home.
Now to see them in the flesh in their enclosure, really nice.
And jelly good fun at the orangutan nursery. But which floating balls contain the treat? Today on Monkey Life, Alison and Jeremy travel to Argentina to meet chimps Sasha and Kangu and prepare to bring them back to their new Dorset home.
Now to see them in the flesh in their enclosure, really nice.
Stump-tailed macaque Toto is reintroduced to the females as the team attempt to help the Stumpies sort out their hierarchy problems.
I'm very nervous. Hopefully it does all go well. We have got measures in place for if it does go wrong. Fingers crossed it won't.
And jelly good fun at the orangutan nursery. But which floating balls contain the treat? Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Hopefully she'll walk in as well as he did, so this would be fantastic. Fingers crossed.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. Buenos Aires, capital city of Argentina and home to a population of more than 15 million people. Nestled in one corner of the sprawling metropolis is a 44-acre site of lush vegetation. Once a zoo, but now an eco-park specialising in native species. Monkey World's director Alison Cronin and animal director Jeremy Keeling have just arrived in the city after a flight of over 6,000 miles. They're here to collect 2 chimpanzees in need of a new home and take them back to Dorset.
Finally! Yay!
How are you?
Yeah.
They're met by Thomas Sciola, the eco-park's head of biodiversity, conservation and wildlife, and key to the long-planned operation.
We're really happy. We couldn't be more excited. I've been working with Alison and Jeremy for close to a year already in order to basically organize everything. The keepers have been working really hard with training them. The vets have been working really hard with getting there healthy and ready for the translocation as well. So being close to the date is just something that I'm just thrilled, yeah.
Alison and Jeremy are keen to get their first look at the 2 chimpanzees, Sasha and her son, Kangu. But first, they're going to meet some of the team who've helped plan the relocation.
The chimps will be perfect, and it's Jeremy and I who have to educate ourselves about what Sasha and Kangoo need. Okay. So it's mainly for us to spend a few days understanding what their lifestyle is like.
The historic Buenos Aires Zoo first opened in 1888, and ever since has housed a number of native and exotic species. But in 2016, the city government decided to close the 140-year-old zoo and transform it into a modern-day interactive eco-park to preserve and protect Argentinian wildlife. The decision meant non-native species needed to be rehomed.
Been talking to Tom for quite a while about the different conservation work that EcoPark does, and witnessing the transition from what was an old urban city zoo into a conservation center that's trying to protect and conserve wildlife from Argentina. And, you know, this is the whole basis of why the chimpanzees are leaving the park. So seeing the work that they're doing with conservation and the facilities and the infrastructure that the government has been putting into all of this is a real eye-opener, and I think perhaps the way forward for zoos around the globe. They're setting a very good example, I think.
Chimps, Sasha and Kangoo are some of the last non-native animals to be rehomed. The elephants and giraffes still at the park are old and potentially unsuitable for moving, so for now will continue to be cared for there. Alison and Jeremy get their first chance to study the chimps close up.
Hey, Kangoo!
Fully grown male Kangoo is 15 years old. His mother Sasha is 25.
What are you doing? What? What? He's a nice-looking lad.
But the relationship is complicated. They're also half-brother and sister. Alison is keen to learn as much as she can about them.
He is a big guy. He doesn't have as much muscle. So do they usually sleep on the ground?
Everywhere, but not like fully sleeping. During the night, they prefer hay. Sometimes hay, those nests they use a lot, but something more
soft.
Mushy.
Yeah. So they get bedding every night of some kind.
Yeah.
Alison and Jeremy are going to spend 6 days getting to know the chimps with the help of the Argentinian keepers. They want to learn about their characters and their likes and dislikes.
There they are. It's so amazing because I've been doing so many, meetings by Zoom and so on, and getting photos and videos of Sasha and Kangoo, but now to see them in the flesh in their enclosure, really nice, really interesting, because he's not as big as I thought he was, not quite as ripped, so really interesting to see. They're gonna have to get ahead for heights. Hadn't really thought about that. Our climbing frames are really tall, and they don't have that happening here, so there's gonna be a big adjustment for them because this is what they've known all of their life. But really good to see them. They look really fit and healthy, all good.
Today is just a first look. The hard work and preparation begins tomorrow.
Feeling really happy and probably time to call it a day and let these guys get some sleep because they're having early morning training sessions to get them ready for the early morning arrival to the airport in just a few days' time. So probably time for all of us to call it a day.
It's been an eventful day for Alison and Jeremy. And after nearly a year in the planning, they finally met Sasha and Kangoo. Heading off for some rest, they're aware there's lots to do if the chimps are going to be ready in time for the flight to the UK. Back home in Dorset, the summer has been one of the hottest and driest on record, with parched lands and little rain. The soaring temperatures have been testing for the team at the park, who need to keep more than 260 primates cool and hydrated. At the orangutan nursery, primate care member James has risen to the challenge.
It's been hot all year, really, this heat wave. Everything's very, very dry, so we're trying to keep the guys as hydrated as possible, generally with play-style things with water. So today we've got a mixture of jelly balls, which is basically just jelly in these play balls that they usually have quite a lot of fun with. And there's some fake ones in there as well, so not everyone's got a treat. And then we're filling up a load of trug tubs with some bubbly water for them to play with, putting these in, and hopefully they'll keep them hydrated, make them have a good old morning.
Most of the primate species at the park come from warmer climes, but the majority have lived their lives here and are used to the British climate.
Orangutans in their tropical habitat obviously can deal with the heat quite well, but in the tropical habitat there's a lot of humidity in the forest, a lot of moisture, a lot of shade as well in the canopy, so they tend to not really go up to the very high tips like your smaller monkeys do. They tend to stay more in the shade of the canopies. So we try and keep our guys, when we have big heat waves like this, as hydrated as possible, but also being able to play during the day as well and keep them busy and happy with it. So hopefully they'll enjoy this. Lots of bubbles, lots of water play and lots of jelly balls, so I'm sure they'll have a good morning.
Before being let out into their enclosure, the 5 orangutans making up the group are given their daily vitamins and supplements. Then, James opens up. The group head out, keen to see what he has in store for them today. Female Rika is first to the jelly balls. She's clever enough to know they may contain something delicious, but is it worth getting wet for? Unusually, O'Sheen is off the ground, assessing the situation from above, as Rika starts to search through the tub. Orangutans are problem solvers, and very capable. The 2 males, Bulu Mata and Sylvester, share the spoils. The youngster looks up to Sylvester and is constantly learning from him. 7-year-old Mimi is the youngest in the group. She loves her food and comes up trumps. There's plenty of jelly in this one, and she sucks it dry. O'Sheen, on the other hand, has a more delicate approach.
O'Sheen's not so keen on getting water on her. She doesn't mind it a little bit if it's just a passing shower or something like that, but certainly in the winter, as soon as it starts raining, she's off or puts a blanket over her head as a bit of a cover. So she didn't want to get too involved in the water, but also O'Sheen is very, very intelligent with the balls, so half of them had jelly in, half of them were fake. So O'Sheen probably learnt from previous times that we've done it that the ones that were fake were floating more and the ones with the jelly in were going to the bottom, so she was probably getting a jelly ball every single time. So it's quite interesting watching O'Sheen when we do things like this.
The jelly balls and water tubs have been a success, keeping the orangutans cool and providing a hydrating and fun treat. But it's surprising the water stayed in the tub so long. Before the youngsters worked out there's an alternative way to get to the balls. And the empty tubs can now be put to another use. Playtime. It's been a tumultuous few months at the Stumpy house following the loss of leader Sam and 2 of the females. Relationships between the remaining macaques have fractured, turning the hierarchy on its head. The primate care team have been forced to split the group, with the 3 girls remaining together while the 2 males are alone.
We had a lot of fights, and we need to remember that all of these monkeys, they're not normal. They've been through quite a lot in their lives. A lot of the girls have physical ailments, so the constant fighting, it just put a lot of damage on their health. So we took the decision to split them all up completely. So they've had some time on their own, but now we want to properly crack down and get the group back together.
The plan today is to put Toto back with the 3 females Sylvie, Noreen and Kelly. While they get reacquainted indoors, Freddie is kept separate, making the most of the outside enclosure.
So I'm very nervous. Hopefully it does all go well. We have got measures in place for if it does go wrong. Fingers crossed it won't. But it's macaque society. They are an aggressive species, and it is unfortunately the way that they do establish their hierarchy positions. They do have to fight. They have to dominance bite. There's a lot of body language as well, whether it's facial expressions. So it's just making sure that, you know, we're watching everything just so we can try and understand what the conversation is and what's going on. Hey, Reenie Bean, is your boyfriend coming?
Initially, Sylvie, who's now the dominant female, is kept back while Noreen and Kelly wait to meet Toto. Sylvie can be a bit full-on, especially with a male around. Enter Toto, full of bravado, posturing and strutting his stuff. But the show of male testosterone leaves Noreen and Kelly slightly nonplussed. It's only when Sylvie joins them that Toto gets the attention he craves. By being submissive and letting Toto regularly mate with her, Sylvie reminds the other two females she's top girl.
I would have thought he would have gone for Noreen first to have some close time with. It is normally his favourite female. I just wonder if it's because Sylvie is now the most dominant and she was a lot more confident going up to him. Kelly is not bothered at all. Her and Toto actually don't have a close relationship like he does with the other two girls, so I think she's quite happy to sit out of this one.
Once the group have settled, Elle decides it's time to move the reintroductions on a step further.
What we're going to do now is we're going to kind of let Fred back in, and we're going to let the group have access outside, but this will mean that Fred will have mesh contact with the group. So it could change things up a little bit because they will be able to have contact with him, but they will also have the choice as to whether they go in or out.
Freddie is secured in the tunnel system while the other four are given outside access.
Hi. Come on in, Toto.
Toto follows Sylvie into the enclosure, with Kelly and Noreen bringing up the rear. Freddie is then allowed indoors. The other four are all happy outside, enjoying the sunshine. The enclosure provides plenty of opportunities to forage and have lots of space to move around. Having been passed over for Sylvie indoors, Noreen is trying to catch Toto's eye outdoors. Meanwhile, Freddie is straining to get a glimpse of his housemates. Eventually, the main group of four venture back inside. Freddie remains in his bedrooms, separated only by the mesh.
They've now got the option as to whether they want to come and say hello to him, so it'll be interesting to see if they actually do.
The boys start with a quiet greeting, but seconds later, it's no holds barred.
It's just symbolising that they still haven't sorted out between themselves which one is more dominant, and that is something that they will have to sort out when they are all put together as a group.
The group are going to have to stay separated for now, allowing the boys the chance to sort out the hierarchy at arm's length. Until they do, the four can't become five once more. In Argentina, Alison and animal director Jeremy are back at the Buenos Aires Eco Park, having recharged their batteries after a 24-hour journey starting in Dorset and ending with them getting a first look at chimps Sasha and Kangu. The mother and son are due to be relocated to Monkey World in a few days' time.
So we've come into the zoo nice and early this morning. I'm keeping my voice down so that we don't disrupt the chimps. Sasha and Kangu are a little bit sort of cautious of everything that's been happening because their normal routine, which they've experienced throughout their entire life now, is being changed all of a sudden. So in the last week or so, the keepers have been coming in really early and waking them up so that on the day that we need to take them to the airport, they're used to getting up early and going inside of those transport boxes willingly.
Hola, Kangu.
But there is one difficulty and that's Sasha. You know, everything's sort of setting alarm bells off for Sasha. Kangoo, the young lad, is like most young lads, nah, no problem. Do I get a snack inside there? Great, I'm going in. But either way, it's gonna be okay. But all of us here are working so hard to make sure that everything is perfect for the two chimpanzees, and that's what this is all about.
Head of Conservation and Wildlife, Thomas Sciola, takes Alison and Jeremy on a tour of the chimp house and enclosure.
Buenos dias. Hello. Hello. How are you? Good.
It gives Alison the opportunity to speak to one of the chimp's keepers.
They are very different each other. Kangoo's personality is more plastic than Sasha, because he's very much younger than she. She's a good mother, and she's always keeping an eye on him.
Oh, nice.
She's the best.
Yeah.
And she's so intelligent. We always said, if we give a pen to Sasha, he can make a rocket to the moon, because she's so intelligent. Yeah.
Alison and Jeremy are keen to gather as much information as they can about the chimps. Not just their characters, but also their diet, routines, and preferences.
They have these two bedrooms at the inside, one in the outside, and one more in the other part of the building. And this place for them was good because when Sasha wants to be alone, she can do it, and the same for Kangoo. And if they want to be all together, they can do it too.
Life is about to change dramatically for Sasha and Kangoo. In 4 days' time, they'll fly to the UK to start a new life at Monkey World, joining a small group of chimps led by Brian.
How big he is, because he probably see his size better.
Oh, God. Brian. Claro. Lo voy a presentar con Brian.
He is very, very kind.
Dice que se deja pinchar, que se deja revisar.
Just like the chimps at Monkey World, Sasha and Kangoo are given their morning feed outside, including various forms of enrichment.
Obviously here, you know, just by the geography and everything and the way the place is built, they can't capitalise on height like we can back at Monkey World. But they've made a really, really good job of keeping stuff, you know, on a low level and giving lots of different options. They've made a, you know, sort of area where the chimps can get away from each other and separate themselves from each other, and you know, they've got great sort of options for doing different things and, you know, having different spaces. The only thing that would have been nicer possibly was height, but clearly that wasn't going to be an option on the site. So, you know, they've compromised very, very well, and it's fantastic.
The Argentinian keepers will find it a wrench when they leave.
Of course, Kangoo is like my love, my primate love, my non-human primate love. And we're not gonna lie, I'm sad too. I spent so much years with them, sorry. But this is our dream. We dream this. We dream the best life for them. It's the best thing that we can give to a chimpanzee, to live in a group and know another ones and play and fight and have fun and sleep with others. And I think that is the only thing that it matters now. Even if we are not going to see them anymore, we know that is what is right, and we want to do it.
Once the decision was made by the city government to transform the former zoo into an eco-park, there was really only one place Thomas wanted to send the chimps: Monkey World.
They have an amazing track record of working with specialists. They are specialists themselves. So it was an easy decision for us. And now we are really happy to be close to the final days.
There's a lot of hard work ahead in those coming days before Sasha and Kangoo are ready to begin their journey to a new life on the other side of the world. Next time on Monkey Life. There's trepidations as Alison and Jeremy prepare to fly chimps Sasha and Kangoo from Argentina to Dorset.
The fact is, no matter how we try, these two guys in here have not read the instruction manual.
And back at the park, two baby woolly monkeys enjoyed time with their family. Today on Monkey Life, there's trepidations as Alison and Jeremy prepare to fly chimps Sasha and Kangu from Argentina to Dorset.
I'm still terrified when it comes down to actually making it happen.
The fact is, no matter how we try, these two guys in here have not read the instruction manual.
The early morning flight means the chimps need to be crated and loaded in the middle of the night if they're to reach the airport on time.
Fingers crossed, because soon, Tik Tok, we've got to get to the airport. They're pretty serious about being there 6 hours ahead of the plane.
And back at the park, two baby woolly monkeys enjoyed time with their family. Monkey World in Dorset, very deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I'm shocked. This animal is living in fear of its life at all times.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. More than 6,000 miles away from Monkey World at the Buenos Aires Eco Park in Argentina, it's been a busy 5 days for Monkey World director Alison Cronin and animal director Jeremy Keeling. Since their arrival, with the help of the park's keepers, they've been getting to know chimps Sasha and Kangu. Information about their characters, temperament, likes and dislikes is important because in less than 24 hours, the two apes will be on a plane heading to the park in Dorset.
It's getting pretty exciting now and a bit intense. We're in the final throes of getting everything organized, but I'm still terrified when it comes down to actually making it happen because I just know that every time we've ever moved apes, there are always either little things or quite big things that become a problem as we're going through the process.
The operation to persuade the chimps into travel crates in their bedrooms and then load them onto transport to the airport is a complex one. It involves a lot of people and a lot of planning. And it all has to happen in the middle of the night. Head of Conservation and Wildlife Thomas Sciola is across the details.
So we're going to be starting the entire operation at 3 a.m. And just in case they do not want to willingly come in, we will have to perhaps think about plan B, which involves trying to sedate them a little bit.
Jeremy has been involved in many chimp rescues over the years, and he's realistic about what's ahead.
The fact is, no matter how we try, these two guys in here have not read the instruction manual. Doesn't matter what language you put it in, they just don't read it. So anything could, what I'm trying to say here is anything could happen. So you must really be prepared for as many eventualities as you possibly can imagine. You really, really, really have to have an open mind. And I'm so lucky because my mind is as open as you can get.
Thomas has been instrumental in arranging the move, and he's confident all the boxes have been ticked.
Today we are having a lot of meetings with all the different teams that are involved in the logistics process. All the vets, all the keepers are going to be handling everything related to getting Sasha and Kangu inside of the crates. And then we have a big other part of the team doing the project management and being on top of all the permits that we need to get very last minute for us in order to be able to get them inside of the airport and ready to get exported to the United Kingdom.
Every detail is being checked and double-checked.
The truck is going to come up to this way, and this is...
Over the last few months, Sasha and Kangu have been trained to enter their travel crates willingly. Now their keepers are having one last practice at securing the boxes.
This is not going to be a straightforward event at 3 o'clock in the morning, so there's some concerns. Everybody's feeling pretty tense. They're doing their best to practice it, but we're going to have to keep everything crossed that this goes smoothly tonight. It could be difficult.
Alison, Jeremy and the dedicated team at the Eco Park have done all they can. In the early hours of tomorrow morning, all their plans of the last year will be put to the test. Fingers crossed, Sasha and Kangu's journey to their new life in Dorset gets off to a good start. Back at the park in Dorset, a group of monkeys that are native to South America are in for a treat. Primate care team member Donna is trying something new for the park's trio of spider monkeys. They're not the most active or motivated group, and the team are constantly trying to come up with new ways to engage them.
I don't remember giving them these before. Normally we'd use them once they've gone over and they can pick all the seeds and everything out. So some of these have started to go over already, but some of them haven't. But in the wild they will eat flowers and things, and we have seen that here with our guys before. So it'd be interesting to see what they think of the sunflower heads themselves.
The small troop generally get on well together, but when it comes to food...
It is each for their own. You get what you can get, and they don't do sharing very well at all. Normally Pumpkin is the first one in to investigate. Flint can be a little bit of a scaredy cat sometimes. He's got much better since he's been here at the park. So it'd be interesting to see what he thinks. Hickory tends to just find everything really funny. So we'll see. Hopefully they will all sort of band together a little bit and come and investigate it, especially seeing as it's something quite different. But yeah, I imagine they'll all pretty much just do their own thing.
Hopefully the large, colourful flowers will pique their interest and lead to a busy and active morning. When the slide opens, unusually it's Hickory who's out first, with Flint and Pumpkin following on. The trio are wary of the bright yellow flowers, sniffing and touching them cautiously. In the wild, bright colours can be an indication of something dangerous, so it's natural to be wary. The group's food is nearly always suspended high in their enclosure to encourage them to climb. Spider monkeys have a prehensile tail, which they use as a fifth limb, while hanging from branches to reach food. The care team try to replicate this natural behaviour whenever they can. But today, things aren't going to plan. Donna had hoped the sunflowers would cause some excitement. But even normally greedy Pumpkin isn't showing any interest.
So I think the spider monkeys were very underwhelmed by the sunflowers.
Time for Plan B. Donna calls the grumpy trio back into the tunnel system connecting their house and enclosure, so she can safely go in and put something out to entice the spider monkeys to try the sunflowers.
Yeah, who doesn't like honey? It's quite sweet, so the spider monkeys do like it. So we'll see if this helps them a little bit.
She lets the trio back into the enclosure, eagerly anticipating a dash for the sticky sweet honey. But once again, she's disappointed. Only Flint expresses any interest, and it's definitely just the honey he wants. The flower heads remain intact. It's always trial and error trying out different forms of enrichment, and at least Donna can see the funny side of today's attempt.
So the honey didn't work. For now, didn't go very well. Didn't go as planned.
But she leaves the sunflowers in place for a while, in the hope the three spider monkeys will work out they really are a treat worth trying. The team at Monkey World have had great success caring for another South American primate, the woolly monkey, which is endangered in the wild. More than half the world's captive population reside at the park. It's the last surviving centre with a healthy breeding woolly monkey population outside its native area. And there was cause for celebration recently following the birth of 2 babies, just a week apart in the same group. Zingu gave birth for the 5th time and a few days later became a grandmother too, when her daughter Olivia had her first infant.
I mean, I think that is quite unusual for us here to have babies born within a couple of weeks of each other like that, and it really benefited. I think it certainly benefited Olivia being a first-time mum. I think having Zingu's kind of experience there and having her, and that you could really see that that was a real support to her, because Olivia was definitely overwhelmed for the first few days, and she was obviously very tired as well. But now they've both settled into it. They're developing really, really well. So yeah, we're happy with those guys.
Zingu had a boy named Levi, following the tradition of picking a name starting with the same letter as his dad, Lavar. Olivia's baby is a girl, Benita, because the team suspect young adult Bueno Jr. is the father. They're a close-knit family who spend the majority of time together outside.
You will often see the mums sat together and the kids will be off doing their own thing, and Olivia is now letting Benita wander a little bit further, but if there's anything that she's concerned about, she gives her a quick little call and she scoops her up, so she's doing all of the right things. She's not too cautious.
Little Levi is already super confident.
He's happy to go off and climb on other group members. He loves Lavar, which is no surprise because Lavar is a great dad and he does love the babies. But we tend to see Levi more spending time with Lavar. He'll run off mum and go and sit with dad, whereas Benita's not quite comfortable to do that.
Zingu is also still protective of Levi's older brother Leroy. At just a little more than 2 years old, he's still a youngster, so Mum allows him to join in with the fun and games. Helping to keep everything on an even keel is the old boy, 32-year-old dominant male Lavar.
You can't not love him. He is a bit of a grumpy old boy, but you know, you have to respect that, you know, what he's achieved, you know, in his life. He's still maintaining that dominant position, and you can just see the respect that he gets from all of his group members. He's got 2 big boys in his group now, and even at the ripe old age of 32, he's managing to maintain that position, and the girls, they want him to be in charge. I think Junior's still got some maturing to do before he's ready to take over. So yeah, I think he's still got quite a lot to learn from Lavar. But he's a very impressive dominant male compared to the other boys we've got here. He just ticks all the boxes, really.
And hopefully he'll continue to be the centre of his growing family and a great role model for the youngsters for some time to come. There are 3 groups of orangutans at the park: Gordons, Twans and the nursery. Orangutans are the largest arboreal species on the planet, spending the majority of their time in the treetops of Sumatra and Borneo. At the park, they have climbing frames and hoses because they destroy living trees in their enclosures. But there's a treat in store for one group today. The maintenance team have been clearing up damage resulting from the winter storms, which battered Britain a few months ago. A full-grown cherry tree with fruit still attached has had to be cut down and split in 2. It's being put to good use at Twans.
There'll probably be a little bit of a hierarchy on it at the start when they first come out. The top guys will probably be the first to be able to have a look at it, and maybe some of the youngsters might be slightly scared possibly of it as well. Who knows, it's always unpredictable with orangutans what they'll make of this.
All 6 members of the troop will have a chance to explore the new addition to their enclosure.
These guys are going to have so much fun with this. I'm very excited about seeing them up in the tree.
Young female Awan is first out, closely followed by leader Twan. They both head straight for the new trees. The large specially designed climbing frames at the park are there to encourage the primates off the ground and enable them to move around as they would in the wild. But a real, flexible tree is different, as leader Tuan demonstrates when he climbs it. The two youngsters, Hujan and Awan, are cautious at first. They've never climbed a real tree before. They stick to the hoses, not sure what to make of it all. For the adults, it's a different story. They were stolen from the wild for the illegal black market trade and will have spent time in the trees as infants with their mums. The memories may have faded, but their instincts haven't. The cherry tree is a hit. Persuading Tuan off the ground and up high is often a struggle, but today there's no stopping him. He heaves his 80-kilogram bulk off the ground and into the tree to feed on the browse.
I think Tuan is very excited about this tree. I mean, I'm excited about seeing him in this tree. He's already done some great branch shaking when he first approached it, making everybody know that this is his tree and nobody else is allowed on it. So I'm sure he will spend most of his time ripping as much branches off as possible, because normally we only give them smaller branches of browse, but being that it's a whole tree trunk in there, he's going to be ripping all of that bark off and getting to that cambium layer in the tree, which they would do in the wild as well. So it's great for his diet as well, with all that fibre involved.
Ame uses the tree for a different purpose, busily building a shelter. Orangutans are known for their tool use and nest building skills, bending and breaking branches to make comfortable resting places, usually at height. On a hot day, the browse makes a welcome shade too.
She is one of the orangs in this group that does tend to spend a little bit more time to herself compared to the others. I mean, naturally, they're not social animals anyway. Ame does love to have a good old social time, particularly with the young babies, but she is a little bit more tender when it comes to the males, and she will generally try and spend a little bit more time away from the group by herself. So what she absolutely loves to do is to grab a load of browse and build these little, almost huts in the corner of our enclosure. There's a little bit of her own sort of habitat and space. Yeah, Ame, she's quite a wild character, really.
With her den arranged, Ame heads up the tree. Watching the adults has given the youngsters confidence, and soon they make their way into the leafy cover too. The branches, foliage and bark should keep the group busy for days.
They're all active, all enjoying it, eating the browse, and it's just a fantastic thing to see. I just wish that these guys were in a forest all the time, really. It's amazing.
It's the middle of the night in Argentina, and for Alison and Jeremy, it's the start of a 36-hour journey to take two chimpanzees to a new life, more than 6,000 miles away at Monkey World in Dorset.
We have so many plans set up. Have to keep everything crossed that it goes well for them in whatever form. But I think our ride is here, and the fun begins now.
For the last 5 days, Alison and Jeremy have been getting to know chimps Sasha and Kangu, with the help of the keepers who've loved and cared for them for many years. Everyone has done their best in preparation for the big day, and now it's here. With a morning flight to the UK and mountains of official paperwork to go through before the chimps can be loaded onto the plane, an early start is essential. But if the operation is to stay on schedule, Sasha and Kangu will need to cooperate and go straight into their travel crates.
The whole operation depends on the animals going in the box, so, you know, it would be a complete disaster if they didn't. But the day is young. Who knows?
To keep stress levels low, only the chimps' keepers are in the house with them. They've been training the pair for this moment all year, and their efforts pay off.
Perfect job. Absolutely perfect. Now they just have to manage them out of the house, and it's not easy to get those boxes. Each weighs about 150 kilos. So getting them out of those boxes onto the truck is the next big effort. But So far, so good. Nice job. Really nice job.
With dawn fast approaching and a long drive to the airport, the chimps' travel crates now need to be loaded onto a lorry one by one. It must be done slowly and quietly to keep the animals calm and safe.
So they've managed to get Sasha in her box out of the house. They've got that all sorted out, and this is now Kangoo being shifted. Fingers crossed, because soon, Tik Tok, we've got to get to the airport. They're pretty serious about being there 6 hours ahead of the plane, and we're going to be eventually cutting it close if he takes as long as she did. So hopefully they can move it along.
Kangoo's crate makes steady progress towards the lorry. Then he's on board. The operation to load the chimps has taken 2 hours. It's now 5 in the morning and time to leave the eco-park and head to the airport. For the staff not making the trip, it's an emotional goodbye. The eco-park's head of conservation and wildlife, Thomas, and Nico, one of the keepers, will be accompanying the chimps to Dorset to help settle them in. As the truck with Sasha and Kangoo on board arrives at the airport, dawn is breaking. Alison and Jeremy head across to check on the chimps. The number of officials and airport staff around the crates may cause the pair to become stressed. Alison distracts them.
Hey, would you like this? I know. Here.
Thomas is happy with how the logistics are progressing.
A big part of the paperwork has been handled already and everything looks good. And hopefully the rest of it is just going to be smoothly as the rest of the morning. So we are happy about everything so far.
But Alison is concerned about the amount of time the chimps have been sitting outside in their travel crates on an unusually chilly morning.
But it would be good to get them somewhere warm. You know, because there's just so much happening.
Sasha and Kangoo are becoming stressed.
The chimps are a little bit upset. It's really cold out here right now, so it'd be nice if we could get them into someplace warm. But they don't know what's happening, and there's a lot of people around, so probably best that we get them somewhere secluded and calm. But they're doing okay.
The eco-park's keepers have one last preparation for the long flight.
We are giving them sheets. We are actually passing it through the little holes in the crates so they are comfortable and they are not cold during the flights.
With all the paperwork checked, it's now a waiting game.
I'll feel a whole lot happier when I see their boxes strapped to the pallets and them sort of on their way out to the plane. So got some bedding going in.
That's good. That's good. Really now we just need to make this thing move.
Minutes later, they're given the green light. The plane is ready for the chimps to be loaded on board. There's just time for final goodbyes and some extra food and water for the journey before Sasha and Kangoo are towed to the plane. Next stop, Dorset, and the start of a brand new life.